quickly. That's Professor K.F. Alim. So those with our t-shirt, can you walk along with him? Carry his bag, please. Kindly help him, please. Please be fast, be fast. Help him with the bag. This is one of our big keynote speakers for this conference. And let me tell you, we are so privileged to have him here. I'm sure we are all excited with all our keynote speakers yesterday, starting from our lead keynote speaker, Professor Lazarus Mustafa Ojigi. He did a very wonderful work. In fact, he's supposed to have, I think, about less than 30 minutes to speak, right? But that was scheduled. But when we discovered that he had a lot to deliver, so packaged, so we had to, just stay put and allow him to unleash everything. And this morning also, we're going to have our professor, a distinguished professor. He's going to unleash all that he has for us today. Can we just give a round of applause to him? Now, let me just inform you. Do you know that the professor seated here, a distinguished professor from Ahmadu Bello, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. Can we just give him a round of applause to him? So he's a distinguished professor, and he is well learned. He knows much of the theme of this conference. And we are so privileged to have him here. And I personally am so privileged to have him here too, because he was my external examiner for my PhD. Can you just give me a round of applause? So I want to appreciate him for coming all the way from Bauchi to this conference to make sure that he is here in person to deliver this August keynote presentation for this conference. And we will also be having another keynote speaker after him, and that's Professor A.A. Andrew Bafemi from University of Port Harcourt. He is the former national president of Nigerian Cartographic Association and the center director for disaster risks and disaster risk reduction and studies at the University of Port Harcourt. So he will be coming after that. And then we also have another keynote speaker that will be coming after that, and that's Adeola Akinwale. You see, we want to make sure that we are gender balanced. We are gender sensitive when it comes to state of the map, when it comes to OpenStreetMap community. And that is why we have gone all the way to UK to make sure we, pull her along. And she'll be addressing us with drone and AI mapping and so on. And she is very, very interested in empowering the female participants, the women in flying drone. And you know that part of this conference is also addressing drone mapping, drone application, and so on. So we're going to listen to her. And then after that, we will all run along to the next seminar, our technical section space, seminar room there. We will move with the shuttle bus, and then we'll have a practical hands-on section. So make sure you have your laptop. We want to see everybody working, and AfriGist will be anchoring that. Can we just give a round of applause to AfriGist? AfriGist will be anchoring that session, and they will be doing that in collaboration with AfriGist partner, and that is Digital Earth Africa. And you are going to learn a lot of open source, open data application in Africa using QGIS, using Sandbox, and so on. And so we want that after this conference, you'll be going home being loaded with some practical experience that you can use to drive AI assisted mapping, open geospatial drone and open geospatial for SDGs. We want at the end of this conference, you'll be able to use this, what you've gained from this conference to address any of the SDGs. SDG 1, zero hunger, zero poverty, zero hunger, that's SDG 2, and so on, down to SDG 17. I want to let you know that we can actually use critical geospatial data to address a measurable target of each of those SDGs. And that's the essence of ensuring that this the packages in this conference will get you loaded with what you can use to solve our societal problem. So we want to also welcome to the high table the executive director of RCT, heavily represented by Dr. Ojo. Can we just give a round of applause to him? You're welcome, sir. He did a very wonderful work yesterday with that presentation, exposing us to what RCT does and what they can actually help us to do. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. So we want everyone to just sit together. Can we just occupy the first seat, the first row? Everybody here, can we just move quickly to the first and second? Sorry, the second and third. Can we all move down, please, quickly, be fast. Let's do that quickly, and let's have everyone cluster along at this area. Quickly, everyone. The second and the third row. Let's move together. Let's move together. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, second and third row. Second and third row. That's what I want now. Everyone that is here, yeah, in the auditorium, move to the second and third row. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we want to appreciate all our participants from FUTA, the Youth Mappers Chapter FUTA. Can we just give a round of applause to them? I can see the president is here. That's Mr. Ezekiel. I'm sure is he here? Okay, he's gone out. Okay, and then we have the FUTA chapter, the OAU Youth Mappers chapter. Can we also give a round of applause to them? And their delegates, the student delegate is here too. So, and we also have delegates from University of Port Harcourt, delegates from University of Nigeria, Nsukka, delegate from Federal School of Survey, Oyo. Can we clap for them? That's great. That's great. So thank you. Thank you. So please kindly help us sit first, second, and third row, and then the fourth row. Let's sit together and let's ensure that participate maximally. So we want to invite our first keynote speaker to take off with this, the presentation for today. Thank you, everyone.
The coordinator of first, the representative of the executive director. Well, executive director, Professor Lazarus Mustafa Ujigi, ably represented by Dr. Ujo. We have also my coordinator, the Unique Mappers, then the representative and president of the unique mappers everywhere from various universities, my colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I consider this conference to be very, very important because right from the word go, as they are presenting the conference, they are planning for the conference. The coordinator has actually been taking me along. So I felt so honored to be with you here today to present a paper on the open geospatial AI technology and geospatial data policy in Nigeria, implication for sustainable development goals. Briefly, we have the outline of the paper. We are going to look at first, okay, just the author. We are going to look at first, what is AI? I know yesterday I was following the conference as I was coming, and Professor Lazarus Ejigi did a lot of justice to some of the issues that I'm going to raise too, but because the paper has been prepared earlier, so that's why I'm going to just scan through some of those things without wasting our time. Okay. First, we look at AI. In the full paper, the preamble is there, then we have the abstracts, then we have the introduction. So I look at AI as a simulation of human intelligence in machine, which enable that machine to think, learn, and of course, act like human. So with that, we can dedicate a lot of things to that, to the machine. Then another important aspect of the title is geospatials, which refer to a series of standardized data and information with an implicit or explicit. We are going to look at also some of the AI technologies which may include a wide range of tools and methodologies that enable machine to stimulate human-like intelligence and perform those tasks. So we have a lot of them in that particular area. The machine learning we call me here. The deep learning will also be there. When you talk about the language too, they are part of the issues. Okay. Apart from that, we have a lot of some other issue that actually comes in here. Also, the area of artificial intelligence are going to the extent that we have some black hole too, where a lot of bad things are taking place. They call it deep faking. But I will not encourage us to go into deep faking because that is where bad things are actually taking place. Next slide. Then another important thing to us is about the open geospatial. Open geospatial is a product of artificial intelligence. It involves location-based web mapping, the Internet of a Thing, interfacing with geographical or geospatial information system. That open geospatial enable us to do a lot of things. And of course, the aspect of it is the so-called open street mapping. So we equally need to look at open geospatial data, which refers to freely available geographical information that can be used by so many people, so many professionals. So all those data, all those data are just there for us to use. Then, apart from that, we have a lot of things that actually comes into that. I've mentioned about the machine learning, the deep learning, the natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, reinforcement learning, generative adversarial network. There we'll be thinking of an autonomous system too, expert system, speech recognition, autonomous system. They are all part of artificial intelligence. So I just give us some of the key things that we may be thinking about in the real artificial intelligence area. We can look at the next, okay? Then another important things that we may need to look at as part of our introduction is the policy. A set of principles, guidelines, rules, which is adopted by organization, government, or institution to achieve specific goal or manage certain issues. So these are the principles that we need to look at when we talk about the open geospatial. Then also along the line, we ranges and use to acquire record, process, analyze, present, visualize, store, and manage geographical data. We have a lot of things that actually goes into that too. Then, apart from that, the emergence of a transformative force in geospatial analysis, we have by applying machine learning, data mining, and image processing technique. This AI we are talking about enhanced ability to interpret large data sets, and hence we find this that when we this system is part of what we just need to go by. Open geospatial data refers to geographical information which is freely accessible and available for use. It can be by modification, redistribution, or anyone. With open geospatial, we have that opportunity of not just have our information in 2D, 3D, but also we can have 4-dimensional coordinates. Then it's quite very, very important. We listed some of the importance of that particular open geospatial data. We think about the enhanced decision making, it's fostering innovation, it can promote collaboration. You can see that right away here, we have such collaboration all over the country and all over the world too, just because open geospatial data and tools enable us to do that. With open street mapping, so many people from different locations, they can actually be working on a particular map. And of course, the accuracy and their expertise of everybody that actually participated, we actually give us better outlook, better accuracy, and a lot of advantages with such maps. Also, it improves accountability and transparency. We've always think about, since all those things are there, coordinator just mentioned that almost all the 17 sustainable development goals are supported by geospatial information or data. So with that, we said this open geospatial data also supports Sustainable Development Goal. Also, another importance of geospatial data will be in disaster management and response. We can think about it from various angles too. With disaster management, if there's any disaster elsewhere, if you have good geospatial data, it will actually give us the ability to quick respond to all those disasters. And of course, people that actually need to be rescued, they will be rescued on time. Then with geospatial data too, we can perform a lot of research. Then by that, we are improving ourselves in knowledge. And of course, education is a key to whatever you want to do here. Then also with your open geospatial data, because it's open, AI is involved, internet is involved, and of course, because of that, we are here, we collaborate with some other people as realization is well, that is what has been going on globally. Then, are we in Nigeria key in anywhere? I also look at the current landscape of geospatial data policies in Nigeria. So the policies we have in Nigeria is characterized by a mixture of what I call challenges and opportunity, country developmental goals, and increasing importance of data-driven decision-making. We look at some of the key aspects of the landscape here. We think about the policy framework and initiative. Then also the legal and regulatory challenges. Then the data accessibility and the quality. Of course, capacity building and infrastructure. Then the public-private partnership. We equally think about the integration of national development goals. And the challenges actually comes along with that. The challenges may include the data source and some other issue too. Then with that also, international collaboration is possible. Another challenge that we may need to look at is the issue of quackery. Some people just believe they need to cut corner. You don't have the knowledge of a particular things and you want to be part of it. It's part of the landscape. Then I just look at it that that's why I said the issue of geospatial in Nigeria is a mixture of challenges and opportunity. But even despite that, we have seen a lot of opportunities too. We have applied geospatial information and open geospatial data in so many areas. I recall the urban planning and development in Lagos State. The Lagos State, they have a very good and robust GIS, and a lot of states are actually following it too. You will hear Lagos Bauchi Geographic Information System, Kaduna Geographic Information System, Kano Geographic Information System, Ekiti Geographic Information System. These are the way in which the issue of geospatial and open geospatial are actually being used for urban planning and development in so many areas. But then also the agricultural monitoring and food security, it has been applied there in so many areas in Nigeria. Another important one is disaster management and response. The National Emergency Management Agency in the country, they claim that they have a lot of geographic information, a lot of maps which they use in carry out their activities about the disaster management. Winter monitoring and conservation are actually taking place in so many areas in the country. Then, even with that, our map are actually being used for so many things, environmental concerns. These are some of the areas in which we apply it to. Then, public health and disease. One thing that is missing in that slide is about our education too. You find out that a lot of research are actually going on with our students with the use of open geospatial. Dr. Victor, who is actually here, did his PhD work on open street mapping. And a lot of people are actually use those particular one. We have our students actually use the Russell, that is Revised Universal Standard equation, and some other issue, soil loss equation. They have been used all those particular ones to carry out a lot of research. So education is actually, and research is actually part of the application. Then what are the impacts of geospatial technology on sustainable development goals? Out of the 17 agenda set out by the United Nations as far back as 2015, about 10 good, 11 of them are heavily dependent on geospatial data. And I try to look at those ones that are heavily dependent. Those are the ones I listed here. The SDG number 2, talking about the zero hunger. With geospatial technology, especially open geospatial, we find out that our representation, our presence is actually there in a way. We have what we call precision mapping, precision agriculture. There is nothing about precision agriculture than you talk about the use of global navigation satellite system from any of their family. Either you want to talk of the global positioning system, you want to talk about the Kwashisenit supply system that's actually initiated by Japanese aerospace agency. You want to talk about the compass, you want to talk about the Indian regional navigation satellite system. They heavily use all those particular things in precision agriculture. Along, you use GIS, you use remote sensing for us to be able to say, oh, there should be food for us. So then we look at the good health and well-being in SDG number 3. Geospatial and open geospatial contributed immensely in talking about the good health. We also need to carry out what we call nearness neighbor analysis using GIS to know where all those things are, all the health care facilities are, so that also along the line, we may need to actually know the distribution. If you have maps, it will aid you in decide on the citation and where to have all those particular health facilities. SDG number 6 is talking about the clean water and sanitation. We do a lot of things about that. One, geophysical surveys need to be carried out. We use that to actually determine whether the presence of water. Then you want to sink borehole, you need geophysical survey. Then where to actually site the the waste disposal area. If you need that, of course, when you carry out GIS, it goes along with SDG number 7 also, which is talking about site selection and renewable energy. Site selection for anything. By the time you carry out your site selection using your GIS, you'll be able to do it. Then we also look at SDG number 11, which is sustainable city and community. With maps, you'll be able to actually know where to have a particular place is already overcrowded. Then by the time we look at that particular, okay, we need a new town somewhere. And of course, with your map, you'll be able to do it. SDG number 13 is about the climate action, which is our own area too, where maps and map data contributed immensely. We look at SDG number 14 and 15 that is talking about the life on land and the life below water. So on land, we have the surveyors there taking care of everything about the land. And of course, you know, land becomes so important. It's a fixed asset. It doesn't increase, but this is where we get everything we actually need. We are from there because we all believe that we are created from land. And of course, our food comes from the land too. But apart from the fact that we have our food coming from there, even when we live, and live, we are still going back to that particular land. So we have so many maps that actually look at, of course, we also think about what is happening on water. We have the hydrographic surveying issue that actually comes there, which we need to actually look at. Then SDG number 8 is about the decent work and economic growth, while SDG number 10 reduce inequality. The moment you are able to have your map, you'll be able to get a lot of things done. Okay. Then the components for a policy, we have seen that this is what we actually need about the geospatial and open geospatial technologies. We need it so seriously. We have seen some of the important, we have been using it. So if we have all those things being done, then why don't we think of what is going to constitute geospatial technologies revert to a framework of rules, guidelines, and standards designed to regulate the acquisition, the management, sharing, and use of geospatial data and technologies. This policy ensures that geospatial data is used effectively, ethically, and responsibly across sectors like governments, academia, business, and civil society. So if we need that policy, what should be the component of the policy? First, we think about data accessibility and sharing. A situation where our Ministry of Education, we need geospatial data. And of course, that same data may be resident in the Ministry of Agriculture, be a waste of resources. So if a data is resident somewhere, we should have the opportunity to share it, and you should have the opportunity to have access to those particular data. Then another thing that our policy need to look at about data privacy license as their own intellectual property for us and whatever. Then the ethical use of geospatial data need to be properly put in place in our policy. Then the policy should also support innovation and development. New knowledge coming in, we should be able to factor it into the policy. Okay. Also, we equally need to look at how we suggest some ways in which this particular policy, if we put it in place, how do we now implement? We think of first, we have some of the barriers that may hinder the implementation of such policy. One of those challenges is a high cost of technology and infrastructure. We know how much a GPS costs, and of course, we know how much some of these infrastructure actually cost. So we need to invest heavily to challenges or barriers elude us. Then the technical capacity and skill, we have that gap with us. It's a major barrier reference. A lot of skills are actually put in place to see that at least when we are going back, we are loaded with some of the skills. Then the accessibility and availability of data. The data is residing somewhere, we don't have access. Also, apart from that being residing somewhere lying low, we need to find a way of making them accessible to us. Then where we have the data unavailable is another issue that we need to find a way of making those particular data there. Then data privacy and security concern. Also, we have been talking about it. Our major issue is about the lack of policy and institutional support. That number 6 there is actually what is on the first one about the financial constraint because of the high cost of technology and the infrastructure. Then complexity and integration is another challenge with us. A lot of people look at AI as something that is untouchable, but because of the that particular place, so for us to actually have to enhance those particular policy, we make some recommendation relating to that. We need to promote open geospatial in a way for us to be able to get good benefit out of data policy. So also increasing the fund, and of course, perhaps we find a way of getting our government committed. There was a time that the 2% of the annual budget should be actually put for mapping. I don't know how many countries are actually implementing that. Also, we need to strengthen the capacity building program for us, and we need to enhance institutional coordination and collaboration. So there is need for us to develop a robust legal and regulatory framework. Then we need to promote inclusive and equity, encourage sustainable and ethical use of our geospatial data. We also need to support innovation and research. It is when we support innovation and research, we'll be able to have a very good benefit from any policy put in place. Also, if you have a policy without, apart from monitor, we need to actually evaluate the implementation of our geospatial policy. Of course, the human being, especially us in Nigeria here, we just like politics, we look at it from another angle. So geopolitical cooperation is quite very important. Regional data sharing platform. I just love what is happening. We can see people from various area, various region. So we can equally use that to share the data we have along the platform. Geospatial information in Nigeria. Okay. As a way of conclusion, we think about the summary, what we have actually looked at from the beginning. Geospatial technology offer transforming potential and addressing criteria, addressing critical national and global challenges, particularly in pursuit of sustainable development goals. Also, geospatial technology contributes to this, and of course, we have a lot of barriers and challenges. Despite the potential, Nigeria also faces and the expansion of geospatial technologies too. Lastly, if we decide to take a very good action along the line, we need to develop and enforce comprehensive national geospatial policy. We have looked at some of the things that need to be put in place in that policy. Also, we need to find a way of increasing the investment in geospatial education and capacity building. Edge and innovation, particularly in AI, artificial intelligence. The UAV also need to be look into properly, and of course the blockchain technologies. If you have to take that all these particular decision, we can foster collaboration across sector. Nigeria can position itself as a leader in geospatial innovation and effectively sustainable development goal. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and along the line, I just gave some references, and I want to say I appreciate the organizer and everybody. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. This is the first shot for today. I want to appreciate our professor, our distinguished Professor Alim, who has made that presentation. Want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our chief host and distinguished Professor Lazarus Mustafa Ojigi. You can see that he's branded with State of the Map Nigeria 2024 as the chief host. Can we just give a round of applause to him again? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We were so excited yesterday with your loaded lead keynote presentation. Thank you, yes, sir, for that presentation. We had participants joining us from different corners of the world watching you. And most of them were making comments on the YouTube channel chats. They say, wow, this Professor Jiggy. So we are so excited and we are glad that you accepted to be the lead keynote speaker for this year State of the Map Nigeria conference and also to be our host. We are so excited. Thank you so much for giving us the privilege to have this conference here. I want to also acknowledge our anchor, uh, Professor, the head of linkages of AfriGIS. AfriGIS is African Regional Institute for Geospatial Science and Technology. We want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Joseph Olukoye, who is here also with us. He has been working assiduously with the local organizing committee for this conference, and he has been doing all to make sure that this conference is successfully organized. So we want to appreciate you, sir, for being here with us and making sure that everything moves. We want to take the next keynote the next keynote speaker who will be joining us online. I'm sure, is he in? Is it she? Oh, okay. So is she in there? Okay. So we have the next, 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 we have the next. We have Adiola Akinwale of She Flies drone for as the next keynote speaker. She's joining us from UK. And like I said earlier on, we want these, we are usually gender sensitive in our community of OpenStreetMap and especially the State of the Map Nigeria conference. And so we have had to address the us on drone and how to get the women empowered with drone mapping. Is she on now? So can we hear you?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me? Please confirm when you can hear me. Let me know when you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you for inviting me and thank you for the privilege. I am excited to be here. Good morning, everyone. I celebrate you, the organizers of Unique Mappers Conference. Just let me know. Can you see my screen? Can you see my slides?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen so that you can see my slides. How about now? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, and can you hear me clearly?
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Wow, the power of technology. I celebrate you all, the organizers. I celebrate everyone who kept, getting in touch with me. We had back and forth, and we are finally here. This, I must say, is a success. I am a Nigerian, and I am so proud of Nigeria. I'm proud of the things that are happening in Nigeria, proud of our youth, proud of the academic um, aspect of Nigeria, the educational industry of Nigeria. I thank Professor Alim, who has just given his keynote speech. It was quite insightful. I acknowledge all the keynote speakers for this conference, all the organizers, the professors on ground. Thank you and well done. Once again, my name is Adiola Akinwale, and I have more than a decade of experience as a GIS analyst. And about 6, 7 years ago, I also went into the drone industry. I am a drone and a GIS consultant. One of my achievements is managing a team that deployed some drones to Lagos State government. And so I heard Professor Alim talking about Lagos State GIS. Yes, I was one of the um, project managers, and I worked with a consortium that deployed the Lagos State GIS, Enterprise GIS. We deployed some drones to Lagos State called Tigua S410 um, as part of the Lagos Enterprise GIS project. And we used that drone on another project to map the whole of Lagos. Lagos is about 3,600 square kilometers. And if you add the water bodies to that landmass, it's going over 4,000. So we did that using drones. A little more about me. I'm the founder of She Flies, and I'm also currently a senior analyst, drone consultant at Ajuno Limited in the UK. A fun fact about me, I just published my first book called Wait It Out. Wait It Out is simply a book about going through challenging times and coming out victorious. And I know that this topic actually resonates. I'm a Christian, and so the book is faith-based, but I also know that people go through challenges, nations go through challenges, um, institutions go through challenges, and they just need to learn how to go through it and come out tops. Okay, moving on swiftly, I'm going to talk about She Flies very briefly. We are a community that aims to strengthen and empower females in STEM, particularly in the drone sector, by driving early participation, early development of interest, so that when our community members begin to settle into careers, they have the required skill it takes to compete healthily and even get the good jobs, go further and do great things, impact their society using this technology. Over the years, we've organized quite a lot of trainings, webinars, and we see that even the male gender, they benefit a lot from our programs, so we do not discriminate. Our mission is to encourage more females so that we can close the gender gap in this male-dominated industry. And our strategy is to build an online community. We have community members from almost 30 countries around the globe. And what some of our objectives is to expose members to knowledge of what the industry needs, and then apply those skills and knowledge, in the industry. We also foster a lot of collaboration, partnership among members and among other people, relevant people in the industry. We mentor young people, especially females, on their career development within the drone industry. Now, I like to start with some inspiring quotes. Um, if you look at aerodynamics, especially when it comes to the plane, aeroplane, helicopter, even the drone technology, If anyone here has studied aerodynamics, you'll find out that they've copied from nature. And what do I mean by they copying from nature? The eagle actually faces the wind and uses the wind to soar higher, uses the wind, flaps his wings, and then faces the wind, the storm, uses those turbulence to gain speed and strength, and then soars higher. Again, the eaglet, when the eagle has its eggs and and then they hatch, when they are babies, the eagle will pick up the eaglets and throw them out of the nest, and then they expect these young eaglets to spread their wings and fly. Um, if an eaglet does not spread its wings to fly, it dies. And then sometimes the eagle will go and save it and then keep that challenge for another day until the eaglet learns to fly. So nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. So whatever you're going through, do not fear it. Whatever challenge you're facing, do not fear it. Once you gain an understanding of it in this GIS sector, in the drone industry, once you crack the code, the sky is the beginning of your limit. Now, we've done so many outreaches, some schools in Lagos, especially. This was an outreach in Agege, where we went there and exposed the student to some geospatial and drone technology skills, some coding skills as well. This we did in partnership with some of our partners in the industry. We've also had an outreach in Epe, where we expose the students to geospatial technology and the drone industry. And these are some of our members taking trainings. We're talking about She Flies right here. Now I'm going to go into drones. Many of us have heard about drones, so I'm just going to be very brief. Drones are also known as unmanned aerial vehicles. Some of us call it RPAS, remotely piloted aircraft system. And these are aircrafts that are flown autonomously. We use remote controls to control them, but majorly there is no human on board. Drones are usually equipped with different kinds of sensors, cameras, GPS, LiDAR, different payloads, multispectral cameras to capture data, to perform tasks, to transport objects. Now, application of drones in the SDG, I'm going to be specific about SDG 11, which talks about sustainable cities and communities. Professor Alim has done justice to different aspects of SDG, and he mentioned 11. Now, sustainable cities and communities aim to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable so that our cities can be habitable. Drones play a very vital role in helping our cities to achieve this goal. One of it is urban planning and infrastructure development. I'm going to talk about a use case. This was a personal project when I was taking my master's, my second master's in the University College London. I came to Nigeria, took my drone, went to a site in Lekki. Now, before I took that course, I had actually surveyed that area. This is a personal project just for fun, for learning, understanding how communities develop. Now, if you know anything about Lagos, you know that as posh as some areas are, there are slums within those areas. Slums within those areas. And I took my drone, I went to this slum, I captured the first image, and then when I was taking my master's, I went back there and surveyed that area again. A lot of things had happened. The government had come and destroyed some structures just because, we need to plan our cities appropriately. If we don't follow the master plan, every city has a master plan and should be followed, but certain things happen in the line of development, and we are where we are today. Urbanization drives slum growth. People migrate from the rural part of the country to the urban part of the country. They want greener pasture. They want to partake of what is going on in the city. Now, because we have a lot of slum growth, it alters population pattern, it alters developmental patterns. The settlement characteristics sizes. Due to the extreme and high spatial resolution and short flight times, UAVs are typically best suited to more localized level or site-specific tasks, such as slum upgrading initiatives. So these slums need to be studied. We need to study their pattern. We need to understand how they are growing. How are people migrating? How are people settling down? When they come from the village to the city, where are they living? Are they living under the bridge? Are they living in slum areas? Are they encroaching on other people's land? Things about, planning, urban development, rural planning, urban planning. These are things that drones help us to understand. Now we also have what we call satellite imagery. Everyone knows that this is OpenStreetMap community. So we'll have access to open geospatial data, open geospatial tools and platforms. And if you look at the images that we download or we have access to from satellite imagery, what I would say is that satellite imagery helps us to cover a larger area, but drones help us to drill down and to be more granular in our study. Now, this particular study highlighted the limitation of traditional satellite imagery and emphasizes the advantages of using drone images to capture detailed information about slum settlements. Now, this is a very simple comparison. This image was captured in 2022. The one on my right and on your left is a satellite imagery, and the one on my left and on your right is a drone imagery. Look at the sharp contrast. I'm not in any way ruling out the usefulness of satellite imagery, but I'm emphasizing the usefulness of drone images versus satellite imagery. Drones help us to drill down, help us to have better resolution, help us to understand our study, better, gives us sharper images, and the advantages are just so endless. This is a comparison, haven't captured the image, did a lot of processing, extracts the buildings, um, did some land classification methods, procedures, and we were able to come up with all these images. The first image on top is the satellite imagery, and the second image at the bottom is the drone image. Comparing that, you see that the drone image, especially in this case, in a smaller area, the drones were able to give us better results in terms of resolution and so many other factors. This is another image comparing. We were trying to compare um, what they used as their rooftop material. Some of them will use trampoline. This is Lagos. This is Lagos. Some of them will use trampoline as, the roof. Some of them would put tires on the roof on the trampoline just to hold the trampoline from blowing away when there's flood, rain, or heavy wind. And we were trying to drill down to understand how people were building on slums, encroached lands, and it was the drone image that gave us the resolution that we needed for this particular study. Okay, now I'm just going to compare. I've been saying it. I'm just going to compare in terms of resolution. The UAV imagery gives us very high resolution. That image was actually I think it was 4.2 centimeters, whereas the best resolution we can get from satellite imagery is about 30 centimeters. It could go as high as 50 centimeters. The coverage area, the image, drone image or UAV image is able to cover smaller areas for smaller study, smaller study. So the drone imagery or um, the drone equipment compared to satellite equipment, they all have their areas of specialization. They have their areas of specialization. If I wanted to study a very large city, I would use satellite imagery. I would, download from Google or from satellite imagery providers. But if I wanted to drill down, I wanted to be more granular, I wanted to have higher resolution, cover a smaller area, I would definitely go for drone images. So they all have their usefulness and their areas of applicability. The cost, the drones are cheaper, they are easier to access. And satellite imagery has its own cost implication as well. Data frequency, I can easily, like I said, I picked up my drone and I went to that area because it was close to where I live, and I was able to quickly cover some, very small landmass. satellite imagery, it has to be tasked. It has to be scheduled. In quotes, it has to be scheduled. Now, cloud interference, satellite imagery has a lot of cloud interference. Drones, from my experience, also has quite a number of cloud interference, but it is lower than satellite imagery. The historic data availability drones is limited, even though I was able to compare the historic data because I had gone to that location before in 2022, and then in 2023 I went back to that location. So I was able to have a little bit of historic data, but satellite imagery has extensive historic data, decades of historic data, and you can actually download this data and do some trend analysis, cluster. You can do a lot of land classification processes and and um, and actually compare satellite imageries of yesteryears, of decades, and to what it is now. You see how you can study trends and patterns, see how people are building, especially in our local communities. Back to this topic, benefits or comparison of drone imagery to satellite imagery, special sensor payloads, and then accessibility. So these are factors to consider when you have a project and you want to decide on what to go for in terms of drones or satellite imagery. Another use case here is the Lagos State use case. We were contracted by Lagos State to provide updated orthophoto of Lagos landmass. The orthophoto should have a spatial resolution of 5 centimeter or less. Actually, around 2010, Lagos State had actually captured the orthophoto of Lagos, and that orthophoto had a resolution of 10 centimeters, and they wanted to improve on it. So drones were able to help us achieve a resolution of less than 5 centimeters. Of course, as surveyors, as professionals, we all know that accuracy is another topic of discourse on its own. It's another kettle of fish. So we had to use Lagos State establishment around the city. We used stadium, we used schools, we used private universities just to be able to have takeoff sites. And we had to, plan differently for different terrains at different locations. And we also had to deploy controls around Lagos. Of course, Lagos State also has its own continuous operating reference stations scattered around the city. What are the benefits of using drones to the state? Less expensive. It was less expensive. We're able to do some change detection, data repository, more accurate surveys, and then it increases the IGR through property tax, because from 2010 to 2021, 2022, when the drone data capture was carried out, a lot of buildings, about 2 million buildings, had been developed that were not in the records of Lagos State. So the more you have properties mapped and counted for, the more internally generated revenue you can access. This was the team. I'm just there, right there, bottom, with a lot of guys on my team. Okay, this is the landmass, and this was how we were able to section Lagos to be able to capture this the entire Lagos. This is all another work progress, just an image to show work progress. And what were the platforms we used? We used VTOL drones. VTOL drones is called vertical takeoff and landing, and we use this because it's easier to use compared to a fixed wing drone. A fixed wing drone needs a runway, say about 100 meters long, whereas a VTOL drone is just going to take off on the spot vertically and is able to land vertically as well. We also used a Wingtra, which is also a VTOL drone, take off vertically and land vertically. And then we used a fixed wing. This has more endurance, definitely, but it needed a runway. This was the Tigua S410 drone that we deployed to Lagos State government. And these are some of the activities going on field. Now look at this image. I talked about image comparison. Look at this image on my left and the one on my right. It's the same location. The one on my left is a location in Ikorodu. It has 10 centimeters spatial resolution. The one on my right is the same location. Look at the level of development that had taken place within the space of a little over a decade. So capturing this, enumerating these buildings, you already know what has gone on over the years. This is why we need to continue to map, continue to keep data, continue to take records, continue to send our men to field, do a lot of enumeration to know how many people are within this community, how many buildings have been built, do we have this building record, do they have building permits, does the government have the record, can we tax these properties? This is how governments all over the world generate their revenue. Now, talking about what government does with the funds and, are they giving back to the community, is the property tax that they are taking from the community, are they using it to develop the community, is another kettle of fish. I'm not going to go there, but you can easily look at this image and see the level of development, change detection, trends, and building patterns that have taken place over the years. Now, this was we showcasing this Tigwa S410 drone, 25 kg drone, during the Nigeria European 8th EU Nigeria Business Forum. The governor was there to visit our stand and to also look at the drone, the drone that we had deployed to Lagos State government. Now, I'm not going to go into my speech in full, but I'm going to go through the abstract. I believe that my speech has been included in the brochure for today. You can read through, but I just wanted to touch on a few things in the abstract. The rapid advancements in drone technology offer unprecedented opportunities for enhancing geospatial mapping and data collection. This keynote speech explores the transformative potential of drone-assisted mapping, which I've already done. We've gone through different use cases with a focus on empowering women and fostering inclusivity in community development. Highlighting the theme of the State of the Map Nigeria 2024 conference, AI-assisted mapping, drone and open geospatial for SDGs. The discussion will focus on how integrating women into geospatial field can drive innovation and address local needs more effectively. And before I go on to bridging the gap and so many other key points, I want to mention that it is obvious that the GIS drone surveying field is a little, tiny little, really bit more male dominated than female, than we have female participation. And it is important for us to continue to drive and encourage our females into, coming into this field. It is very, very important. Now, I believe that anything you lay in the hands of a woman succeeds. Why? Because the woman is a home builder. When the woman builds a home, she builds a business, she builds a community, she builds the nation. Okay? It is important for us to always encourage the females as well to gain more interest, to come into this field, and to it is also important for us to give the women the chance. Encourage any woman you see around you, encourage such woman to take that position, especially when you know that they have the capacity to deliver, especially when you know that they have the capacity to deliver. Addressing how drone technology can be leveraged to increase women's participation in STEM field, particularly in geospatial science, thereby enriching the fields with diverse perspective. Now, the geospatial world, the drone world, we can use these tools to actually address local problems. And when we talk about local problems need local solutions. Local problems need local solutions. I'm not going to import a solution from the UK, from the US, from Germany, from Australia, from different parts of the world, and just dump it in Africa. Africa has specialized problems and it needs specialized people to solve Africa's problem. It is only Africans that can solve Africa's problem. So even while we go around the world and we try to get solutions from all around the world, we need to contextualize the solution and then bring it home. Now, when we are bringing home the solution, we need people at home to deploy these solutions and make them happen. I celebrate the men in our midst. I celebrate all the male figures. I love to work with men, but I also always encourage that the men should give the women the chance to deploy these solutions. And it's one of the reasons why I put together She Flies. In She Flies, we always encourage females to go for their dreams. We always train. We try to train, impart knowledge, give them the opportunity so that when they begin to choose their careers, they begin to, apply for the jobs, they can compete healthily, they can settle well into these careers, well into these industries and thrive. Okay. So we need to bridge the gap. Now I've already touched on enhancing local solutions, demonstrating how women's involvement in drone assisted mapping projects can lead to more accurate and contextually relevant solutions for community challenges, such as disaster responses, environmental monitoring, and such like. Now, all these initiatives should support the Sustainable Development Goals, um, especially sustainable cities. If you go to these slums, you will see that there are more women there with children than even the men. More women with children than the men. And you see a woman on the street selling, hawking, trying to make ends meet. So we need all these solutions to be able to drive inclusiveness and to be able to deploy the solutions for better sustainable cities. Now, the last thing I'm going to touch on is fostering collaboration. No one can do it by themselves. No one succeeds alone. If you put lots of wood, lots of sticks in the fire becomes bigger. It begins to burn, a glow. It is burning. The heat is hot. When you take out one wood from off the fire, it will just look like it's still burning. Before you know it, it loses its steam, it loses its fire. So that is why collaboration is key in this industry. No one knows it all. So if you have knowledge, you have resources, you have access to licenses, you put together trainings, train people, especially the females in your class, in your business, give them more opportunity. Collaborate with industry experts. Let LinkedIn be your friend. You need to leverage all the opportunities on LinkedIn. Send people DMs. If you send 100 DMs or you send 50 DMs or you send 10 DMs, at least one person will answer. If you ask, I know how they chased me for me to be able to be a part of this of this conference. I had to take the day off and I already see messages, dropping into my emails, into my chat. And I told them, no, I have to be there for my country to pass across this message. Give people a chance, foster collaboration. If you're a lecturer, I beg you by the mercies of God, don't make the course too difficult for people to pass. Yes, let them know it, transfer the knowledge, but help people to succeed in life. Foster collaboration. Let there be partnerships. I love what you're doing. I've already said that, Unique Mappers, you're doing a great job. Continue to do this job. It might look like you're not doing much, but before you know it, in the future, the fire will be bigger than this. Okay? So let us continue to partner with industry experts all over the world. When they give you the solution, you need to contextualize it to the Nigerian local community. Okay? Because only Nigerians can solve Nigeria's problem. Only locals can solve local problem. With these few points of mine, I would like to, yes, I said I wasn't going to go through the long speech. It's already in the brochure. As I close, embrace emerging technology. Technology has come to stay. Use AI, train AI to help you. you can train ChatGPT to give you the desired result. You can tell it to do this for you, do that for you, avoid plagiarism, but train AI to help you with your work. Collaboration, I've talked about that. Never give up. Continue to put in the work. The sky is the beginning of your limit. And lastly, I would say encourage the girl child. Encourage the girl child. These are my handles, my email. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm on Instagram. You can send me an email. My number is there. Thank you for having me. And this is my time. Thank you, everyone. Take questions. Thank you. Over to you, moderator. Thank you.
Much, Adela Akinwale, for that amazing presentation. That's really women empowering presentation. Very, very evangelistic about women mapping a drone. Can we just re-echo it? Women in the conference, when I say State of the Map Nigeria 2024, you re-echo women in drone mapping. State of the Map Nigeria 2024 of the map. Can we also hear the male voice? Gender equality. State of the Map Nigeria 2024. Oh, oh, that's amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. At Unique Mappers Network and the OpenStreetMap community, global and local, we are quite sensitive to gender equality, gender inclusive mapping in our community. And we drive SDG 5 to ensure that women are empowered with geospatial skill. And that is why in March, every year at Unique Mappers, we drive the International Women's Day, using it to empower the girls and women with open geospatial skill. Thank you very much, Adela Akinwale, for that. And we'd love to continue to partner with you. We are going to invite you more for a special program for the women.
Thank you.
Please, we will encourage all our keynote speakers for this morning to just hang on. We are going to have the question and answer section after the next keynote speaker that will be coming on board. And so all our participants, get your questions ready, and we'll be able to have you also ask your question. And our keynote speakers, those who are here, will come to the high table and then be able to also address some of the questions and those joining us online. So we are moving to the next keynote speaking for today, and that will be coming from Professor Andrew A. Obafemi from University of Port Harcourt. Can we just give him a round of applause? He will be speaking on the availability, quality, and currency of maps and its implication for SDGs in Nigeria. Professor Obafemi, Professor A.A. Obafemi is Professor of Geography and Environmental Management and Geoinformatics, and is Geography and Environmental Management, University of Port Harcourt. He is a former national president of Nigerian Cartographic Association, and he is also the former director for Center for Disaster Risk Management and Development Studies, University of Port Harcourt. Let's have him speak to us.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Victor. Thank you, all delegates and participants. I also appreciate the I appreciate the beautiful presentation by Mrs. Adeola. Quite impactful and enriching. So this morning, please permit, apologies, I was trying to sort out my timing with the other conference I'm attending, so I'm just stepping aside to handle this before I go back to take on my duty out there. So I will be talking very shortly on the availability, quality, and currency of maps. Yeah. From the abstract I've sent, which is actually that opens up what we'll be discussing really this morning, I can say that hello, are you hearing me, please? Are you hearing me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Oh, all right, thank you. Okay. In the abstract, I had said the usability and functionality capacity of any map is dependent mostly on its quality, currency, and availability to meet specific deployment needs and fit for purpose functions. We just listened to a very beautiful presentation from Adeola. And of course, you agree with me that all she did and what she has done so far is a fit for purpose endeavor where drone has been effectively and efficiently deployed to handle specific purpose. In my paper here, I try to look at the needs, the map need objectives for achieving SDG goals. And then we're looking at it from a particular asking questions as to what and why is what is where. We know about maps. Map is all about asking what is where and providing answer to what is where. But to do this, the issue of currency and availability, both in quality and quantity for evaluating and showcasing SDG activities and milestones are very key. And that is why identifying existing gaps, which are already coming up in most of the presentation I've also had this morning and since yesterday, becomes very important, especially in this conference, as part of the take-home and community that will help us to moving forward. So this morning, I won't be talking so much about SDG because Prof actually provided a beautiful clip on SDG. What is important that I want to stress is the fact that when you look at the 17 SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10, reduce inequality. 11, sustainable cities and communities. Responsible consumption and production, climate change, life below water. All of these, and to the 17th of them, should present the need and necessity for ubiquitous maps. And that's why sometimes we call map as ubiquitous and indispensable tool for achieving so many things. Now, there's a consensus to weave around what is referred to as 6 transformation for achieving SDGs around the following. And of course, various key host stakeholders have advocated integrated approach and the investment pathways needed to fulfill SDG, especially by 2020, with respect to 2020 agenda. It's also important for us to note that sustainable development to be achieved, it is crucial to harmonize risk core elements: economic growth, social inclusions, and environmental protections. And looking at this, we also realize that MAP is ubiquitous and necessary. Of course, let me also stress that operationalizing the 17 SDG goals, projecting their milestones of progress, the activities, and what they've achieved so far, honestly has positioned cartographers and other map makers, specialists, drone specialists like we had of Adeola, beautiful paper from Adeola's breakthrough paper, to play a key role in mapping and monitoring its progress, activities, and achievements. There are 6 focal issues: education, gender, and equality, 1; health, well-being, and demography, 2; energy, decarbonization, and sustainable industry, 3; sustainable food, water, land, water, and ocean, 4; and 5; sustainable cities and communities, and number 6; digital revolution for sustainable development. These 6 have been called or named SDG transformations as modular building blocks that will help to achieve SDG. Now, looking at all these 6, education, gender, and inequality, quality maps, very up-to-date and current maps are required to showcase the progress in education, the education index across countries, education index across communities. We talk about gender. We also can map gender equality, gender inequalities, gender inclusion, gender participation across various sectors and dimensions that we can look at it. So, but it is not just any map, but we are talking about quality map. We're talking about up-to-date map that is equally available. Because for one thing is to have a good map. Another thing is to have that map available and fit for purpose at all times. The second building block in the SDG transformational setting for achievement is what they call health, well-being, and demography. Maps are required, and maps have been used voraciously to be able to show the health index across the world, regional health index, and then even performance indicators, especially from health and accessibility to health and what have you. So maps are so important when it comes to disseminating information with respect to the progress being made in health all over the world and across nations, as well as particularly in our country. Today, climate change has become a very topical issue globally, even though the developing worlds are suffering more of the impact. And Nigeria is taking a cue to ensuring that it play a pivotal role in Africa by setting up climate change commission and by putting a lot of things in a strategy in place to ensure that the impact of climate change are mitigated in our country. Geographers, map makers, cartographers, scientists all need to showcase how climate change impact is being felt across various spatial dimensions. And so in that case, we will be making contributions and providing up-to-date information for people to be able to understand and appreciate how climate change has impacted and how climate change mitigation is also being achieved, especially from the perspective of SDG. Sustainable food. To deal with hunger, you must know what is where. To deal with land, to manage land, you must know what is where and why it wasn't where, which map provides. Now, food resources, land resources, water resources, and our oceans are important resources that we all need all over the world to be able to earn better living depending on how we're able to access them. Of course, we need maps to be able to deal with all of those things. And if the maps are accurate, if the maps are up to date, we're able to access the right, land that is needed for what particular purpose, fit for purpose. We're able to access where food is available and where food is not available, which are potential areas where there will be hunger. The map can be used to display all of those things to enable planners and ensure that they're able to plan for where there are abundance and they're able to plan for where there are shortages. The same thing with water. Today in our country all over the world, we are dealing with floods. We are dealing with excess water, flash floods in our cities, excess water across the country. Of course, we are also dealing with the issue of dams, dam management. And I'm happy the government is, even though reactive instead of being proactive, at least have taken note of the fact that they can do more. We can do more as a country than what we have done so far to be able to ensure that we reduce the impact and effect of flooding on our people. In some other climes, in Nigeria, we have two basic seasons, the wet season, the dry season. Incidentally, we have longer of the wet season and shorter of the dry season. But there are other places across the world where they have very long period of dry season and a shorter period of wet season. So for those communities, for those countries and places, they've been able to harness water and keep them in reservoir and dams to use them as irrigation purposes when they are needed. Planning all of these things require an updated map, a current map. Planning all of these things need the map makers to make those maps available for those that we need those things, those maps as resource tools for effective planning. We just listened to a talk from Adeola talking about cities. I've been working on a project of making city resilience, and I've been involved in disaster management also across the country. And I know that we are not doing so well when it comes to disaster management in our country. We identify the risks. We know that these are the hazard places, but these are the vulnerable places. With the level of classification that we have done so far using maps, low vulnerability areas, high vulnerability, medium vulnerability areas, which are effective tools for people in power or those stakeholders who are supposed to be managers of all of this information to be able to use them effectively. We are not getting the results. So today, as I join in this particular community of unit mappers and in this conference, I'm still also saying that we can do far better, especially in the way disaster management has been coordinated, issues have been coordinated or are being coordinated. And then if we avail ourselves of what evidence-based vulnerability-based or assessment-based maps that are provided. Beautiful GIS analysis have been provided across our research, our research universities and departments, including what the unit mappers have been doing so far. We will go a long way to also making improved effort, achieving improved effort in our sustainable development in our country. So map is important. Map is indispensable. But not only map is important and indispensable, but quality map is what we're talking about. And when it is of high quality and is current, then its availability must be seen as key also. The sixth block, the modular building block that has been advocated that summarizes SDG achieving SDG, sorry, is what we call digital revolution for sustainable development. You can see that's where using geospatial maps, using drone has come. And I'm happy that the advocacy that is stressed again with the last lecture, or the last paper, especially when we listen to a kind of comparative analysis and advantages between satellite imaging system and then the drone imaging system, especially when it comes to the issue of resolution, whether it is spatial resolution, or we are talking about temporal resolution, or we are talking about isometric resolution. All of these brings to fore that the need for modern technology produced maps are very key to help in our sustainable development. For instance, in the Atlant Action Agenda for Science, especially to provide the knowledge required for designing, implementing, and monitoring the SDG transformations, the availability of high quality, recent, and up-to-date maps are inevitable. And indeed, let me say again, in the performance indicator and monitoring of SDG achievement, there was an action plan for science and technology, which is actually meant to provide knowledge which is required for the designing, for implementing, and for effective monitoring of SDGs. And I'm saying, therefore, that in the light of our gathering here this morning, that I'm speaking to my topic on the importance of availability, quality, and currency of maps, especially to help achieve a sustainable development goal. The availability of high quality, recent and up-to-date maps, therefore, are inevitable. So now, it is important we just zero down to specifics now. So many years ago, at the onset of our history of cartography and mapping, there was a definition that I've always loved to make reference to, irrespective of the advancement in technology that we have achieved today. And that definition talks about the definition of map, which says map is a circumstantial account of the state of things. I come again, map defined and conceptualized as a circumstantial account of the state of things. In other words, where we are coming from, there are maps indicating the status at that time. Where we are now, we have maps that are indicating the status, the recent happenings. Just like the last presenter said, comparing the imaging system, imagery of past 10 years and current 10 years to be able to evaluate what has changed and the trend of change in the land use and land cover over Lagos. That shows that mapping is important. Map is important as it helps us to be able to put in record what existed at a particular point in time and where we are today. Now, it is a common knowledge that the inability of MDGs, Medium Development Goals, to achieve its intended goal is what extended it to the World System General Assembly coming up in 2015 to say, look, we need to extend this beyond here. And now translated to what we have, transformed to what we have today as Sustainable Development Goals. Something that's likened to that is in the disaster management, we have what we call Kyoto Protocol, which lasted from 2005 until 2010. So 2015. The intention was to ensure that there's reduction in risks and hazard to which people are exposed to. And we're able to manage the world system in such a way that nations will buy into all the strategies and targets, priorities and targets. But by 2015, it was obvious that the intended targets and priorities that were to be achieved by the Kyoto Protocol for disaster risk reduction was not achieved. That led also to the transforming it into what we call Sendai framework, which is the current 15 years tenured global strategic plan to managing risk and disaster risk reduction in all over the world. Now, coming back to the issue of MAP and SDG, it's important for us to appreciate that at all times within MAP, the intention here is not to go back to cartography 101 or MAP lecture 101, where we are beginning to talk about uses of maps and so on. No, I just want to build upon all of those foundations that other presenters have already provided in the course of this conference, that we need maps, we need quality maps. And it's important to appreciate that there are certain elements that we make for what we call a quality map. Let me just stress on that a little before I begin to wind down. Now, when you say quality map is required, what do we mean? What are those basic elements of a quality map? Whether it has to do with map, AI-assisted map, or it has to do with orthophoto, it has to do with satellite imagery, satellite imagery, or even the manual maps that we have been using before now, talk less of the GIS produced maps. I want to review briefly 10 key elements, and we'll see why it is important. Our maps must be current, our maps must be available and of the quality that is fit for purpose at any point in time. Sometimes I've been to places and I see, number one is title of a map. There are maps that are produced that from the title of the map itself, there's an introduced ambiguity. So for a map to have to provide the quality required to be able to answer fit for purpose, the title of that map must be very clear. The title of the map must be very straightforward. And the title must speak to the content of that particular map. Number two element is the scale of the map. Like I tell my students that a map is not a map when it does not have a scale. Or one of my professors say, there are maps and there are many other maps. That is to say that you can have beautiful pictures, you can have beautiful diagrams, and the majority of people call it map. But for those of us in the profession, there are certain things, elements that must define what a good map is, and that is the scale. Whether you are looking at it from the three usual normal way of presenting or representing scale, either the linear scale or the verbal scale or the representative fraction scale. The presentation of this scale is important. It must not be ambiguous. Today, we talk about first among equals, especially when it comes to deploying map for thematic or fit for purposes. And people will want to know what is actually the scale of this map in order to be able to understand the features, the element and the features being shown in that map. And that is where the issue of linear maps are linear scales are very important. These graphic linear scales, no matter the level of reproductivity or reduction or enlargement that is done, it will still be representative of the future of that map. And so when you have that, then you can say that yes, that is a map that is speaking to quality. Number 3, orientation of a map is important. When I did a kind of a quiz, and we get off some maps to a community of people, we just want to find out how familiar they are with map, how familiar they are with the location we are displaying, and what they can make out from it. We produce some maps without giving them a kind of edges, what we call border lines. We produce some maps absent or devoid of all of this indicator I'm discussing here. And then we now produce two other categories of maps that have all these elements, these 10 elements I'm discussing here. And we want people to respond to them. One of the map, the third categories, we didn't add scale, we didn't add orientation, we didn't put a title, we didn't even put lettering, that is the place names. We just left only the features. So now there's a background, there's a feature, what we call figure ground background relationship. It became obvious that it is only people that are familiar with that place that were able to hold that map in the appropriate orientation that it was meant to be held. In other words, by their familiarity with that place, they can predict the north indicator, the orientation of the map. They can also predict where and how the map should be placed on the wall, because we wanted them to go and place it on the wall as a way of indicating that they actually know what the map speaks to. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to say that, yes, as we talk about availability of map, we want maps that are of high quality, having all of these elements input in them, so that they can communicate the intention. Because one important thing about map is that it must communicate what is intended without any ambiguity or the users finding it difficult to make use of it. I have talked about the neat lines, I've talked about border, map border. They are all important. Legend is another, number 5 is legend, which is very, very essential, which is also very, very important. It defines what are the features that a map actually communicates. So without a legend, without a key, it's difficult to understand a map. And today, where we have a lot of technology in manipulating symbols and features, we must also provide very interactive, very excellent legend and key that will make people to be able to ensure that they understand the symbology of a map, so that the outcome and the intention will not be denied. Another 6 point. The 6 point is giving credit to who is the source, what is the source, giving credit to the map source, the name of the maker, and the time of creation, and then the projection system. We have a lot of maps around us today that does not meet all of these criteria and quality and characteristics. So as we advocate for high quality, current up-to-date maps that we'll be using to showcase and monitor the development of SDG in all over the world, and especially in our country, those of us who have a responsibility on us now as map makers to ensure that we produce maps that actually will be very easy for people to know who produced the map and where the map was produced, when the map was produced, so that we can know how old or how new. Very recently, I was just watching a news segment, and I saw a particular state map. I live in Rivers State, and I saw a map that was produced. And I just quickly look at my wife and say, oh, look at the map that is being displayed here. This was the map of old Rivers State. But the news is about Rivers State. So I expected that the map being produced, being showcased, should be speaking to only Rivers State. So in other words, and we have locator maps. A lot of people are not able to differentiate between a locator map and the map itself. An inset map or a locator map is so important for us to know the general background from where the map we are using to disseminate information that we are producing actually comes from. So for us, there are map makers in training, cartographers in training, GIS specialists in training, drone specialists in training. Let's understand that in the production of those images, we need to downscale and interpret and now produce the maps that will be easy for people to understand. And that's why we need to understand all of these basic elements and ensure that they help in building up high quality maps that will help to communicate what is intended. Now, graphic designs. When you talk about graphic designs, it must be effective. The legend, the arrow, the scale, the touch, all of them fit into the graphic design of a good map. So it must be neat and clear. Of course, the lines must be proportional. When you are showing local government boundary, it should not be the same as when you are still state boundary or international boundary. Appropriate and consistent symbols are available in such in a good map. Systematically balanced, avoiding crowd and blank areas, so that whenever anyone picks the map and we are using it, it will speak clearly of what the map is intended to communicate. We find a lot of maps in marketplace that are so rowdy, they are so dense, and what we call figure ground is defeated. Clarity in terms of figure ground is defeated. And you find some maps too that coloring is blurring and even over and imposing on the lettering. So you are not able to see the lettering shooting out with good contrast from the background color. So all of these are the intention of cartographers designing a good map and ensuring that all of these graphics are well designed to ensure that the decision-making process by the users of the map are not mistaken or misled. So that is why we are emphasizing here that as we talk about quality of map, as we talk about recency or currency of maps, we must ensure that all of these elements are in what map we are producing to help in the advocacy for the progress and milestones in the SDG, especially in our country. Then there's the issue of visual hierarchy. But that is the 9th element, just one more to go. Now, when you talk about visual hierarchy, it talks about the symbology that should be used for both the lettering, both the line width, both the shading. I mentioned line width earlier when I was talking about state boundary and local government boundary. How about coloring? The color you use, if the value of quantums of what you are displaying is more than the one in the other area that you are also showcasing. For instance, there is Bayelsa State, there's Rivers State. I want to show the accessibility to healthcare, which is one of the cardinal goals of the SDG. We should be able to show the coloring of Rivers State map and Bayelsa State map different by the way we show the hierarchy. And then within each of the states, the hierarchy will help us to be able to know which area of the state have higher access to health, medium access to health, or least access to health. Facilities or health with poverty, measuring poverty, we'll be able to show that we're able to ensure that people understand by not seeing the metadata or in fact, the data we use to produce a map, but just merely looking at the map, they can say that, oh, this is where the flood most impacted communities by flood in this year, medium impacted communities by flood, and least impacted community by flood, by the way we're able to demonstrate the use of maps and visual hierarchy. Lastly, it talks about purpose. In my abstract, I talked about advocating for fit for purpose map and making it recent and of high quality that will be available to showcase the milestones and progress that is being made, that ought to be made a way forward with respect to SDG. Now, in this last element of a good map, we're talking about the purpose of a map must not be lost. All maps have a purpose which should influence every element of that map and even the layout. A cartographer should be able to clearly articulate the purpose of their map and should keep the audience who the map is going to be used by, as well as the client who the maps is being produced for in mind. So this is a lesson for us so that we can get into the market, get into the society, maps that are usable, not maps that are available but not usable, not maps that are available but not current, are very old maps, not maps that are available but of very low quality, but maps that combines the quality of accuracy, currency, availability, and fit for purpose. That is what I'm advocating for this in this my presentation this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the opportunity given to me to be a part of this conference this year. By closing, let me just state that ultimately, modern geospatial mapping technologies, including AI-assisted maps, helps users understand patterns, relationships, and geographic context. This is very important. In whatever way and whatever elements of these SDGs, 17 SDGs goals we are talking about, we need to understand the pattern of their accomplishment and the operationalization so far, and the in geographic context. The benefits also include improved communication. When you have a high quality, modern, up-to-date map, there is already an element of improved communication because of the recency of technology. The efficacy level has been heightened because of the modern technology we use today. Then we talk about decision making will be almost seamless and error-free, or let me say not totally error-free, but error reduced because of the quality of such map, because of the recency of that map, because of the way the graphic designs have been able to bring together the map maker intention and the map user's need at all times. What are my recommendations this morning? I should recommend that we should invest more into improving the quality of maps. This takes a lot of things. This includes a lot of things. Invest in educating map specialists to ensure that they know what is trending in terms of producing quality maps, updating and having recent up-to-date maps, and where and how to make their output, that is the maps, available, and who will be the users. Number 2 recommendations. I'm also saying that we should ensure that modern geospatial maps functionalities, especially from the level of data entry, data display, data management, information retrieval, and analysis are improved also. Because for us to be able to talk about available, quality, and recent or up-to-date map, it is based on all of this foundation of what is the quality of data entry, what is how did we manage the data that we got, information retrieval, and all the analysis and so on. Thank God for GIS. Thank God that took us from the manual cartography to digital assisted cartography. Today, we thank God for satellite imaging system. And now we are dealing with AI technology. All of this technology we must leverage to produce more fit for purpose maps. That is my 3rd recommendation. Leveraging on technology, modern technology, to produce more fit for purpose maps. Because if you produce maps that do not perform specific purpose, then and just leave it as the general use, its uses may also be abused or may not be assessed the way we ought to. The 4th recommendations this morning, colleagues and layered listener, is that we should create an environment to make needed maps more available and accessible. What do I mean by creating more environment? When I was teaching in one of my class of history of cartography or the map making, those days we talk about the emperors. It was only the emperors that had so much money to be able to produce maps in slates. And they have slaves that carries the maps, following them around for them to be able to know locations and show futures. Today we talk about not maps available to everyone, but not all are accessible to these maps, that even though they're available, not all are accessible. Why? Maybe because of the cost. Maps are not cheap to produce. Maps take a lot of things before a final edition comes up. And by the time all of these processes have actually run the line, and the eventual maps is either produced, either hard copy or online, not all that needs the map have access to these maps, either because of lack of access due to lack of access due to fund of maybe the cost of accessing those websites to get them. I'm therefore saying that we can make good and quality current up-to-date maps a little bit cheaper to make it accessible and available to the would-you-be users of this map. That will also upscale what is being done with SDG. And finally, I also want to submit that where possible, we could customize maps in local symbology, showcasing SDGs activities for a more inclusive rural buy-in of SDGs. What do I mean? And how do I mean? Now, as far as grassroots rural communities are concerned, communication is key to their understanding of what particular SDG goals that is being driven in their community or into their community. We may speak the big grammars of those goals, but we must cascade them down to what we call traditional and local knowledge and language. In the same vein, I'm advocating for certain symbology that people are used to, some representation that people are used to, some map analogies that people are used to, so that in ensuring that there's a higher buy-in and understanding of features that are represented in maps, the local communities, the uneducated, unschooled communities are still able to understand what SDG goals are and what is being done and what are the projections in the SDGs, and what are to be achieved in the time ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to appreciate your attention and for giving me this opportunity, especially the organizers, for giving us this atmosphere to speak to why we need available maps, why we need to ensure that our maps are made accessible to those who will need them, and why we need to encourage those in government and those that have the resources and the decision makers to encourage the education of geospatial new modern technologies in drone assisted mapping, computer assisted mapping, geospatial satellite cartography, and all world, so that our youth today, we also have a future in entrepreneurship to be able to do what the likes of Adeola that just presented a beautiful paper to us, is also doing. Or somebody like myself that have eaten and drank from my knowledge and teaching of mapping and cartography for over 3 decades. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate it. God bless you.
Can we just give a round of applause again for our keynote speaker, Professor A.A. Obafemi from University of Port Harcourt. Thank you, sir, for that amazing presentation.
You're welcome.
We are set for our training workshop. And before we go for that, we just want to have a few minutes for question and answer section. And I believe our keynote speakers online are staying back with us. Prof, can you stay put? And Adeola Akinwale, I hope you are still online.
Yes,
I'm
still on. Yeah,
have your section. Yeah, and we also invite our Prof, Professor Alim, to the high table. Please, you can come over here. I need us to do just 2 things. Everyone here, just 2 things. Please, number one, we can you just go to the website of this conference, State of the Map Nigeria 2024. How you search for it is 2024 State of the Map. Then you will see all our keynote speakers, photograph and profile. Starting from yesterday, I just need you to take a screenshot of each of these keynote speakers, starting from our lead keynote speaker, Professor Lazarus Ojigi. Take a screenshot, send to your social media, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, send there, and then let the world know that he did a very amazing work presentation yesterday. Do that to the second keynote speaker, do that to the third keynote speaker, and then today. Please, I just need every one of you to do that. That's number one task for every one of us. Can you just give yourself a round of applause for that? Great. So number two task is that as we move now to the section for the technical section, as you are moving along, just walk. As you are walking down there, you can see a very beautiful environment in AFRIGIS, African Regional Institute for Geospatial Science and Technology. Very beautiful, serene for your study, advanced studies in geospatial science and technology. So as you are moving, just take a selfie, take a selfie of yourself. You know, you're beautiful, you're handsome, and then just send it to the social media. And I want to see your social presence, your social media presence today. And take a snapshot of yourself, the hall, everywhere, and then send to your social media handle, and then hashtag State of the Map Nigeria 2024. And hashtag all our partners, hashtag AFRIGIS, hashtag Science Starter, hashtag TomTom, hashtag what else? Youth Mappers, everyone, please do that. Just 2 tags. Are you going to do that for us? Oh, that's great. So we hand over to our amiable moderator and the MC to help us, and we'll move along. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my coordinator. We go straight to the question and answer. So we have listened to our keynote speakers, Professor A.F. Alim, Professor A.A. Obafemi, and Adiola Kinwale. So on that beautiful presentation, if we have any comments, we have questions, we have clarity of any doubts we may have, we are free. Can I see your hand up if you have questions anywhere? We give you the opportunity to make your remark, your question. Anybody with question? Okay. Okay. And okay. Oh, okay. What about online? Do you have questions online? Check out for us. Those of us, maybe you are still ruminating on your question, you can send it along. And if you have online, or you are just thinking of it, you can quickly put down a note, scribble something on paper, and quickly pass it across to us here. We oblige you. So any okay. In the absence of any comments, I'll just give the keynote speaker, Professor K.F. Ali. So just give us like a take-home comment. So Prof, I'll give you that opportunity. Then our keynote speakers are just that same opportunity too. The ED is not here, so Professor Olukoyi will also give a take-home comments Dr. Ujotu will give us a take-home comments. So, firstly, let me start from the first keynote speaker, Professor Alim.
Yeah, thank you very much, the moderator. The conference has been a wonderful one. And of course, in my paper, I've looked at some of the issues about the AI assisted mapping. So we look at policy. In Nigeria, we have something in form of national data infrastructure policy. We equally have a lot of laws, rules that actually deals with mapping. And when Prof was speaking about the quality of map, he also talked about the source and of course the person who produced the map. There are laws and rules relating to that too. I think we have something in form of the so-called Surveyors Council of Nigeria law. We have building codes. We have a lot of ethical issues, code of ethics, and the way you go about it. So since all those things are in place, I think one of our problems now may likely be implementation. The laws are there, the rules are there. Why do we still have quackery? Some people just believe without having the knowledge of what they need to do, they want to reap from it. So, meaning that major issue of quackery, we should find a way of solving it. And also, about the policy, permit me to tell you here that, to say that here, we don't have any policy about AI assisted mapping right now. And that is one of the key issues I try to advocate when I was talking of a policy for geospatial data and infrastructure. So the government of the day, and of course, those who are the helm of surveyor, we need to actually look into that to have a good policy that will solve this, our problem of AI assisted mapping, and of course, open geospatial data infrastructure. We need to look at that properly. If we are able to get that, I want to believe that we need to find something useful for ourselves in this country. That the key issues on the policy, I highlighted some of them in the full paper. If we are able to give all those particular key issues the attention it deserves, the issue of open geospatial, we actually proud of. And one of the key issues I mentioned is about giving room for emerging technologies. Today is AI, and other things may actually come in future. So with that, we'll be able to actually move along with whatever development that actually comes in future. And more important, we discuss about the education too. Our curriculum should be all embracing so that the future professionals will be able to actually align with the current emerging technologies and of course the emerging technologies that may actually come in future. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for our prof. Thank you very much. The absence of the ED, I will hand over the microphone. But take home a minute. Just give us that job. Bam.
Thank you, MC. I would like to thank all the speakers. Professor Allen, thank you for this beautiful presentation. And I believe many of us here, we have taken notes to give us a lot of information on AI, open geospatial data, and then the link to SDGs. We appreciate you, sir. I also like the presentation made by Professor Obafemi. In fact, he took us to the root of cartography. And we should learn to present good maps. That's one of the take home that I understand, I note from his presentation. And he mentioned something that I would like us to note. He said in his recommendations, among the recommendations, he mentioned local symbology. That is, we should produce map in such a way that it helps us to solve our local challenges, to address local, societal, and environmental issues. And on that, I remember in my class, I used to ask students that if you will need to go and meet the king of your village, and locally in the culture, the king must not see color blue. And you are taking the map to go and show the place where you want to site a well or you want to site a borehole. And there is a river somewhere there in the village. You know, conventionally, the river should be in blue. But locally, culturally, the king must not see color blue. How are you going to address that as a scientist? I think you need to understand the local reality, the realities of your local environment. This is a challenge. So I like that recommendation, local symbology. Thank you, Prof, for that beautiful presentation, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much.
So my keynote speakers.
Sorry, I didn't mention Adeola also for the beautiful presentation. We also enjoy your presentation. Thank you.
So a round of applause for our prof and round of applause for Adeola also. And before I come to you, my doc, the keynote speakers online, just a minute.
Hello, can I go for it?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the keynote speakers and the organizers of this conference. I'm really excited at what is going on, and I want to acknowledge all professors in the house. I've learned so much, learned from Professor Alim, learned from Professor Obafemi. In fact, when Professor Obafemi was delivering his speech and he was taking us through those cartographic tips, I had just finished a course, like I said, here in London, and those were the exact things our lecturers were teaching us. So you were spot on, you delivered intellectually, and I really appreciate you, sir. Well done, and well done to everybody. In conclusion, I would like to say that the world has become a global village. Yes, we are localizing solutions. There's so much tools out there, so much knowledge, so much technology. We need to leverage all these technologies and then localize our solutions. When we localize our solutions, only we ourselves, Nigerians, can talk about the problem and the solutions we are deploying. So let's make use of what platforms help us to be in the global scheme of things. Yes, we are localizing solution. When we do that, let's make our noise. Let's portray the good sides of Nigeria on social media, Twitter, which is now X, IG, Facebook, LinkedIn, which is the professional platform, especially anyone is doing any little mapping business or mapping project, put together a short write-up and transmit knowledge and solution out there. Let people know that, yes, Nigerians are known for good things out there. And who knows, the United Nations can buy into your solution, whoever, all the multilateral bodies out there can begin to invest more in Nigeria. And one way or the other, we are contributing to, helping the economy and the global picture of Nigeria. The second and last thing I would like to say is that you are not too anything to be anything. You are not too anything to be anything. And what do I mean by that? You are not too young to make impact. You are not too old to make impact. You are not too intellectual that you cannot relate with the local community, and you are not too dull that you don't have anything to offer. Everyone has something to offer on this table, and I know that together, when we begin and we continue to put in the work, Nigeria will be at a better place in the near future. Thank you, everyone. Moderator, over to you. You're muted.
Of course, sir, we're ready for you.
All right. Okay, myself. Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that beautiful closing note from Adeola to spicing what we are having today. Thank you so much, Adeola, for that beautiful conclusion. Now, in the way of closing, just imagine a traveler holding an obsolete map or given an obsolete map to help him navigate his way. You just imagine how misled that person will end up in a wrong direction, wrong location, perhaps a location at risk of his life. Just imagine an Uber driver, a boat driver, who does not understand so much the use of maps. He cannot compete with other of his colleagues in the same business that are very well at home with map directions and indicators. Perhaps he needs to have an understanding and have access to the right fit for purpose map. For more fundamentally, we're in a country in Nigeria where our leaders, our rulers, talks about so much talk about what they do, what they want to do. Okay, you pick just one item in the Sustainable Development Goal, poverty, or removing hunger, or access to health, and so on and so forth, or water and sanitation. Many of them don't even know what is where. And since they are not total in what is where, they also cannot make informed decisions based on a guidance. Because if you have up-to-date maps that actually depict all the locations of the infrastructures and facilities that have been provided over time, and the communities that have been well provided and those that have been denied, it will inform them of how to equitably locate or allocate those infrastructures and those resources. We need to go that direction, so that when we talk about decision maker having access to quality and recent maps, they must also use it for fit for purpose, and it is possible. Finally, I also want to say that, like I said in my presentation, all maps are not maps. Why? Because there are basic characteristics that defines a map that will speak to the functions to which it's actually made. And I've listed about 10 of those things, and many other things that I didn't even bother to because of time. So I want to conclude by saying that those of our young ones in training today, please pay attention to details as to map quality, especially when it comes to computer-assisted, AI-assisted, geospatial-assisted maps that we're making today. There's a general saying that garbage in, garbage out. If you miss it at the point of infusing data or building in the analytical tools, the output, which is actually the map that is now made available, that should be made accessible, will not be correct and speak and actually depict fit for purpose of such maps. So my advice to every one of us, and I like the statement that Adeola made, no one is too big to learn. I told a friend of mine recently, I said, yes, I've been a professor for more than 10 years, but I'm attending a new school. And I told him that particular new school. And I told him that it was only 5 years ago, I began another class when it comes to hands-on this particular specific aspect. And so that a professor does not mean you know everything. And so let's all support policy implementation to ensure that attention that is given to mapping in our country is upscaled. Finally, collaboration is key. And my colleague professor mentioned that there are several agencies that are having responsibilities when it comes to mapping. Unless we collaborate and ensure that we are on the same page, this agency will be doing one thing. This other agency will be running at a parallel. And at the end of the day, there's no meeting point where Nigeria will be the better for it, and map users and map makers will be better for it. So let's close all of these gaps, and let's ensure that there's adequate collaboration. We have NASDA, we have AFGIS. Thanks for my colleagues, my friend, Professor Olaz, who is actually the chief host there at AFGIS. I have related with AFGIS for some times, even when Adewale was there, the minute passed, and when even when Ukoria was there. And I know AFGIS is doing a lot and have produced a lot. And apart from other universities where cartography, GIS are being taught, and a lot of research institutions where the output of all of these efforts and research efforts are out there. Let's see how we can leverage on all of these things and ensure that what plea that Adeola made in order to reach out better with all of these fundings, to also showcase the fact that Nigerians are actually on the move when it comes to making contributions to mapping. When I led the Nigerian delegation to Japan, Tokyo, for one of the World International Cartographic Congress, it was obvious that the map of Nigeria, when it comes to international stakeholders in mapping, especially playing very active role, it's not just, we're not just there. So, and why? Because we have so many agencies that are fighting over different things that need us to come together once again so that we can actually achieve and improve mapping in our country so that up-to-date maps becomes the thing. Maps that are very expensive and inaccessible will be made less expensive because there are subsidies and investment into producing those maps with a reasonable cost by the producers of the map so that they can also let it go at a relatively competitive price. Thank you so much for your attention. I appreciate
To Dr. Adebayo Ojo.
Thank
for
you
his
very much for
parting
the
remark.
opportunity. I want to use this opportunity to thank Unit Mapper for the conference and to all the keynote speakers, starting from the late speaker, Professor Lazarus. Going by what we have learned or what I've learned so far since yesterday, what I saw is that synergy is not there because you are producing students from the university. They have no synergy with the industry. Looking at up-to-date maps, if I tell you that most of the maps that we still use for reconnaissance survey are the maps that are used in 1960 topographical maps. And I say there's no how you could be using topographical map to map the situation on ground today. It's impossible. Just that, like the little academic exercise that was done yesterday, you saw the difference at Ibadan Road, just in the space of 10 years. And to also speak concerning the keynote speaker, look at what Prof just said this morning. The policies are there, but they are not being implemented. Different agencies are doing the same thing, just like what Professor Bafemi said. We are doing the same thing. We never arrive at the bus stop. Then look at what Adeola also said, trying to promote the girl child. You know, we are basically into capacity building. And UN have said any program that is going to be organized, a girl child, that's women, have to take 60%. Why? Because generally, if you look at women or the girl child, I remember in the high school when we started with geography, you will never find a lady in that class, in a geography class. Even up to date, there's something happening in the geography department that I saw. If you look at the curricula of education, you will see that geography has been expunged. Yes, geography is no longer in the curricula. I have to now go to geography department to say what is happening. Look at the admission they will take this year now. It is the redundant that will come to geography. You know, these are questions that we need to put forward, not just putting policy on the paper, but coming down to the grassroots. What is happening to geography? If you are expunging geography from the curricula and you are putting civic education, ask somebody, what do you want to do with civic education? I have the background in geography, first degree. Remote sensing and GIS. Applied was GIS remote sensing, which is just a tool, but as a geographer. So to crown it all, the policies are there, but who are those to implement it? That is the question, the big question mark. So we can sit out there, give good policy, people give inaugural lectures, they will tell you what they have done, but I will tell you as a mechanical engineer, he has not solved a problem on this campus. Just one problem. So once more, I wish Unit Mapper a fruitful deliberation at the end. God bless.
A round of applause for our Dr. Ojo for that beautiful remark. My friend, nobody can kill geography. I say nobody can kill geography because geography is all about what we do in the environment, just like agriculture. And it's so funny that I was looking at list of courses subjects in secondary school. I'm in the field of agriculture, and you are still teaching subjects in secondary school. Course like agriculture is there. They're talking about animal science. They're talking about livestock as a subject to be passed by students, and animal husbandry as subjects in secondary school. Why did you split agriculture into 4 or 5 places in secondary school? So this issue of curriculum development, I believe that our policymakers will take note of this and let the right subjects be taken. Courses, subjects like history are to expunged, geography should not be expunged. So this conference is also sounding that appeal also that such old courses that are being the backbone of our old curriculum should be returned to our curriculums. And with that, we go on to the next activity for the day. And what you want to do right away, yes, I just add an information now that there is a poster presentation by a participant out there by the banner where we took our group photograph. So as you go out, the presenter is there to interact with us. So as we go also, my prof, we shall have just a group photograph there. And as you are going, don't forget what the coordinator told us, that take a selfie of yourself and do a hashtag. I think one of the hashtags is this, State of the Map Nigeria 2024. State of then the hashtag AfriGist, hashtag, which other one again? Unique mappers, hashtag unique mappers. So as you go, you take a selfie and we proceed to the next activity. And what we have is the general workshop. And on that, we shall be going through practical section on downloading and streaming data from DA Africa Sandbox to QGIS. So we move on to the Kufunuyi Hall, where we have the workshop, every one of us, and that will be, then afterwards, we shall also come back for our tea break. Thank you very much. We are through with this session. Let's, what? Yes. People online want to appreciate you, Adiola. Thank you very much. Prof, thank you very much. And everyone online, we really appreciate you. We can see you clearly. Just I wave to you. We appreciate you for being with us. A round of applause for all of them. We really love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So much. Let's move. Okay, our participants online will give us just 10 minutes because we are transiting from the main auditorium to another location in the AfriGist compound, and will take us about 10 minutes walk. So in 10 minutes, we all connect together. Thank you very much.
It's not. You know, Hello. 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 So this is the link. I'm calling once copy this. Fine, so, so I will project to Zoom while they are working. Okay. It's not.
or to visualize the data after worked on Sandbox. So let me first of all start by introducing myself before introducing what the Sandbox is all about and Digital Africa. I am Akiri Tolu. I am with Averages under the ICT unit. And my colleague here is Mr. Ayatine, a lecturer in Averages. So, Sandbox is a cloud platform whereby you can carry out special data analysis. You know, special data analysis requires a lot of processing power and a good system. That's a good computer for you to carry out a good analysis on using just data. So now the introduction of cloud computing has made people look for safer and fast and cheap alternative where students, a general public can carry out analysis without boxing their banks for trying to get a powerful system to carry out data analysis. So Digital Africa and its consortium comes to brainstorm together and look for how they can make such cloud platforms available for the public for free. So they came up with what we now call the Sandbox. So the Sandbox is an analysis and environment for spatial data based on Jupyter Notebook. And Jupyter is an interactive, Jupyter Notebook is an interactive coding environment whereby it uses Python programming language. So Sandbox in general contains the Python-based notebook using Open Data Cube Python library. So like other Digital Africa facilities or platforms, they are free for use. You don't need to make any payment or do any cumbersome registration. What you just need is to register on the platform using your email access. So to register, you have to log on to this URL. You can see it on the screen, sandbox.digitalhealth.africa. So I will employ or encourage everyone to try to log on to the Sandbox so that we can carry out our registration, because you need that registration to be approved before we can have access to the Sandbox. Because during the course of this session, we will be carrying out some analysis, and I would like that each and every one of us follow up and also carry on the analysis as we are carrying on the analysis here, so that it will be easy for you to flow with other analysis after this event. So if you are able to log on, the URL is still here, sandbox.digitalhealthafrica.africa. So you can get the link also on your Telegram group. I think it will be posted there by now. So when you go to your browser and enter this URL, you'll be seeing this is the interface, the welcome, the landing page. So if you are an existing user, you don't need to register again. But if you have not registered before, you will need to register to the platform using your valid email address. Make sure the email address you are using to register is valid. So what you just need to do is to click on the sign up button or the login button, and the login page will be displayed just like this. So what you just need to do is to provide your valid email address, your name, a strong password, Then the verification code will be sent to your email. The URL is sandbox. This is sandbox.digitalx.africa. You don't need to even start typing it here. Just type on your browser sandbox.digitalx.africa. It will take you to the landing page. Are we all there? From there? So if you are there, you can start with your registration process. Somebody's there already. So all you just need, like I said, is a valid email address and be sure that your email address is correct so that the verification code will be sent to that email address. And if you know you have already done that, you can check your email address if you have received the verification code. Because if you have received the verification code, if you've done what you wanted, you will be at this page by now. Verify your account. And I will, at this point in time, I would like us to just type in the email address you used to register on the WhatsApp. I think if you have joined WhatsApp group or the Telegram group, just send in your email address to hasten the process of registration. Please, on your Telegram group or the WhatsApp group, I think there's a link there where you can send in the email address you
Who are those ones that succeeded in using Telegram, please? Who are using Telegram that has access?
Link has been sent to your Telegram. So trying to connect to one of that way we will be posting all the
Your user. Are you feeling that? Okay, you are on.
How many people have gotten verification code?
I think so.
I tell people to get the verification code so that they can move on.
You need to sign off. Buy your email address, then
Have you gotten yours? Have you checked it? No, there's the Wi-Fi. Look for it online.
So.
Please, the password to the Wi-Fi and the thing. I think they are having problem with their own internet.
I can't open my QGs that you can open it, but this, but you know that like those after was thinking.
No, there is, I think you are in the Telegram. In the Telegram group, you say WhatsApp link. So when that use that WhatsApp link when WhatsApp and drop in the email address. Yeah. So if everything is done perfectly well and you are able to log in, you'll be seeing this screen by now. We are making progress. Check your WhatsApp. You see the login Okay, okay, let's go. There's not even up here.
Okay, no problem. No, right. So now I'm a job, not bad that I already on the field. Why do you think bad? How many? Let us know those ones that are already there. If you are up to 10, we can move on to that.
If we are blocking, you'll be at this page now. So what you just need to do next is to pick an environment. So in my own case, I want to pick the large environment and click on start.
Yeah, okay, they can choose the default.
You can choose the default environment.
There's no problem.
There's no problem.
There is no problem. Okay, thanks.
So by now it will be loading your sandbox. So if it's loading and has not finished loading, it's up to scared or finished loading. So are we together? If yours has finished loading, then you'll be seeing something like this. So before I finish loading, let me start explaining what we are seeing or what we'll be seeing. Now you can see on my screen, we have this area numbered as 1, this area numbered as 2, this area numbered as 3, and this area numbered as 4. Now, the number 1, this area is the main working area. And the area enables us to open our notebook. So while the second area, which is this part, is known as the table of contents area. It shows us all available folders and notebooks that we have on our sandbox. So it varies from one user to another. But by default, we all find the same information or the same folders there. But as time goes on, as you are creating your own folder and creating your own notebook, it will only be available to each user. Are you getting my point? Not that we are sharing folders. Every user has their own unique. Every user have their own unique menu and table of contents. So the third area is known as the menu bar and also known as the progress bar. So in this part, you see all the menus, and in this part, you see the progress bar. So you see the CPU rating as you are using it. As you are working on your sandbox platform, you'll be seeing the CPU readings and also the memory you are exhausting or using as you are carrying out your analysis. So the fourth area, which is known as the left sidebar, allows you to switch from your Jupyter notebook, your folders, you can connect to GitHub and also view your Python codes as you are working. So now it may interest you to understand or know that your notebooks are stored at .ipynb extension. Now, to launch or to create a new notebook, you can use the icons you are seeing here. Now, by default, you might be seeing these folders. So I will advise or encourage us to create a new folder. To create a new folder, you click on this plus, not the plus on blue, the folder with a plus on top. To create a new folder. So we use one stone to kill two birds because the next session you will need to create this folder. So create a new folder by clicking this, or that when you click on it, a new folder will pop up and it will allow you to type in a name. So I will advise us to type in your first name on that folder. Your first name on that folder. So in my own case, if I create my own folder, I'm creating my own folder. Now it's saying untitled folder. So I'll change that untitled folder to my first name. But in my own case, I will saving my folder with my first name, George. Because there's a Joshua here, so I don't want to share that name. So I'll be saving my own folder with George. So you can see the new folder I've created. You can rename your folder at any time you want to give it any name of your choice. So if eventually you finish working on your sandbox, you can close your notebook and also log out so that other users that are using the sandbox can have access to more resources. Because as all of us, we are using the sandbox at the moment, we are sharing resources from the cloud platform. Are you getting my point? So now to make it redundant or useless, when you are not working on your sandbox, it is advisable to always log out. So now, for the next session to begin, we've created our folder. So I want us to now do something else. Double click that folder you have created. So okay, let me put the link back so that we can see. So I've downloaded the file. So I want to upload it to my sandbox. So to do that, there are two ways I can do that. One, I can either locate where my download file folder or that download file is located on my system and drag it and drop it here. Or you can upload it by using this icon. This icon. You can see the icon is saying upload file. So when you click on the upload file, it's expecting you to pick the file from where it has been downloaded in your system. So in my own case, my file will be located here. So in that WhatsApp group, there is a PDF Before the guys come back, I think we should try and see how we can get that file across to everybody. Huh? No, it's not all of them that are joined the WhatsApp group. So it's better you just.
For those who are joined, they're talking this one for
Okay, for those that have already joined the WhatsApp group and I've seen the URL of the WhatsApp group, please can you share it to the Telegram group? So the Telegram group, so that those, I think majority are on the Telegram group, so that you can download the 5.9 document.
For those who are not there, you don't send you to come very much.
It's the time of the year again.
You have the link. getting on that so after that, you take it on analysis and then what's your result to PPIS for you to perform in order to work. There are 2 ways. You can also as well download the results into your system. But it will require you to write some snippets of Python scripts. Are you getting my point? But why are we going to spend time giving you the script that you need to download to your system when you are just within your bodies, you find your results playing on your GIS application. So my colleague will take you through on how to do that. So thank you for your time. Now, they give you one later. If there is one notebook, that notebook is not open. If you don't have any other software, no. Then you to open that document that you download that for, you go to someone, there's a 1 arrow there, and it says that from okay, so we show now. That time. Yes. So, like I was saying, for you to be able to upload that file, you can use this arrow key, this icon, to upload the file that you have downloaded.
Okay, so can we move on? Are we? Okay. Okay, I will take over from this place. What are we trying to do? You all understand the basis of what we are trying to do now. My colleague has explained that we are working in cloud, right? So you are working, you are not working on your laptop, or you are not working on your phone. But the store where the document is stored, where the data is stored, that's where you are working. Okay, so what are we trying to do? You know what we call metadata. You know what we call metadata.
Yes, sir.
So that's what we are going to use now to get the information of the image we are going to use. Okay, so to be able to get that, so that's is from here that we know that when we are talking about when you finish your work, you should be able to have a metadata for your work. That is why it is important. Okay, so what is going on now is, for example, the digital data, you have the storage. That is hosts a variety of data products on Amazon S3. You know, some of you as an individual, you can buy some space, like you buy lot. Sorry, like you buy lot. That is how you can buy space. Use it to go to Amazon. We have some other people that sell also. And you buy your space there, and any analysis you want to carry out, you go there and carry out your analysis. Right? This one now, S3, is dealing with the storage, object storage. Okay. So after that, you explore. Well, we have it in Sandbox, we have the exploration tool that users can be user can browse product using the interactive sandbox. We have tried in circuit drawing. Okay. And metadata access. How can we access the metadata? The Sandbox Explorer includes a spatial temporal access catalog, that is FTAC stack. Okay. Endpoint for easy metadata searching. Right? The stack. What is the benefit of stack? Why are we using stack? I'll explain it in another way. Standard geospatial description facilitates quick identification of data by product, location, or time period, allowing for efficient download of streaming into quick GIS software. When I was talking about metadata before, when you are creating your metadata, do you know all the information you put in now? The location, the name of the product, the reason why you created that product, the time that product has been created. So many information you need for that. So you go to Stack so that you can have those information to be able to download, to be able to stream your data to QGIS. Okay, instead of doing your analysis in that cloud that we are talking about, you can stream the data from that place and take it your QGIS. Okay, that is what I'm trying to do now. This is already explaining the functionalities. Data and Africa stack metadata enable quick identification
of available databases based on product location or time period. This metadata supports efficient downloading of data to local storage or direct streaming into desktop GIS software like PGIS. We said it already. The notebook you are going to use, please. You downloaded uploaded the notebook. Is it already open? Be on there. Click on it so that you can be able to open it. Double click on it. Click on it. Right. Let me show you this one. Can we move on?
Yeah, am I showing screen?
So how are we going to record information that we have in our stack? That is what we are going to do. That notebook is going to tell us about that. Okay, how to browse for stack, how to inspect and plot the unit stack, how to inspect assets contained within a stack, how to download data using stack data, and how to stream data in PGIS. That is what we are doing. Okay. When talking, when you are going somewhere, you need some tools. Okay. Before we start working, before you start using that, using those elements, you need to go to get some knowledge. Okay. That means some tools. Those tools, before we load there. If you don't load this, your speech is not working. Okay. So we are going to load the package. And after the loading of the package, we are going to connect to the data queue. Data queue is where the data in Digital X Africa, where data are stored in Digital X Africa. Okay. We are going to search for our metadata. We inspect the metadata item, we inspect the assets, we download file using the stack, and now we stream into PGIS. We load package. In your scripts, you'll see something like this. Please, for those that have opened their scripts, are you there? Yes, sir. We've got Python package that are used for the analysis. Those are the codes that are used. Okay, we are not copying. You just double click, you upload your scripts, that notebook that we gave you. That's when you open your Sandbox, you go to an arrow, you click on it, you upload, it will come. Okay, so when you double click, it will show you something like this. Yes. Okay. Are you there? So we load those packages. After loading those packages now we search. Yes.
We prepare environment, which environment we are going to prepare the data cube environment, digital East Africa environment. That's where we want to work. So we use the code to go to get to that data cube. You see the next. After the loading, connect to the data cube. Okay, so you have to connect to the data cube before you start working. Okay. Actually, let me open it. So this is where we are. As we are moving, you'll be thinking here. This time, some of you brands like this. You have something like this. But you have some data. You can see some images on your own. Yes. You will not see it. You saw it. So you come here.
Are all the reason occupied? Are they all in?
So you come here, and you say reset kernel and clear all outputs.
Your PC is low.
This is on the board.
The PC is low.
You go to kernel.
Okay. Okay.
Reset kernel and clear all outputs.
Yes, we can.
Because you have already outputs. Yes, but not to show you how to get the outputs. You have to tell it. You don't understand what happened. Go to kernel, clear, reset kernel and clear all outputs.
Then the pop-up will come out. Yes, you click on restart. Yes.
Are we there?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go now. Time is good. So as we start now, this is the loading. When you load once, you go to play. This you know that is play or run. You run this loading so that it can be effective on your work. So we click on it, reload. If you start giving you one, that is one. We notice that before, when you clear all the output, there's nothing written there. Okay? When you click run, a star will come. After the star, we give you that is the first operation one. That is showing here. Now we connect to data queue. We run also data queue. Okay?
I believe we all understand what we are loading there. Okay. Now, for us to carry out this analysis, you know we are working on the cloud environment. So there are some things, or we like call it some instruments that we need, that Python needs to carry out the analysis. So those instruments are known as packages. So we are using this script to import those packages to work with what we want to do. Are you getting my point? So wherever they are on the cloud, we are importing them. So now also, next thing we are going to do is to connect to a data cube. So the data cube is known as the storage facilities in the sandbox where all necessary data that we need to carry out analysis is being stored. Are you getting the point? So it will continue from there.
Okay. Are we there? Now. So I'm moving. We collect the data. After the data, we go to the next. The search. I've told you that we are going to use the metadata to get our information. That's what I told you. Now, to be able to run the analysis, we loaded the packages. Okay. After the loading of the packages, in any system, in any language, you have to load the package so that those instruments can be used to do all your analysis in the environment where you are. It's not this package that we load in another environment, depending on analysis you are going to do. It will be another package you are going to use. It doesn't mean that when you are using this, it changes depending on the analysis. Okay, so now we have loaded the package. Now we have environment. Now we have time, period, and location. Okay, so that's what we are doing there now. The product, which product are we going to use? Sentinel-2. Okay. What is the starting time? 2:20, 1:1. 1st January of 2:20. Okay. The end time concerning our analysis. Okay. That is the 1st of December 2:20. Okay. If we say January, 1st of January, 31st of January. Okay. This is the location actually. Location. You have two types of location. You have the metric and the geometric one. We use the geometric here, latitude and longitude. Okay. So this is the longitude of effect, the area that we choose. This is latitude. The longitude and the latitude. Okay. Are you getting me now? Yes, that's the location that we put there. So what you do when you are in your area of work, when you're using that script, you go back to our scripts. As you run there, you continue to run. Run. You give row number 2 for the data push. For the third one, we are going to run. So now we attend the system that okay, we decided on the product we are going to use, on the time we are going to do the analysis and the area at which the analysis will be carried on. Okay, so we can now combine the parameters I've got to create a URL that will be used to query digital air traffic stack data. Okay, there is going to be a query that we are going to run to tell the system that okay, we want this product by this time, by this time, by this time, and this is the location we are going to use. Okay, so we run it again. In a normal environment, we have to clear all those things that we are saying wrong. You put it on yourself. But even if we copy it for you, we do mistake. And at any time, this will have sir, I've not got it. Before we leave here, because it's already there, we are trying to explain the code for you so that you can be able to understand what is going on. What you can't do is just to run the system. But you are running it because you have to understand what are you running. Okay? These are the parameters that we created along. Okay? Then now we wanted to combine the parameter about to create a URL that we be able that use to query digital air traffic metadata. So here now, the parameter that we use will be combined. These are the Explorer. You are moving that this is the stack. Okay. Now we talk about the collection we are going to do. That is something else. The time, and that is the location. We said we are combining, right? The parameters with the data. Okay. The roots of URL in digital Earth Africa. The stack URL. So we know it already. Sentinel-2, we said it already. Okay. The time at which we want it, the starting time and the ending time. Okay. And the location. Okay. And we run it. Once you run, that means that you accepted what you're going to do. But if your code is not correct, it will run, but it will fail. It will not give you, you see, this is number 4. But if it's not working, if you're not close, it's not even number 4, it will give you close. You don't understand? That means that you cannot go down. This is the first one, the second one. That's check. When the error is, you correct your, but our code is not correct. That's why the essence of downloading, you don't get so that you cannot be able to copy paste and this is some error that you cannot have time to fix. Okay. So after the number 4, now we have to load our metadata. Okay. To load, what we do? To load, you understand the language and what the next time what we do? You run, so you can run now. Like some people that know how to do the code, not the one every time that they finish the code, and they go back to where we started. And they run all the sets. But here they are trying to understand what we are beginners. Okay, so we are running at step. When we finish the code, we run. When we finish the code, we run. And I've told you that we are not writing the code in this line. Okay. So for those of that it will take some time. Let you come. He's loading. And how do you know it? Which one has finished loading? The one has finished loading. Okay, that's good. What has finished loading? Touch something, wait it out. And your own share. Thank you so much. Okay. So this is what you have to get. When you load the stack, this you have to get under the results. Right? When you run that code, that's what is going to print. You have it. That's printed that. Okay. Who is there? Okay, so can we continue? Joshua, how is he running? Joshua, bring the laptop. My laptop. So let us explain what those are features that this code brings out. Okay, he's telling us that after asking the question we are asking them, the query that we need here. So it's returned 6 numbers. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah. 76,000. Yeah. 17,000. Well, what do you mean? So now we print the data for each stack, for each metadata item, we are going to print the stack. Okay.
Like it's more than actually more than 76,000 because of the chicken. So now
my own is still not, I don't know why, but it's the same thing you are using. Some have gotten it. But my computer is saying that you run. But I have one it because I have to continue because there is a time.
So
okay.
I meant to say, how much did you pay yesterday? I think I sent something's question. I don't know. It's a champion.
So that's the output of the second printing. Okay.
Let me do my 1 5 plus 17,000 plus 17,000. One five keep and what's the now? Or do you still have money up to 1 5 extra? 1 5 plus 17,000 plus 17 plus 17. That's 96,500. So that's 170. 1 5 plus 500.
Okay. So, that is
So sorry.
that's it's only there people are
Yeah.
at the back.
We don't. I don't have like.
Okay. Thank you.
So check this out. You see,
I try to send
iPhone charger. Are you sure?
I try to send small money.
Let's explain something. Yes, they're talking about this.
Okay.
Before March.
Just give me second. I'll try to.
Okay. So that's what's happening here. Star pictures are stored as JSON, a widely described format for storing geospatial data. This means that we can easily convert spatial objects using the GeoPenda. GeoPenda has been one of the elements that we wrote when we are loading the package. Okay. So to convert the files from JSON to another format, we can use GeoPenda. That's why we have it up there when we are loading the file. Okay.
So you just like.
So now we want to convert our picture to a geodata frame. The data that we collected, the information that we got, get it now as a geodata frame. Okay. That is the base bus that we created. We can see BB bus, and we gave it latitude and longitude. That's what we created. That means that our area that we choose is going to be located in the 2 cells. Okay? The area we choose is midfair. It's going to be located in those 2 boxes. That is geodata frame. Okay?
But we should really, and I have this slide.
I will only because it's not asking me to so I've done everything. So now I'm just showing you.
What I do then, I make sure that things always
Here we are.
Yeah.
So it gives me the geometry of the electricity it concerns useful data that provide information about each data set. Okay. So concerning the geometry of the data we brought in, we have the information here, the title, the TDS projection, the platform, the viewports, that is the instruments that can be used, etc. Okay.
You have contact number by chance.
Now we can follow our future.
Yeah.
You have an
We can follow our future by front cover.
I'll tell you to message her to.
Okay. So we will check what is the level of cloud coverage
Supposed to make a presentation.
of our data.
Okay.
Because we know in Africa, in our area, most of the time, products are covered by cloud. Okay, before you carry out the analysis, you should make sure that what you are doing, because maybe you take in consideration some of your cloud and do the analysis and give you wrong data. So you have to make sure that, okay, what is the level of cloud coverage in my area? Okay, so that's what we did here. And it shows us what is here. Please be running so that we can reach this place. So you can reach here the axis. This is where it's telling us that when we have yellow, that's cloud cover 0. This is a code that is telling us that we want to know the level of cloud cover that we have with our in our job data frame.
Okay.
Okay? You understand? And we have the sigma, we have the alpha, we have the epsilon, and we have the agent. Okay? So that is telling us that this is how our data is looking like. That means that at 40, that is clear. This area is really covered by cloud. Okay? The data we choose, the time at which we choose that data, it has been covered by cloud. Okay? This side, but this one is free. You know that in satellite data, there are some areas that are covered, some areas that are not covered. But it's showing us that this one has been covered, this one is not covered. So to carry out our analysis for the essence of the exercise, we are going to use only this one. Okay? To use it, we started expecting our data. Okay? When we expect our data, what happens? It shows us all possible bonds that we are going to get in that Sentinel-2. Okay? Are you there?
Okay, this is good that
yeah, that's actually
the data that are not covered by
even cloud cover have the data. Even the product that have cloud cover have all the possible bonds, have all the information. You understand? We see. You understand? It's done. What you are asking when you get it is done. Okay? So you have the AOT, you have the band 1, band 2, band 3, band. Everything that we can get inside that Sentinel-2, those are the information that give us. Okay? Now, you are going to what work, depending on the exercise you are carrying out. So you're carrying out. Either you want to do polar composites in the class that taught you what are the bonds that we are going to do for polar composites. When talking about something else. When talking about non-sats. Right? Like the non-sats 8, 9, 7, 6. We know which one we are going to use. Either it's polar, either it's polar, which one we are going to use. Okay? So you know what you are going to. So you look at it, you say, okay, this data has all the bonds that I need. Which bond I need? We try to do what we are going to do with it. Select what? So, importantly, each asset, for example, the 5 provides a unique URL. So each bond has its own URL. Okay? That's why we said we want to stream the data from Data Earth Africa data to QGIS. So to be able to stream them, we need their URL of each bond that we are going to use. Since you know the bond that you want to use to do the polar composite or for Sentinel-2, what are the bonds that we need to do it? Let's use fast color. Fast color is 5, 4, 3. Okay, so we are going to use that fast color composite. Okay. Why are we using? It's better you use first color composites. Why are you using first color composite? Because sometimes when you want to do some analysis, most of the time you better do the first color composite so that you can be able to do your classification well. Because they're giving you the key to read some data that if it's red, this is this color. If it's brown, this is this color. But when you are using the red color, sometimes you may not get you understand. That's why we are using first color composite. So as we run our DC, let me show you something. You see this place 54, 55, 34, and 36. Yeah. Come here. You know that this place is not part of our because that we covered with a cloud, right? Yes. From 5 to 550, let's say 4. Yes. So you can be able to know that the only area that we choose that is here is one that is down. That's what I'm trying to show you. So we've told our system that okay, the other one that is covered with cloud, we are no more using it. Let us use the one that is down. Okay? Yes, so that's why I show you the locational information of that down so that you can know that this area that we are having is the one that we have down in our geodata frame. Yes, sir. Okay? Yes, sir. So now we download our multiple file now. By doing what you done, you run. Let us run it and come to me. Downloading. That means that we data without downloading. We just get our URL from that data at Africa. That's what we just got. We did not download it. Okay? Yes, now we go straight into our PGIS.
But the only thing is takes time for you to install it. And it is straightforward installation. Just go to your browser and type download PGIS. So you'll be able to download the present version of PGIS. Then the first part will take you to. You will just follow it or take it as an assignment to
Dr. Caroline is in, how did I not come into? She knows that it's your fault. Aaron is not anytime. Caroline, Dr. Caroline is from.
I was saying before that's where we put our time. That's where we put the X and Y of the information that we need to show the data that we are using, so that we just give us just what we need. Okay, without cloud. So after that, we see our data in data. What happened there? Let me show you something.
So I think the starting
our bonds. I told you before that we want to extract our URL of each bond. But we use 5 by 4 and bond 3. So here, look at here. The bond is bond 3, bond 4, and bond 5. Okay. We want to get to the URL of those bonds. That's what we did here. When you run it, we give you for the bond 1. No. I'm talking about so you have the first one, you have bond 3, you have the bond 4, and you have the bond 5. Okay. Now we fill data into 5. Okay. Just to let them know. So here we now. So you come here where we have our URL. Come here, you copy Copy this. Okay. There, add raster layer. Got the protocol IC. You can copy, we put it here on Ruby. I'm copying it individually. No, once by once. I'm not copying out. Okay. When you run your back and back up and that's it. So this is where we are. We basically cut bump. How will you get what? Are you on QGIS? Open the QGIS now. Go to layer, add raster. Layer, add raster. You are in there now. Okay. Add raster. Are we there? So that's where we are. We add. Click on add. It's running. So if we add that data we did not download, it's going to add it to your PGIS space. Which version are you using now? There are some where public codes where are public from. So this is the band one, the band 3 that came in. Okay, so we do it for all the bands. You understand now? You do not download anything, you just strip the data and you brought it to PGIS. Finish. Okay, so we are going to copy the band form. Let us copy the band form. Which one are you using? Are you sure? Where are you already from? And Chamuda is still. So I'm done with the paper. Huh? So now I can close this. Since I have all the three ones. Okay. What do you do now? I want to combine those data. That's the last point.
Yes. So that's why I don't go to the workshop. 5, 6, we all make it. Because still GIS workshop, we are currently doing workshop right now. All the workshop is just run. Just the many stuff just taking our instance again. We have Caroline and Magic. Yeah, if you do it here, so maybe like the if you can have it here, maybe after project. Caroline is in. One hour can still shorten it.
So
Yes.
to be able to do some color composite,
Yeah, I'll send it now,
you have to do color composite here. We go to Rasa, we go to Macedonius. Okay.
Supposed to solve that.
You want to
But the 1 hour backlog.
virtual Rasa. Okay.
Set it for. QGIS cannot be taken, so it's not possible. Except if you say you continue, but the map
It's where you are.
So
Rasa. After that one, you have to come down. Window.
That reinforcing. Because Carolina's window now is not it's not mapping. Yeah. This is my hoping for program. But not to enter. Somebody they already had the food stamp. I'll take care of this. So we can do it now.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute and we are over. Yeah. Okay. So you beat your workshop that side. You could have this window. You click on this parameter tab. Let me go back. I'll put the grid there. You are ready this way. 5, 4, 3. 5, 4, 3. Okay. And you keep the place each input 5 to separate band. After that, okay, you got the print screen of all of them. You can switch on your own without any. Okay. So that's the data.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's now you said
Yeah. I would like around 5, 6.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, just hold on for me. Yeah, please.
Hello. State of the map Nigeria. State of the map Nigeria. Now, we are we are very excited that every one of you you are more excited, am I right? I'm sure you are more excited with this practical section. So please, we want to move on to the next workshop. Are we together? Are we together? Hello? Are we together? Okay, please. Can we just pause everything about the current one? What you are going to do, listen to me, listen to me. Hello. Please listen, just keep your mouse and look up here, please. We want to appreciate Afrigist for this section, very, very amazing section. Let us clap for them. Our trainers,
that are here. They've really done great for us. Mr. Dimu and Seja, right? Sorry. So,
Mr. Josh.
and Mr. Josh. And Lucas. So appealed to them because this section is very, very critical to open geospatial data and open geospatial skill. You can see that everything you are doing here is all about open skill, open geospatial skill, open geospatial data, and you already have tasks that you are going to carry out. So we are appealing to them that this section should continue tonight. Are we in agreement? Tonight, we can agreement, say yay. Okay. Now listen to me. Listen to me to have this training. So some of us who want to be here tonight and start afresh and go through to the end. So if you are interested, please be here tonight and with your laptops, and we will go through this training again and finish up. But then make sure that your tax, there will be a certificate, special certificate that will be sent there to you. So use any region that you want and use it to carry out your task. You must carry out your task. In fact, maybe we should hold your certificate until you carry out your task. Okay. So please complete your task for this workshop and let's have it submitted. We are now moving to another section of this workshop. We have we'll be having 2 workshops at a stretch. Now, practical, and you are going to log into other platform. We are going to go with the workshop from TomTom, and Haja El-Lufai is online with us now. So she's going to put us through a practical section, and she wants every one of you to participate. So listen attentively, log into the platform that she wants you to log in, and then follow her and make sure you complete all the necessary tasks that is expected. That will be on map roulette. Can we just clap for TomTom? That's on map roulette. So, and we are going to have a map roulette challenge. So please be ready to be the first, second, third, and so on that will complete this map roulette challenge. After that, we will be joining with Dr. Caroline Nickerson, who will be taking us on science data training workshop. 1 million, hashtag 1 million art of science. So, and once we are done with that, we'll run along to the last section of the workshop, and that will be on QGIS, practical QGIS. So after that, we will now get back to the auditorium. Please stay put and work with your laptop and get the maximum benefit from this training. Thank you very much. Can we just clap for Haja as she takes over?
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Hello? Can you hear me?
Sorry, 1 second.
Can anyone confirm, please? Yeah. Of course, yeah, the people online can hear me, but I'm not sure about the people in the room. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Caroline.
Caroline, why you worry? Wait. Where's this system?
All right. Actually, I'm not sure if you can hear me and also if you can see my screen. So people in the room, please, can someone confirm?
We can hear you, we can see your screen.
Okay, fantastic. So I will present quickly myself for the ones who do not know me or who meets me for the first time. So my name is Hajar. I'm the Community and Partnership Manager for Africa and Middle East region at TomTom. I hope that you didn't miss yesterday's session where we were talking about what we are doing at TomTom and how we are engaging with the OSM communities with my colleague Salim. And today I will take you in a more technical stuff. So it will be a training related to MapRoulette. I know that I'm sharing a lot of MapRoulette challenges with unique mappers, but I noticed that, okay, some of you are very familiar with the tool and the platform, but others, they are not. So that's why I had the idea just to take you into a workshop in MapRoulette just to know what is MapRoulette and how you can be active and participate, like moving forward in our challenges in MapRoulette. Okay, let me do this and hopefully you can see my screen. So the first thing is, what is MapRoulette? So if it's you are hearing MapRoulette, but what is MapRoulette? MapRoulette is a microtasking platform for OpenStreetMap. I assume that many of you knows who Tasking Manager or US Tasking Manager, but you don't know MapRoulette. The only difference is that both they are like platforms to edit in OSM, but the only difference is that in MapRoulette we are working on a specific task, small task that is designed for mappers to fix like specific issues or features in OSM. But when it comes to Tasking Manager, no, we are targeting a big area like a city, a neighborhood, etc., where we can add multiple features. It can be roads, it can be buildings, it can be water features, like it can be many things. But when it comes to MapRoulette, no, it should be specific. For example, we can have a MapRoulette challenge for missing roads, another one, for example, to address a quality issue in OSM, like buildings and highway intersections, etc. And for the key aspects of MapRoulette, it's a task-oriented mapping, as I explained it. So it's specific. We are targeting a specific feature or issue in OSM. It's a user-friendly interface because you don't have to download or install anything in your laptop. It's a web platform, so you can just access online if you have internet. It has a diverse range of challenges, so you can find challenges related to quality in OSM. You can find ones for missing features like roads, footpaths, cycle, etc. So we really have diverse range of challenges existing in the platform. It's also commonly used in mapathons and events. So like this, we target a specific issue and we address it, and we can all collaborate to improve the OSM map in a specific area or a specific country. So it's good. Also, we can get the statistics and leaderboards from MapRoulette, so we know everyone who is participating in the challenge, how many tasks he had completed, and also the range of time it takes him to complete a task. So it also helps us to improve our training or to see if the task is difficult or easy, etc. Also, it's a contributor engagement because such platforms is not only open to Nigeria. For example, if I share with you a MapRoulette challenge in Nigeria, it doesn't mean that only people in Nigeria should work on it. So also people from the US, from other countries in the world, if they are interested to improve OSM and they like the challenge, they can just jump in and contribute to the MapRoulette challenge created. And of course, it's emphasize the community collaboration where we are having like such challenge or such projects with dedicated objects. Usually the community gets motivated and they contribute to it. Also, I will reply to a question that commonly asked, who is creating the MapRoulette challenges? Anyone can create the MapRoulette challenge. I can create it, you can create it. So everybody have access, has an account in MapRoulette, which is free. He can create MapRoulette challenges. Okay. Now, how we can get started with MapRoulette? If I would like, yes, I like the concept of MapRoulette and I would like to start contributing. So how can I do that? So the first thing, you need to go to the MapRoulette website at maproulette.org. So if you have your laptop in front of you, just please try to follow the steps with me. So just try to go to maproulette.org and then you can create an account. How you will do it? You have a button, sign in, a sign-in button on the top right corner. So you can sign in with your OSM account or create a new account. So once you click on this sign in, so you will have something like this to log in. So if you have already an OpenStreetMap account, so you can use it. But if not, if it's your first time and you are like a beginner in OpenStreetMap, you don't have an account, so you can also choose register now. So like this, you can create a new account in OSM, and then you just need to authorize access. So like this, we will have like a kind of correlation between MapRoulette and OpenStreetMap. Okay, so once you follow the steps that I told you, so you have your account connected with MapRoulette, and now you have also an account in MapRoulette. So you will see something like this. So here, for example, it's my account, my OSM account that is linked to MapRoulette. And then you will see something like this. So you will have a dashboard, find challenges, leaderboard, learn, blog, donate. So the most interesting one, like a dashboard, it's like what its name is showing. It's a dashboard. So we can see, for example, the recent challenges where we were contributing, the popular challenges in MapRoulette at the moment, etc. And for find challenges, it's like the window that we are using the most because we need challenges to work on. So to do that, so you can explore challenges. So you have already a list here. So all the popular challenges will pop up in the first page. So you will see, by popular, I mean the challenges where the community is busy at the moment working on it. So they will appear like this with the popular in the top. But if you would like, for example, to work only on challenges related to Nigeria, so you can go to the search button here, search by name. You can type Nigeria, and then you will see a list here popping up with all the challenges existing in Nigeria. You can also do other filters to select a specific challenge. For example, for difficulty, if you are a beginner, and you would like only to work on easy challenges. So you can go to difficulty and you can choose easy. You can also pick difficult if you are someone expert who loves challenges and who loves difficult things. So you can also do it. But by default, we will have any per difficulty. For work on, also we have some people, some mappers who enjoy editing and mapping an area more than other, or a feature more than others. So for example, if you go and filter and work on, if you are interested in only in roads and you would like only to edit, and you are only interested in challenges related to road geometry, so you can just go to work on and you select roads. But if you are interested in buildings, again, you can just go and select it. You can do a filter. But if you are like, you would like to work on anything and you would like to improve OSM in a global level, so just keep the one by default, which is anything. So once you select the challenge that you would like, then you can just go and start mapping. But before that, I will just go and show you live how it looks like. So this is like what we said. So this is the map roulette. So I will go again. So maproulette.org. As I told you, the first thing you need to sign in. So please try to do this step while we are talking. And here, this is the dashboard. So as mentioned, so for the dashboard, it's a dashboard. So I will see, for example, my recent contributions where I was active. Here, for example, I will see the popular challenges. If I have any favorite challenges will pop up here, and also your top challenges if you were like editing a lot in a specific one. So for me, the most interesting one is find challenges. So for example, I'm interested in Nigeria. So I can go here and I will type Nigeria. And as you can see, I can find already 3 challenges existing in Nigeria. So we have the first one, which is related to a common quality issue existing in OSM, which is buildings and highway intersection that we need to fix. We have also one for intersecting buildings, and we have also fixed buildings in a specific area in Nigeria. Okay, and you have the leaderboard. So the leaderboard, it's where you can find, as I told you, once you are contributing, we know we have a kind of leaderboard that is counting the number of tasks and also the number of points gained in MapRoulette. So here we can see the top editors who are edited in OSM using MapRoulette. So we can see them. And for example, if I'm interested to know who is this guy, so I can just click and I will be directed like to his OSM profile, and I can see where he is contributing and what he is doing, etc., etc. So if you are contributing a lot, you will start seeing your name here in the global leaderboard. Also, if you would like to learn more about MapRoulette, and also there is a detailed documentation existing already here, so I invite you to have a look if you would like to start creating challenges by yourself. So it's a good documentation. It's very detailed that you can go through it and you will deepen your knowledge in MapRoulette. And like we have also, we have also blogs. So this is a MapRoulette blog. If you would like to learn about for example, the monthly MapRoulette community meetings, what they are discussing, etc., just to be updated of what is happening in MapRoulette. So you can just go to the blog and follow. And here, donate, like if you would like to donate any money. So it's mainly for corporates like TomTom. We donated already to MapRoulette. So to keep the team improving and keeping this platform alive, so we are also donating. So now let's come back to find challenges. So let's say, for example, for me, I'm interested in this challenge, which is related, I don't know, maybe to fix buildings and to fix intersecting buildings. Okay, excuse me, just will need to move this like this. I can come back again to my presentation. So here are the steps. So if you are interested in a specific challenge, let's say, for example, for me, I was selecting the fixed intersecting buildings. So what should I do? So the first thing, please, I invite you to read carefully the description. So like this, you understand the meaning and the objective of this challenge. And we know also how this data was generated. So how we were able to generate a challenge related to fixed intersecting buildings in the area. So, and then you can just go and click on start right here to start mapping. So then once we click on start, we will be we will see something like this, such a platform, and we will need to read before the instructions carefully, because there we are also proposing the solving methods that needs to be followed for each challenge. So like this, we can start mapping, and then you go right here and you choose your preferred OSM editor. So if you are familiar and you like IDE editor, so you can select IDE editor. If you are a JOSEM person, so you can just go and choose JOSEM. If you enjoy Rapid or Lever Zero, also you can choose it from the list. So the most important is that you need to select your OSM editor, and then you just go and click on edit in IDE, for example, and you can start mapping. So here again, I will go live for the demo to show you how it looks like. For example, here you can see that it's TomTom who created the challenge. And this is objective that we would like to identify and fix, if needed, situations where a building intersect with another building at the same layer, and how this challenge was created. So here we are describing what we were doing. So here, as you can see, so TomTom has generated task based on a spatial comparison of buildings available in OSM. And the task should represent a situation when building polygon crosses another one. I heard that you will have a session related to QGIS. So like this, you can explore more the geoprocessing tools that is existing. So actually it's something similar. So we just exported or downloaded the data that is existing in OSM, and we executed a geoprocessing tool in QGIS or whatever GIS software you are using, and we are seeing the intersection. So we are seeing the building that is overlapping with each other, and based on these findings, we were able to generate this task in this map roulette challenge. So here, as you can see, so we see already that we have some statistics existing, because I just did a refill to the existing challenge. So for example, we had over 83% of fixed tasks. We have 1% of already fixed. I will explain to you, sorry, all the status and what they mean, but here we can see already how much tasks we had already in Nigeria. So till now we had about 5,474. We completed a bunch of them, but at the moment we have 806 that is remaining and that requires our attention. So let's say for me, I'm interested in fixing to fix intersecting buildings and improve the quality of OSM data. So I will just go and click on start. And here I will have the instructions. So I invite you, if you are a beginner, to read carefully the instructions, because we are explaining all the details. So the first thing is that you need to select your preferred OSM editor from the drop-down list. So here, for example, if you are familiar with IDE editor, you can just go and choose it. If you would like JOSEM, Level 0, Rapid, etc. And then you can just press and then you can press on edit to start mapping. But again, here we are given some advices, so you can use the most appropriate imagery to do your mapping. You can also rely or review the features and country-specific wiki pages if needed, and if you are facing any exceptions or having some doubts, and then you will just do the simple fixes of buildings. Okay, so it's very detailed. So for me, I can click on Edit in IDE Editor to show you how it looks like. As you can see, so here is my building where we have the issue. So I can just go directly here, as you can see, and I can see already that, yes, it's intersecting. And here already I can receive the error. I can see the error, because when we are working in IDE Editor, we can see already if there is any quality error. So here is already the warning. So and it's telling you that buildings should not intersect except on different layers. So here, what should I do? Very simple. So I just need to put the building in the right place, and like this, I will fix the issue. So for me, I can just go and do this. All right, and here I am. So after fixing, now these two buildings are not intersecting anymore. So I will click on save. And as you can see in the change set comments, you will find already a comment that is describing the kind of edit that you have done. So for us, it's fixed intersecting buildings. And we are adding the hashtag MapRoulette and also the MapRoulette challenge ID and task. But if you would like to add more details, let's say, for example, for me, yes, I fixed the intersecting buildings, but I added, for example, a road here. So then I need to update my change set comment because it needs to describe the kind of edits you are making. But for me, because I only fixed two intersecting buildings, so it should be okay. Sorry. Here, if you have used any source, so you need to mention it. So for me, I was using aerial imagery to do this kind of edit. So I can just go and add aerial imagery, but it can be different. For example, if you did your edit based on, I don't know, street level imagery or GPS, etc., you can just go and choose the right source for you. But for this kind of case, I assume that all of you will be using aerial imagery. So please feel free to add the source before uploading your edit. Also, if you have a specific hashtag for the state of the map Nigeria, I don't know, maybe state of the map Nigeria, please just feel free to just go and add it in the change set comments. So like this, we have another hashtag more than MapRoulette, which is state of the map Nigeria. And then I will just go and upload. Okay, and here, as you can see, I made the improvements of OSM by fixing two intersecting buildings. And then what is the step that I need to do now is to choose one of the following status. So we have I fixed it, already fixed it, not an issue, can't complete and skip. I fixed it if I was able to solve the issue. So the issue was existing and I was able to fix it, then I will just go and press on I fixed it because I was able to solve the problem. Already fixed it because the challenge was created 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. But if in the meantime, someone, he did some improvements here and he was able to fix the data and correct it. So you can just go to the panel history and you will see that the data was fixed recently, like in the same year. So you can just go and mark it as already fixed because yes, the issue was existing, but someone else, he did fix it. Not an issue. It can happen because sometimes we can have false positives in the process. So if you find, for example, I'm telling you that here we can find two intersecting buildings, but you didn't find any, and the situation is correct and everything is good. So then you will mark it as not an issue. And can't complete if it's too difficult for you for some reason. It can be because the resolution of the satellite imagery is not good enough. It can be because it's requiring an advanced level for mapping and you are just a beginner, so you don't want to miss the data, so it's too difficult for you and you cannot solve it. So then please just go and mark the task as can't complete. And skip. Actually, I don't really advise people to use skip, but skip if you would like to move on and you don't want to work in this task and you would like to choose another one, you can just go and do it. But for my case, I was able to fix the data. So in this case, I will just go and choose I fixed it. Here you have the right to add a comment. So if you would like to add a comment like I fixed the buildings, etc., you can just go ahead, but it's not mandatory. I do prefer that people add a comment when it's when they mark the task as can't complete or not an issue. So like this, we understand why you couldn't complete the task, why it was too difficult for you. So it will be good if you can provide a comment, and also not an issue if you assume that yes, the situation there is no issue there and this situation was correct. So please just go and add a comment. It's for our reference. So like this, we know why you mark the task as can't complete. And then you will need to choose your next task. So if you would like to stay in the same area, which is the thing that I advise the most, so please just go and choose nearby. But if you would like to work on random, you are not interested to like to finish a specific area and then to move to another one, so then you can choose random. But I really advise you to choose nearby. So like this, you can finish everything and then you can move to to intersecting buildings. Okay, now I can come back again to my presentation. So as said, so please make sure to read the instructions, and especially if you are a beginner, just to make sure that you understand the requirement and you follow the guidelines to modify and to edit OSM data. And as said, after finish and after doing the mapping, you need to choose a specific, the appropriate completion status. So here you can see if you fixed it, please just go and mark it as I fixed it. If already fixed it and the data like it was fixed but by another user, so you can just mark it as already fixed and can't complete if it was too difficult. So I advise you to use can't complete if you find a lot of difficulty to fix the data, and not an issue if it's a false positive, and skip if you just like hesitating about the task and you don't want to work on it, so you just want to skip it. So so here also it's something that I have touched about, which is the leaderboard, etc. So after the challenges are completed, etc., I will make sure to share the leaderboard in the Unique Mappers WhatsApp group. So like this, you are updated, you know how much task you have completed and also your ranking, etc., which is cool. And here the challenges that we are having for today. So for this, we generated 3 challenges. So the first one is the one that I was showing you, which is related to intersecting buildings. And as you can see in this case, we have a building which is intersecting with 2 others, so that we need to fix. And you can find the challenge either by this link or by typing in the search fixing intersecting buildings Nigeria or just Nigeria, so you can find it in this case. You can also find another challenge which is related to building and highway intersections. As you can see in this example, we have these roads that needs to be aligned because it's intersecting a lot of buildings, and we can clearly see from the satellite imagery that it's incorrect and it requires some attention. Okay, again, I will share these links in the chat box, and like for the people in the room also, they can receive it from Kingsley if he is there. But yeah, I can also share it in the WhatsApp group. So like this, you can just click on the link and you can be directed to the challenge. So yeah, so for this case, you just either you need to realign the road or the building. So you need to choose one of them as per the situation, what is correct. And then you can just go and proceed with the change. And the last one, which is also a great challenge, it's related to unusual buildings. So how we do that? We define some buildings that have unusual shapes or like spiky, etc., that needs and require our attention. And as you can see in the example below, we have someone, he just added a building like this. It's very small and it's in the middle of the road. So of course, it's not a valid case and it's require our attention and it needs to be deleted. So these are the 3 challenges that we are having at the moment. And I invite you all to have a look. So before that, I will just take you through all the challenges. So like this, you have an idea about where you can find them. So as said, so if you go and do a research by Nigeria, you can find these 3 challenges. And for us, we are interested in these 2 challenges: fix building and highway intersections and fix intersecting buildings. So I can go here and Again, I can click on start, and then I can see a specific case, as you can see here, that we have a road which is intersecting with a specific building. So for me, I will click on edit in ID because I would like to do the editing in ID editor. And I will try to see if I can fix the data, where is wrong and how I can improve it. So let's give it a moment. Okay, sorry, it should be my internet if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they have a technical issue. Okay. I think that I was talking to myself. Please, can you confirm if it's fixed? So like this, we can go ahead. It's back now. Can you please tell me where you lost me exactly? So like this, I can repeat. Not sure where you lost me exactly. All right. Then I will come back to my presentation. Okay, so here for today, for this workshop, you have 3 exercises, let's say. So you have 3 map roulette challenges, 1 for fixed intersecting buildings. I will add it in the chat box at the meantime. Okay, so you have this one. I hope you can click it. It's not clickable. Okay, let me do that so you can access the challenge directly from here. You have also another one related to buildings and highway intersection that you can find here. Just click on the link and then you can access. I hope it's clickable. Yeah, nope. Great. That's not great. Okay. And I think, yeah, that someone is trying to add them at the same time. And you have fixed and usual buildings. For the fixed and usual buildings, so I will just go here and again show you how it looks like. So for Nigeria, I will just type NGA and then I will find it here. It's NGA, Nigeria, fixed and usual buildings. So here again, I invite you to read the description and the instructions, and then you can start the challenge. So here, as I told you, so we defined some buildings with sharp angles, some huge buildings, some tiny buildings, or unusually shaped buildings or invalid tags that we grouped into this challenge. So if you are interested to work in this challenge, just go, click on start, and then you can see, for example, this is a building with a spike. So it's a small and easy fix. So I can just go and click on edit in ID, and then already I cannot see where is this building because as per the satellite imagery, it's not clear. So I will try to change the base map, but it is still not existing. So I can't see any building in this area. Yeah. So in this case, it needs to be deleted. It needs to be removed. But I do prefer to find a case where I can find a valid one. So like this, I can show you. So let me try this one. Hopefully it's a valid one. But even if you delete it, for example, you found a building with an unusual shape, but it's not existing in the map. So you compare the satellite imagery and you can't find any building in this position. So you will remove it, but when you will come back to MapRoulette, you will mark it as I fixed it, because yes, we had an issue and we did resolve it. Okay, so I'm just waiting for the other data to be loaded, but we can see that already there is a spike here. So there is no building that can have this kind of shape existing in reality. So that's why, or what we need to do, we just need to go, just give it the time to be loaded. I'm sorry. Seems like my internet is not really great, but all what I need to do is just to go to this spike and press on right click, and then I will need to remove it. And that's all. So this is all what is required from me to solve this situation. But because they were, okay, let me zoom in a little bit to see what's going on. So they are already connected. So what I will do, I will just go here and do this. So like this, I don't damage the other data. So once I fixed it, I will press on save. And as you can see, we have already a chainset comment that is describing what we did. So here, resolve the geometry issue with the building. And I can just go and add my source that I've been using an aerial imagery to solve the problem. And then I can upload. And once I upload my edit, I can come back to the MapRoulette challenge and mark the task as I fixed it, because yes, we had an issue existing and I was able to solve it. So now, yeah, actually, if you have any question, please try to ask it now, and hopefully I can address all your questions and I can support you. And then I will let you with a mapping session. Any questions? Please, for the people in the room, you can just ask your question live, and for people online, either you can unmute your mic or you can type it in the chat box.
From everybody? Any question?
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yes.
Okay. There's a question from the room.
Yes.
We need to get the editing tool on.
Sorry, please, can you come again?
We need to get the editing
We
tools.
cannot get the editing tools active on the screen.
I cannot
How
hear
do
it.
how do we get to display them to work with?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I cannot hear the question. Can you please type it, or the one who is close to the mic, he can repeat the question?
Repeat the question.
Okay, after we log in and we try to like start the challenge, the editing tools are not coming up at all. So how do we find the editing tools to work with?
Okay, I'm not sure that I heard the question properly, but I think that you are asking about the editing tools, right?
Once we come on the site, we can actually get the editing tools.
You can
So
get?
how do
we get the editing
we can
tools?
get?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
how do we get them?
okay, let's just do it live. So here, for example, you have this challenge, okay? Try to access this challenge. So for you, if you are able, just go and press on the challenge, or you can just go to find challenges after creating an account. This is, I suppose that you have already signed in MapRoulette. Then you will click on NGA. You will type NGA in the search. You will find NGA Fix Unusual Buildings. I will click on it. Okay? Then I will click on Start. Sorry, it's just my internet, my horrible internet. Here, as you can see, in this completion box, you will find editing ID, editing JOSM, editing level 0, editing rapid. So these are all OSM editing tools. So if you are a beginner, usually beginners, they do prefer ID editor, okay? So you choose editing ID and you click once again on it. So here I will click. Once I click, I will be directed to the OSM editing tools ID editor, okay? And I will be zoomed to the right place where I have the issue. It will be like the same zoom as MapRoulette, which will allow me to do the edits here in ID editor. And in MapRoulette, I will just go and choose the right completion status from here. I don't know if I replied to your question and it's clear now.
All right, the both links didn't open.
Thank you very much. They got editing tools and they cannot operate on it. So do anybody have another question for our, yeah?
Cannot hear it. Please, the one close to the mic, can you repeat the question?
Okay. So, can you please type that? Say, how do I pick a task? Somebody is asking this question.
How do I pick it? How do I pick a task?
How do?
How
Can
do
you
I
repeat?
pick it?
How do I pick it? You just go and click on start. Just go and click on start and you will find the task. I will share my presentation with you. So I don't know if you are part of the Unique Mappers WhatsApp group, but I can share it there. So like this, you can go through all the steps. But how do I pick a task? As I told you, you just go to the challenge and click on start, and then you will be picking a task. Here, for example, I have a task, and then I will just go here and click on edit on ID, and then I have my task. So here, for example, I can see that this building has a spike. So I will just remove this extra node that should not be existing. And I will save and upload my edits. And then I will come back here and I will mark it as I fixed it because yes, there was an issue and I was able to solve it. Is it clear now?
Come on, Nathan. Come. No, come here. Come here.
Anyone has another question, please?
Question. Hold on. Are we showing the question?
Yes. Any questions?
Are we okay with that explanation?
How do I split the
Okay.
task if it's too much for me, like to map at once?
Well, yeah, you are confusing between Tasking Manager and MapRoulette. Yes, in Tasking Manager, you can split the tasks, but here you have one single task. So how would you split it? Why would you split it? It's a single task. So you can just go and solve it, and then you can come back and work on it in another task. Why should you split it? It's an easy and a simple task. It's a micro-tasking platform, as I told you in the beginning when I was explaining about MapRoulette. You have a single task. So you can just go and work on it, and other people, they can still do the same.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions from you guys? Please.
Any other questions? Based on what we have been taught.
Just let me do this. If I can pin it, I hope that I have this option. Nope. But anyway, this is for the unusual building. So you can just go and click on it, and you can go here and you can do your search by Nigeria, and you can find these challenges. So I invite you all, please, to log in into MapRoulette and try to work on some tasks. Actually, our objective is to complete all these challenges. So let's see how it will go. Okay? No more questions from the room, probably from people online. Does anyone have any question? I think nothing. So yeah, I think that we still have like about 15 minutes, etc. So I invite you all to log in again to MapRoulette and try to complete some tasks in one of these MapRoulette challenges. And thank you so much for attending this session.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our speaker. Next application. Here we bring up application. We have learned a lot, and I believe that this interaction is on YouTube and any other platform that we have is Telegram. You can always go back, go through it, reflect, and whatever we have, any challenge or any question, I think address, email, address should be online. We can always communicate with her or the unique mapper as a group. So we answer all your questions. So thank you very much for this session. And we appreciate our teacher, Adja.
Thank you.
So we move on. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause once again.
So we are moving over to Caroline, Dr. Caroline. You can see, can we just give a round of applause to her? I think I'll start down and she'll be giving us a training on science data, science projects. Caroline, can you take over? You can unmute.
Okay, awesome. Yes, hello everyone. It's great to be back again. I'm just going to share my screen. And this is meant to be more of a brainstorm. And so we also have an audio record of what we talk about. So this is a workshop session. I was just thinking through, and some of these ideas you might already be doing. Some of these ideas you might say, oh, this definitely won't work for us. So adapt everything that works for your context. I'm more just here as a friend to hopefully help you meet your goals. But yes, hello, it's me again. For those of you who didn't tune in yesterday, I know there's some new folks on the live stream, or some of you who maybe weren't there in person yesterday. You can read about the history of SciStarter and my collaboration with the Unique Mappers at bit.ly/Unique Mappers blog. So if you go to that web link, there's a whole long blog post highlighting our collaboration and celebrating some of the awesome things that you all have done. I really think you are a true global inspiration. Other people can look at you and think, wow, like I want to aspire to be like that. So this blog post really celebrates you and hopefully gets people excited about what you're going to do next. There are also some quotes in the blog that I think make the case. So, you all are the Unique Mappers, right? A lot of what you do is actual, like mapping of the physical world. But there's a quote from Dr. Sunday in the post. Some of what you do when you collaborate with us on citizen science projects can be mapping the brain, right? Or like applying mapping to different contexts. Because citizen science is any way a member of the public or anybody really contributes to the scientific enterprise, most often by collecting and analyzing data. And data is just information, right? Data is words and pictures. Data can be numbers and measurements. And then we analyze that data to understand it and have some sort of new knowledge about the world. And what you all do fits under the umbrella of citizen science. And I think you all really push the boundaries too about like what mapping can be in the citizen science space, which is just very, very cool. And SciStarter, we're the world's biggest citizen science organization. So researchers from around the world add their projects to SciStarter. when they're seeking amazing volunteers like the Unique Mappers. And then folks like yourselves can hopefully come to SciStarter and find new projects to get involved with, or new ideas, or our resources like the trainings that we have. I went over some of those trainings yesterday, and I have a fun challenge at the end of this workshop for you to dive into. And then I also, I've been working on SciStarter for a little under 7 years now, in various capacities, but I also recently defended my PhD at the University of Florida. I focused on public engagement and climate change mitigation and adaptation. So I really love what y'all do from that perspective. Whenever you do things with the environment, it's awesome. And I'm also the executive director of a civic tech nonprofit called Florida Community Innovation. So we operate across the state of Florida in the United States. And we do a lot of mapping as well. We're the first nonprofit resource map of our type to help people across Florida find food banks, job resources, and more. So if they don't have food to eat, they can use our map to find it. And I'm a huge fan of the Unique Mappers. We've been working together for a few years now. And actually in 2021, I donated my pageant winnings to help establish the Land Pollution Lookout project that you all have really championed. So that was the recap of what we talked about yesterday. So for the purpose of today's workshop, let's think about, what do you all want to accomplish, and how can the global community be a resource for you? So to make this brainstorm as useful as possible, and so I have notes to follow up on later when I'm trying to connect you all with potential international partners, I ask that you go to the Unique Mappers WhatsApp group. I'll be monitoring. I have my phone right next to me here, so I can see what you all post as I talk. But I want you all to start answering the questions. What stands out to you? What do you want to do? So like, what are your hopes and dreams? What do you really want to accomplish with mapping? What do you think that you can do in Nigeria and across Africa? What do you think you can do globally in the citizen science space? What help do you want from SciStarter? And at the end of the talk, we'll go through and read out those messages that you all post and the ideas you post. And as some framing, as we embark on this brainstorm together, I want to say, go confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live the life you've imagined. The sky is really the limit. We just have to come up with a good plan to get us there. But the first step is thinking through, what do you want to do, so we can have the proper timeframes and things like that to make sure we accomplish it. And I mean, you guys already know this. The Unique Mappers can accomplish so much. I mean, think about what you've already done. You've done mapathons, so campaigns where you accomplish a lot for local and global projects. I mean, we've seen that with stall catchers, how you all have moved the needle on Alzheimer's research. We've seen that with Land Loss Lookout, where you all classified more than 6,000 images to document wetland loss on the Gulf Coast of the United States. And the mapathons you've done, in Nigeria alone. So you all have already demonstrated your impact there with the mapathons, and those are things that you can cite in grant proposals, and you could bring up in webinars and panels. So I think events like what you all did for International Women's Day, where you showcase interesting ideas, you can start doing more of those, and we can start strategically promoting them to international partners. So that's a place where you can brag about what you've done with these mapathons, and where you can make concrete asks for funding for things like establishing Land Pollution Lookout or other projects. The big thing is just having consistency and also having a good promotional schedule. And SciStarter is more than happy to help with promotions. You all can start more of your own projects like Land Pollution Lookout. I know you all are already doing this, but you can list them on SciStarter, and we can continue to elevate those so people know about them worldwide. And then you can publish more journal articles. Think about what journals so whenever, as a PhD person myself, whenever I start a project, I often start it and then I have a journal in mind where I'm going to publish it. So outside of SciStarter, the mapping project I'm doing at Florida Community Innovation, I already know the civic tech journal I'm publishing in. And when I was doing user interviews with social workers to evaluate how good our map was at connecting people who are hungry to food, I structured my interviews in such a way that they aligned with certain research objectives, so I could publish the results in the journal relatively easily, while also moving the project forward and having a research result that helps people. And also start thinking through how you want to share results with policy leaders, internationally and nationally. Will citizen science results be helpful to their work? So if you all do Globe Observer Mosquito Habitat Mapper and you get a really robust research result and an understanding of what's happening in Nigeria in regards to mosquito habitats, what public health leaders need to see that so they can make better decisions? Start thinking about that now. So there's a lot you can do, but the main thing is, what will you focus on? So feel free, go ahead, chime in the WhatsApp. I got it up in front of me right here in the Unique Mappers group. And if you're not in the group, I'm sure someone who's sitting in the room with you is. Start typing. What do you want to focus on? What questions do you want to answer? And I'll pause for a second as people get their phones up. I'm not seeing any responses yet. Okay, I'll just let you all keep typing and we'll keep it moving. So one idea for more collaborations, and I know we've already started some conversations between the Unique Mappers and CitSci Africa, but I think they will be a great resource and a great partner to you all. And we actually helped build a website for them called the SciStarter Exchange. It's in beta and it hasn't really been launched yet, but this could be a sneak preview. It's scistarter.org/Africa. Where different citizen science projects that are relevant to audiences across Africa are showcased. So as you think through like the resources on the SciStarter website, it was relatively easy for us to make this exchange, right? Are there things on SciStarter that you all could make use of, like free resources, or even some of the paid ones that we can put into grants that we could help make for you? So just wanted to show that example there. So one thing to think through as we have these big questions in this workshop is, what do you want from the international community? And I think this is a question, because you can always say funding, right? But you need to go deeper than that. Is funding for what? Like, do you want funding for events? And then you need to specify how, like when I do grant proposals for Florida Community Innovation, sure, like what I typically ask for is money to pay my students. But I also make the case that because we pay these students, more people will have food in the state of Florida based on the tech product they're building. So think through like the bigger question of what the funding will actually give you. And then, in terms of the strategic communication side, let's start, doing these webinars, right? We could hit the European Citizen Science Association, the Association for the Advancement of Participatory Studies, other global associations. If we have a regular schedule, we could probably start pitching them quickly and promoting them on email and email listservs, so people know about these things and you're a regular presence and you come up in their minds as potential partners to write into grants and things like that. And another way to keep this going is, regular collaboration calls. Do you want to start talking like maybe on a monthly basis with one of the leaders of the European Citizen Science Association? Do we want to publish something on the blog after this brainstorming session about like what your global goals are and how the international community can help you? Maybe you could have a regular series, because there are a lot of inspiring folks who are part of the Unique Mappers, a regular series about your accomplishments that we publish. SciStarter is more than happy to provide the blog platform for that, and then, help send it out via email to the global community. And then you want to think through, how will you fund your work? So I know on our side at SciStarter, we've been able to, even though a lot of our money is tied up in grants, give mini grants to Unique Mappers here and there. And international wire transfers can be kind of difficult. Like Wells Fargo, who we bank with, they've blocked donations to Nigeria, so we've had to find all sorts of different workarounds. But if you can manage to set up an easy donate page, I think that would be a game changer, because whenever I tell people I know in the States about the work you're doing, they get excited about it and they want to support you. And we need some sort of easy online access point for them to do that. So this is the page that I use for my nonprofit. It's a United States-based fundraising platform called Tuesday, but a lot of people will donate through it very regularly. And they might even set their donations, as you can see, there are the different options there, to recur even weekly. So they could donate $100 US a week. And I asked the folks at Tuesday if they have international partners that could help you all. And they said they're looking, so stay tuned. But that's one thing to think about in this brainstorm. It's like, who do you all know? Like, are there ways to set up some sort of fundraising platform on the Unique Mappers website as you're doing these international promos to support your work domestically? Can we help, spread the word about that and put this donate page in front of people? And of course, grants can help. So I got on the phone with the U.S. State Department like 2 months ago, and they were like, it's too late for us to fund you to go State of the Map this year, but apply, get back in touch with us this fall, and let's have you come next year. So if we do the strategic planning early, we could hit up the State Department now and maybe get even more support for State of the Map, and hopefully I can join you all in person. And then if you search grants for Nigerian organizations, there are places that pop up. I know it's been dispiriting. I mean, Dr. Sunday and I went in for a grant with the Canadian government. They never replied to us. So stuff like that can be really discouraging. But I think if we're persistent and we keep on forging these relationships, and especially if you all have a regular strategic communications channel, the grants will come. We just have to keep trying. You know, maybe we apply for 10 grants and we only get one. But the main thing is just keeping it going, quantity, right? Okay, so that was all the funding stuff and some of the ideas I had, but I would love to see y'all's feedback on that in the WhatsApp group. But I also want us to get ready for April. This is the exciting part. So, you know, as citizen science becomes a global movement, we said this yesterday, the unique mappers can really lead the way. So every April, SciStarter hosts Citizen Science Month, and our campaign last year and this year is 1 million acts of science. So that means that we want you to contribute, you know, to citizen science projects or attend citizen science events. Just engage in 1 million acts of science as a global community. It's just a way to get people excited and get people involved in these things. So as we think through what the Unique Mappers wants to do, should we pick a collective impact project? Maybe you all want to finish classifying all the data for Land Pollution Lookout. What do you want from the international community? Do you want like weekly webinars where we talk about how we're doing during April and how much you all are accomplishing? Online meetings, like as you're trying to achieve your 1 million acts of science goals, let's think through like what collective impact you want to have, what projects do you want to contribute to. Do you want to do Globe Observer Mosquito Habitat Mapper? I know the Globe Observer folks are really excited about helping you all. I mean, like I said, sky's the limit. We just have to articulate what you want to do so we can plan for it. So once again, oh, I'm looking at the WhatsApp. It looks like Harjar just replied. Oh, and she put some resources in there. But please, like, let me know in the WhatsApp, what do you want to do for Citizen Science Month, April 2025, 1 million acts of science? Do you want to do Land Pollution Lookout? Do you want to do Globe Observer? Do you want in-person meetups? Do you want online meetups? You know, many of you are in school, you know, and doing your master's or PhD. Do you want this to help with data collection for a master's thesis or a PhD dissertation? Whatever it is, like let's plan now so we can get the resources we need and be ready for April 2025. And I wanted to end the workshop with a little bit of a challenge for you. So we have the trainings I mentioned yesterday. So when you go to scistarter.org/training, you can do all sorts of these different trainings. I think the majority of you have done the foundations training. So my challenge for you all, if you want a free t-shirt, and I saw in WhatsApp that some of you are wearing your t-shirts today, if you email info@scistarter.org a picture of your data ethics training badge, we'll mail you a t-shirt. We'll mail it in the physical mail. And I know sometimes the mail takes a while, so if we mail it now, you'll definitely have it before April 2025. So I'm going to put the link in the WhatsApp chat to the training page. And the challenge for you today is if you do the data ethics training, we will mail you a t-shirt. So I'm just going to scistarter.org/training. And there we go. All right. So I'm looking at the WhatsApp. This is an open floor here for the rest of the workshop. What do you want to accomplish? How can we help? And I'll just go to my contact info again. And once again, you can find me via email, caroline@scistarter.org. And then my phone number is 407-562-7793. And you can use the 1 for the country code if you want to get in touch with me via WhatsApp. But I'm just really excited to see what you all have planned for, oops, I don't want to annotate, for next year. And I think we'll stop sharing here and we'll just keep monitoring the WhatsApp. Oh, it looks like someone had a technical issue. No worries. We'll pause and let people get all their ideas in.
Hello.
All right, hello, you're live. This is exciting. So welcome back, everybody. How much did you all hear up to? Was this around when my audio started cutting out?
We missed you at the phone number.
Oh yeah, so I want you all to use the Unique Mappers WhatsApp group chat. I think most of you are in there, but you can also message me directly via I'm in that big group chat that Hadar just put her resources into called Unique Mappers Network. But you can also message ideas to me directly. So I'm at 407-562-7793. But if you want to put them in the group chat so we can all see them, I think that would be awesome. I think the biggest thing is let's accomplish some big stuff. Let's figure out what you all want to do for April 2025 or, long-term visions, like what type of funding you want to apply for, or for those of you who are master's or PhD students or faculty members, is there a way that SciStarter can be helpful for your research? I was just helping last night. We at NC State University in the United States, up in North Carolina, one of our states, I helped one of their PhD students send out surveys about SciStarter, and now he's to study how people interact with citizen science. Now he's publishing all of that in a paper. And I was also helping one of the professors there analyze some of SciStarter's trace data to see patterns of participation, to see how people interact with citizen science. So if there's ways that you all want to work SciStarter in your research, now's the time to plan for it. And we want to articulate exactly what y'all want to accomplish so we can do it. Okay, I'm not seeing anything come through in the group chat yet for the Unique Mappers Network. But I'm eager to hear y'all's Citizen Science Month ideas. And as a reminder, I'll exit the slideshow and go back to a slide. If y'all do the data ethics training, we'll mail you a t-shirt. Oh, okay, someone just messaged and said, can I get the slides? I will send those in the chat to them. So I guess let's start with an easy part. Does anyone have any goals that they really want to for sure accomplish during Citizen Science Month this year?
Okay, Dr. Caroline. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, that's great. I think now that they've been exposed to citizen science and what we do at SciStarter, we will be planning for a project for the April 2025 Global Citizen Science Month. And I'm sure from now till then, we'll be able to identify different citizen science projects that will be carried out.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming on board. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's great. So we'll be moving to another workshop. Caroline, if you are still available much later, you might join us for the panel section.
Sure.
And, contribute on the views about the conference. Yeah, thank you.
I'll be there.
So that's great. So we'll be going for the next workshop.
Thank you very much, John. And the next item that we have here is a form of GIS workshop, and we'll be looking at land use and land use and land cover change detection, modeling, and prediction. This will be handled by Emmanuel Peter J. So Emmanuel Peter J will come on board, will help us to anchor this aspect of the workshop. Can we give a round of applause for Reverend Peter James as he comes aboard? So we hope to get a lot of this workshop of land use and discover and not cover.
Okay, I want you to they're not just thinking, you just think. Listen, justice will take care of that.
Okay, I think we are good to go. So I want to quickly take us briefly through the theoretical aspect of it while we move into practical proper. So what we want to consider is land use and land cover change detection, modeling, and prediction. And the tools we want to use is QGIS and a plugin called Module for Land Use Change Simulation, MOLUS. So, and please, pardon me, do not take up to an hour. So, and the content of this, we are going to see change detection of identification between two epochs. And we are going to use the change we detect to produce a map. And the map produced will let us know the spatial variation of this change across So the change detected will be used to produce a map that will show us change map. And then we are going to use artificial neural network algorithm to train the software to see the change between two epochs, to be able to use it to predict what the situation will be in the next indicated year. So then, to start with, when we say land use, it's something we are all familiar with. It simply describes how land is utilized by human for various purposes such as agriculture, urban development, forestry, mining, and so on. Then when we say land cover refers to the physical material at surface of the earth, e.g., water bodies, vegetation, bare surface. Then when we now say that the change, that is land use, land cover change, we are talking of the transformation of this land use, land cover by human activities or by natural processes. So the land use, land cover change detection now refers to detecting or the process of identifying and analyzing changes in land use and land cover over time. This is important to understand environmental dynamics, urban growth, and land management practices. Then the causes of land use land cover change is mostly driven by population growth, economic development, technical advancements, and of course, policy change are part of the thing that causes land use land cover changes. Then the impact is that changes can lead to habitat loss, biodiversity decline, alter water cycle, and so on. So today we want to see how we can do that, see the change, model it, and predict in QGIS. Then the importance of monitoring land use land cover change is that it helps us to understand environmental changes. Secondly, it helps in planning sustainable development, and it helps to mitigate climate change effects, and also help us to manage our natural resources effectively. So the module we want to use is module for land use change simulation, and it's a plugin that provides a set of algorithms for land use change simulation, such as artificial neural network, LRWOE, multi-criteria change evaluation, multi-criteria evaluation, and so on. So now let's go to the practical proper. So to start with, you need to install QGIS. You need to install your QGIS. The version of the limitation to this plugin is that it works with only lower version of the QGIS. It doesn't work with 3.4, 3.8, 3 points and above. It doesn't work with this. Of course, the developer of the plugin will be reporting to them how this plugin work with higher version of QGIS. It's a good plugin. So we've talked to them. They also are working on it. But presently, it's working with lower version of QGIS. 2.18, 2.1825, 2.1815. So that's the version is working with effectively now. If you use it on higher version, it won't, when you run it, it won't work, it won't give you a good result. Sometimes it will not even work at all. So the developer of this plugin, of this module, I think they are working tirelessly to see that it works with other higher versions of the QGIS. Yes. So to start with, I always encourage everything I'm going to do here. I have tutorial video for them. Even if you don't get it here, you can watch the tutorial video and get it right. So I always encourage people, when you want to start any GIS project, always create a folder and put your working data. Create a working folder and put your working data there. So in this exercise, I have created a folder called land use land cover change detection. And inside, I have land use land cover for 2017 and land use land cover for 2023. So this is the data set we want to use. So when you open your QGIS, that is I'm using 2.18. The first thing to do, make sure you are connected to internet. Then come to plugin. This plugin, click on manage and install plugin. So when you click on manage and install plugin, under all, come to this search box and type Molus. When you type it, it will bring it. This is Molus. That is the MOLUSCE. That is module for land use change. Sorry for that. Module for land use change estimation. So this module is very effective in analyzing change between two epochs or two intervals, and also to predict what the future situation will look like. So Once you click on Molus, you will see install. But in my own case, I have installed. That is why it's showing me reinstall or uninstall. So if you have not installed it, you will see install. You click on it and install. Of course, as I said earlier on, I have a series of videos on this subject matter and other related. So I will give you the links. You can watch the video at your convenience time. So once you click on it and install, you now close. You close the page. Then you load in the land use land cover for different years you have classified. So to do that, click on add raster, or you can go to layer and add raster layer. So I want to use 2017 land use land cover as classified and 2023. Click on open. So this is land use land cover for this area, Sabongeri local government in Kaduna State. To better appreciate it, I can right click and go to properties. Then come to style. Instead of single band grade, let's use single band pseudo color. And here, instead of continuous, let's use quantile and click on OK, so that you can better see the color. Yes. You don't have the data. Yeah, I'll be. Okay, can I send the data? Do you have have you installed 2 points? Okay. Okay, maybe I should send it. Who should I send it to so that I can share it? Okay. No, it's not much. I tried to compress it. I think it's about, let me see. It's in fact less than 1 MB. Which group now should I share? I'm not going to. Afrigis. Okay, this one. Should I send it to here? Okay. Let me switch to mobile. It's like the Wi-Fi is very poor. Okay, I've sent it to that group. So you can download, then extract file. But most importantly, I think it's better you watch, because I still have a video on that. Then since you now have the data, you go and practice when you get to your hotel room. Okay, let's continue. So the second one, which is 2017 land use land cover, we can right click, come to properties, then instead of, we come to style, come to this rendering type. Instead of single band grade, change it to single band pseudo column, and scroll down this mode, instead of continuous, change it to quantile and click on OK. It's just to change the symbology for better view. Now, what we want to do, we have land use land cover for 2023 and land use land cover for 2017. Now, how do we quantify? We need to quantify the change that has occurred in different land uses and land cover. So to quantify it and also use the quantity generated to produce a map, that is land use land cover change map. So that is exactly what we want to do. So after we have installed the plugin Bolus and we have brought in land use land cover change for the 2 epoch, or it can even be 3, 4 epoch, but it must at least 2 intervals that you have classified. Then come to raster. Come to raster. Since you have installed the Bolus, the plugin, you will see it here. This is the Bolus. Then click on it. When you click on it, this is the interface. Automatically, it will load in the land use land cover you brought in. And one of the things about this plugin is that it's intelligent enough to detect year. So here you will see initial, that is your initial land use land cover map. So highlight that initial, which in this case 2017, and click on initial. So it will automatically load it in and detect the year it belongs to. So in this case, it's 2017. Then what is the final? The final land use land cover, which is the second epoch, is this 2023 land use land cover. Then click on final. So it will also load it here and indicate the year. Then here we have spatial variables. Land use land cover is driven, land use land cover change is driven by spatial variables. When we say spatial variables, we mean that some variables or some attributes or parameters that are location specific that drive the change in land use land cover. An example of that is road. I want to use a typical example. A town close to us here, not that far, Oshogo, there is a road here called Ring Road. Before the construction of that road, the completion of that road, there are some areas that were more like bush. Immediately after the construction of the road, come and see the level of development. Area like Ilesha Garage, down to St. Charles, down to Offa Junction. Come and see the level of development because of that road construction. So road is one of spatial variables that drive land use land cover change. Another one is water or distance from water body. There are some areas in Lokoja. If you go to Lokoja, in fact, if your first time in Lokoja, you doubt if this is the capital city because of the presence of water there, level of development is restricted because by this time, a lot of places have been submerged already. So people cannot build there. So presence of water can inhibit or foster land use land cover change. Then another thing is population density. Like this area in Kaduna State, Sabongeri, population, because it's school environment, many higher institutions all around, there is enough population. So population is a driver of land use land cover change. Area they were using for farming before you know it is already a residential area. So spatial variables talks of variables that are location dependent that drives land use land cover change. Now, if you have them, you have to convert it to a map. In the example I gave, like this Oshogo, the ring road is a spatial variable that drives land use land cover change in the town. If you have the road, you have to convert it to raster by producing distance from road map. So those raster, spatial variables that drive land use land cover change in the study area, they are the one you input in this very box. However, if you don't have them, because you cannot just assume, the spatial variable that drives land use land cover change in one location is different from what drives land use land cover change in another location. Another one is government policy. Government can just wake up and say, okay, this area, we convert it to agricultural area, or we convert it to mega city. So if you have such spatial variable, you put it here. However, if you don't have it, it means that the assumption will come in. The assumption is that if you don't have spatial variable that drives land use plan cover change in your study area, it therefore means that you are saying that the variable that drives the change between the 2 years you have is the same thing that is driving the land use land cover change for the year you want to predict for. So in this case, our example, I don't have spatial variable. So it therefore means that I'll bring any one of these, let's say 2017, and add it to this spatial variable here. So what it means is that I'm telling the software that the same condition that caused the change between 2017 to 2023, I assume this condition remain constant for the next year I want to predict. So that is what it means. However, you need to check the geometric consistency of the variable you are bringing in. If you bring spatial variable that is not consistent with what you have, the software will reject it. It means you just copy some variable from somewhere to run it. It won't accept it. It must have geometrical consistency. So to do that, you click on check geometry. So it will show you geometrics of the raster are matched. So that is to say we are good to go. Then you click on OK. After you have done that, we need to evaluate correlation. Has it been we have spatial variables like roads? Slope also is a spatial variable that drives land use land cover change. Some places that have very rugged terrain, people may not have the finance to excavate, to level ground before building. So if you have those spatial variables and bring it in here, you need to check the geometric consistency, and after that you need to check the correlation. To check correlation, come to evaluate correlation. Click on it. When you click on evaluate correlation, you click on check. So since I only put one variable here, the correlation will be equal to another, because I'm not bringing two variables. It's only when I'm bringing two variables that it will show us the correlation. So now you have to check, you want to check the area, the change between 2017 and 2023. That is the epoch you are considering. So to do that, you see area change. Click on that. When you click on area change, you click on update table. So it will take some time. What it does is that it takes 2017 land use land cover and go through it. Go to 2023 land use land cover, go through it and detect the change. It detects the change that has occurred. Yes, here we are. Here it is. You can see the change in land use land cover between 2017 to 2023. Here, you can come here and change the units. If you click here, if you want it to be in square kilometer or hectares, let's choose hectares. So we can see the land use land cover change in hectares between 2017 and 2023. And this is the change. This is the change in land use land cover, and this is the percentage change. Remember, we are working in hectares. So you can equally change the units, let's say to square kilometer if you want so. So if you change it, it will change automatically. And if you want it in hectares, you can change it to hectares as well. It will update itself. So you can see the change in different land uses between 2017 and 2023. This is the change in hectares. And this is the percentage change. Now, another downside of this software is that I was expecting that at this level, they should make provision such that I can just highlight and copy and go take it to Excel or in my reports. However, it's not possible to copy at once. You have to be copying one by one, which means you have to highlight this, right click, copy. Highlight, right click, copy for everything. So that is another shortcoming of this plugin. Of course, we'll be reporting back to them that these are the users, this is the challenges you are facing. So instead of me copying one by one, why can't I just highlight it? They should make provision for me to right click and copy selected. So I'll just go and paste the table once and for all. So, but in this case, another shortcoming of this plugin is that you have to be copying one by one. So we have seen now that we have seen the change between 2017 to 2023. This is the change in different land uses, land cover, and this is the percentage change. Percentage change. Now, this is quantitative value. We are in GIS, we have to convert it to map. We have to convert this land use land cover change to map. So to do that, you come to here, create map, create change map. So when you click on it, it will ask you where do you want to save it. Let's save it in this our folder and call it change map. Sorry for that. So let's call it change map. Then you click on save. Automatically the software take TIF as the format. So click on save. So it will take time to convert these figures, these statistical figures we have declared. It will convert it to a map for us, which you can add to your work or as which you will use. Apart from this statistical value, you have a map to show the changes that has occurred in the study area between 2017 to 2023. Another thing to note here is that the speed depends on the area extent of your study area. If you are mapping a whole state, it's going to take a whole time to do this. This is just a local government, and of course, it may take us up to 1 minute or thereabouts to finish, to convert these changes to a map. And once it's done, it will add it to our table of contents. And of course, we'll be able to see it in the data view. So it's converting these values, the changes we have detected, it's converting it to a map for us. So in few seconds, it should be done. Yes, it's done. But don't make a mistake. Don't close this page. You can minimize, but don't close it. So this is the change map has been created. Let me uncheck this. This is the change map that has been created. So what it means is that the change map is telling us that the land uses that has changed over the period under study, it converts it to a map. Of course, initially it gives us the statistical value, which you can use to discuss, to talk to your results. Then this is a graphical representation, so that graphically or you can talk to, you can see spatially the area that has changed. So now, after you have done this, there is need for us to use this, the change that has occurred between 2017 and 2023, to train the software so that it can use it to predict what the situation will be in the future. So to do that, you bring back your Molus, that is the plugin. So now we want to see transition potential modeling. So we want to train this plugin to be able to predict for us. So inputs determine outputs. So that is excess of this. So come to transition potential model. Then here you have to define your samples. When you click here, the modes is better we use random. And of course, there are stratified. What stratified does is that you want to, for example, we are here now in the class, as a class, we can stratify this table A, table B, table C. So we have stratified this class such that you deal with this one, come to this, deal with this one, then go to that and deal with that one. But when we say random, random means it's picking here, picking here, picking here, picking here. So it's not dealing at stratified modes. So that is why we choose random. So random, I think, is better. Of course, when you are practicing on your own, you can choose stratify to see the result. Then, of course, you can see the neighborhood, all of that is did it at default. What it does is that it will show us overall accuracy. It will also show us the kappa validation and the like. So then click on train neural network. And before then, the method you want to use artificial neural network. Of course, there are many methods. We have weighted of evidence, multi-criteria evaluation, logistic regression, but let's use artificial neural network, which is a multi-layer perceptron. So that is the algorithm we want to use to train this plugin to be able to predict for us what the situation will be in the future. So you click on train neural network. So what it does is that based on, we have calculated the change. It has absorbed that change, and we have also used it to produce map. So that change, but remember, there's an assumption. The assumption is that the variables that cause the change between 2017 and 2023 is the same, because we have no spatial variable to input. So based on that, the changes it's detected between 2017 and 2023, the software is now using that change to train itself so that it will be able to predict what the situation will be by, for example, 2030. So that is what it's doing now. And also, the time taking depends on your area extent you are dealing with. So what it's doing now is training the software, neural network learning curve is learning. Okay, these changes that occur between 2017 to 2019 in this area. This is the changes that occur. So it trains itself. This one is what we use to predict what the situation will be in the future. So in the next few minutes, it should be done. Of course, I have the video, various videos for this. So you can watch it at your leisure. I will provide the link to the videos. How to even do the land use land cover itself, how to install the plugin, how to install QGIS, where to download it, everything are available. If you notice something, you realize that overall accuracy is fluctuating. So because the process is on, so it's calculating and it's validating as well. You can see minimum validation overall error and current validation kappa. And kappa statistics is one of the statistics used to assess accuracy of land use land cover change. After you produce your land use land cover change, it's good you do accuracy assessments. So let's wait in the next few, maybe about a minute or two. It should be done with training of the plugin. So the training will be registered. So when we now tell the software that, okay, what will the situation be in 2030? Based on how it has trained itself, using the changes that have occurred between the previous year, between the two epochs, it will be able to predict the future. In the next 1 minute or two, it should be done. And of course, if it is in academic environment, you have to show all this graph as well as evidence that you actually train the software, not that you just edited and post it in your work. So this graph is evidence that you actually trained the software, you did the right thing. So, and there is a provision either to screenshot or to save it as JPEG, which you can attach to your work. So as I said earlier on, the time taking depends on the area you are dealing with. This is just a local government. And of course, it's a very small local government in the north. So there are some bigger local government that is almost a state in some part of the country. So if you are dealing with a whole state, it will take you a whole lot of time. So if you are dealing with a political ward, we will have done by now. But because you are dealing with the local government, so and it asks to train it effectively to be able to predict. And you know that your inputs determine your outputs. So if it is not well trained, there will also be error. And also, one thing about this plugin is that there's also a room for validation. For example, there are some NGO in Abuja that monitor vegetation change in Abuja. So when they contract, mostly they give out their projects as a contract. When they contract their work, vegetation change in Abuja or vegetation change in Amak. So they have to do validation or accuracy assessment. So they will contract it out to an individual, contract it to a company, because they are after accuracy. Once you all submit your work, they will have a reference data they will now subject your work to. So here in this plugin, you can use it to do such. You can validate. Once you have a reference data, the one you believe is correct. So whatever you do, you can now use it to validate, to see the level of accuracy of your work. So we are at 73%. We will soon be done. Yes. Yes. Okay. Sorry. GGS. GGS. Capital letter. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. Yes.
For the area changes.
Yes.
Because I saw that the differences was based on the color round. Based on the color round, let's say 2023 it has a different color round, and 2017 it has a different color round.
Yes.
Like will it determine the output? Like would they changes?
No, the change is about, we have land use land cover for this year and the next year, the next epoch. So in between, what has taken place, we now saw the change. That change is what we converted to a map. You can use different color depending on you. The essence of the color here is for better view. So for better view.
I said the two of them.
The two of them. Okay, we should use different color. Of course, we can do that. We can do that, but you can practice it at your own. You can do that, you will see the changes. But if you use different color, visually, you may not be able to see the change. If you use the same color, you will be able to see the change visually. Because if you use different color, you may not be able to see the change. But if you use the same color, you see area that has changed to another land use or land cover. But the best way to see the change is the quantitative values, which we generated initially. But for reporting purpose, you need to still convert it to map. That is the essence of converting it to map. But the most important method of assessing the change is using the quantities which you have used, because you can discuss statistically. Okay, so land use has changed from so value to so value by so percentage. So you'll be able to talk, to discuss your results. Then the map is just for view, for people to see what you are discussing. So now it's done. Okay?
I have two questions. So the first is, are we limited to using two land sample classifications? Like,
I didn't get it.
Are we limited to like give the model to train with two, maybe I will check certain right?
No, we want to see change between two epochs, between 2017, 2023, or
3 years.
If you are doing, it will be interval in between, maybe 2023, 2022, 2023 now. But you can't say 2022, 2023, 2024. But you can do it separately. 2022, 2023, what is the change? 2023, 2024, what is the change? So you will see the change between the epochs you are dealing with.
How long is the projection?
It depends on you. After you have trained it, you now project, like let's use 2030 now. You can still project for 2050.
100.
Yes, 2000. I mean, 2100 about. Yes, you can project for that. So, but the essence is that you train the plugin to see. Now we are done with the neural network training. So you can you can screenshot, or you come to this save, click on it, and save it. Let's save it in our working folder. Let's save it as curve. And you choose your format. Let's leave it as PNG. You can choose JPEG, depending on you. Click on save. So we have saved this. This will be part of your report or appendix to show that you actually did that. Now, we have trained it. Let's take a look. If you look at here, you can see the validation kappa. We have about 77.69% here. And that is a little bit poor. At least you should, in accuracy assessment, you should have above 80%. So, but actually the essence of this practical is to demonstrate how it is done. So here we have 77.6% accuracy level. Now, the next thing now is that we want to project. We have seen 2017 how it was, 2023 how it was. We have produced the changes, and we have seen the changes. We have produced change map, and also we have trained the software on the changes that have occurred. Now we want to project or predict what the next epoch will be. So to do that, you come to Cellular Automata Simulation. Click on Cellular Automata Simulation. So here, this is your simulation result. You have to navigate to your working folder. Here, this is our working folder, and name it. Let's say land use, or let's just say prediction. Prediction 2030. Prediction 2030. And this is where a lot of people, analysts, have arguments about this plugin. The plugin, once you say prediction 2030, it captures this. This 2030, it captures it. It's intelligent enough to capture it. But many analysts question that capability. And of course, I am one of those that believe that there should be a provision to enter a year range. Let's say 2023 to 2030, that is about 7 years. So instead of putting 2030, there should be a provision for 7 years. Instead of just putting 2030. What if I make a mistake and put 2031, whereas I have 2030 in mind? But the software, once you write the output name with the year, it picks the year. So you click on save. Then here, number of simulation iteration. That is the number of times you want the software to run the process. When it goes like this and come back, that is 1. Goes like this, that's 2. So the number of iterations, the more the number, the more better the result, but the more time it will take. So now let's leave it for demonstration purpose at 1 number of iterations. Then you click on start. So it will take some time to generate the future map, that is 2030 map, what the situation will be in the area by 2030. So maybe in the next 1 to 2 minutes, should be able to produce the map. We are at 8%. Moving. Yes. You said 2030 is predicting what the situation will be at then. And of course, the process, I think I also have it here. So the process, I have it here as well. I will also give out this slide if you want. You launch it. ArcGIS. Yes, ArcGIS, the process is different. is different from this. The process is quite different from here. These plugins work with QGIS, not ArcGIS. But the process of predicting in ArcGIS is change detection is quite different from this. So I have the steps here that you can go through, and I have the video. QGIS. So we are at 17%. Yes.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I just check for the accuracy of the I'm working on, for example.
Yes.
So I just work on maybe 2005 and 2010.
Yes.
Down design for 2 years. So and I predicted for 2023.
Yes.
Which I already know what has happened there. I already know
yes.
what has part of what happened. So can I correct them? Can I compare the prediction it gives me between 2023 and the one I already check for the assessment?
Yes, it's a way of doing the accuracy assessment. It's a way. In fact, once you even do land use land cover, the best way of doing accuracy assessment is to go to the field. You go to the field. Okay, I am here. Here I classify it as agricultural area. Is it really agricultural area? Let's say on getting here, I realize it's just vegetation. So I will note it. I will take some samples from each different land uses and visit the field. What is on the field, I will record them. Then when I got back to office, you use it to do your accuracy assessment. So if you do it that way, that's a very good way to assess your land use land cover classification and also to assess your prediction, if it is accurate or not. Sorry, it takes time. It's just 23% now. Yes, sir. Okay, 3 epoch. Yes. Yes, the best way to do that is, let's say we are dealing with 2000, 2010, 2020. For instance, the best approach is you look at the change between 2000 and 2010. Then you look at the change between 2010 and 2020. Then when you are training the software, you can train 2000 and 2010. Use it to train it and use it to predict to see what the result will be. Then 2010 and 2020, train the software with it, look at the change, and use it to predict as well. And by the time you are doing your accuracy assessment, you'll be able to reconcile which one is best for it. But however, if you have the variables that drive the change there, you may not really need that. So you will be able to use the last 2 epochs, 2010, 2020, to predict 2030, for instance. So you do it for each intermediate epoch. Yes.
Is there any standard range? Maybe 2 years.
No, it depends on you. No standard interval. It depends on you. You can even look at the change within 2 years, 2022, 2023. You can choose to look at it, what has taken place. For the example I gave about Osogbo, just within 2 years, the change that has occurred along that axis is very, very obvious to anybody. So you can look at, in fact, where the best way to even monitor our environment, at least we should be able to look at it even monthly. If you are looking at it monthly, because some people, when they want to build their illegal house, they can even erect a house within a month to build. So if we are monitoring our environment monthly or even weekly, we'll be able to detect before they erect it, they brief it, before you now go to say urban planner, remove. Before you go there to say remove, let them remove when they are doing it. So we can, in fact, we can even monitor it weekly. There are some some environmental studies that you have to monitor, in fact, hourly. For example, if you are working in gas metering station, you have to be going every hour to take records. So you'll be monitoring. If there is a change in pressure, you'll be monitoring. So if you are working in some industry, it may be weekly. You'll be looking at the changes that has occurred. For example, if you are monitoring a project, you may have to be monitoring it daily. So the interval is not specific, it depends on you. Sorry, we are at 32%. So I just wanted to show so that I can show you the results. So this is the final stage. Prediction, change prediction. So any other question? Geometry.
Yes. They are not like same. Like you said, I think you can. Yeah. What would you do? Would you need to find this second one, or you need to go and look for another?
Okay. The question is, there is an important question here. When I was saying that when you bring these spatial variables, they must have the same geometry, which means they must have the same coordinate system. They must have the same. They must belong to the same area before you can use them. If the geometry of your land use, land cover, and the spatial variable you are bringing in does not match, you can't proceed, you can't use it. In that case, you need to check why is it not match. If you are using the same area, but it's still showing you that the geometry does not match, in that case, you check your coordinate system. Maybe you are using projected and the one you are bringing in is geographic. So you need to check it. So once you check it, of course, it will give you a message. Go look at that message and see the likely reason why it does not match. So you have to correct the one you are bringing to match the geometry of the data you are using to be able to proceed. Sorry, we are at 34%. It actually takes time, and it's even because it's a small area. If it is a larger area, it takes sometimes a whole day. If it is a larger area. So
okay. That will lead to another question. If you're running something like this, and your system dies, will it continue from where?
No. What you do
to start again?
What you will do, if you are running it for a bigger area that you take almost a whole day, make sure your laptop is connected. And when it is running down, it's either you hibernate or you put it asleep so that by the time you on it again, it will continue. So don't let your laptop go off, because if it goes off, that's all. So what to do is to put it asleep or hibernate. The prediction actually takes time, because what it does is that if you remember, we have trained this module to predict. So based on that training, it's using that curve, learning curve, to predict what the future will be. And it's doing it for each land use, land cover in the area. And also, depending on how big the area you are dealing with is. That is what determines how long it takes. I don't know what it is. Because I'm just accepting something patent more. I wouldn't know We are just at 38% now of the process. I don't know. Actually, this is just the final step to show you. It will predict and tell us what the future will be. This is just the final step, and this is the whole process. And of course, I have video on this. So I don't know, and there's another presentation after this.
On video. Avoid those endless reasons. And I just suggest that the link and show you how you can share it because other than
Okay, integration and debate to avoid just waiting because it's just 39% and it will take us another 15 to 20 minutes. So now this is just the last process. Once it's done, it will add the map to the interface and you can visualize it. So I'll send the video of this tutorial and other tutorial related tutorial so that you can watch when you get to your accommodation so that you can see how it's done. This is just the last process and this is how to do it. Thank you. Okay. Okay. The mic.
Thank you very much to our presenter. That is Mr. J. A round of applause for him once again. And please, I don't know, you are still in touch with those people in software people.
Okay.
This food software that only use.
Okay, I can give you
now. Tell them that we all play that to give us to incorporate the latest version. They want us to backslide. People don't like to backslide. I like to backslide. Thank you very much. It's part of then also is Stanley Umorda. Yes, don't remove it like that. Not your halfway there. So please, I don't have this item remaining. This one academic paper, and then the last thing we do before the closing ceremony is the panel discussion. We're about to round this up. So, but before that, we would like to have this academic paper presentation. That is basement condition analysis. That is what is presented. So, welcome to board. Stanley Umore for our own presentation. We have a applause for that. Right, yeah.
Good evening, everybody. I'll send it to Kingston. I sent it last night. No problem. Thank you. What?
What's it? What's up? No.
Can I connect my system? Just on the system. That will take some time.
All right.
No, put inside. Transfer it, fix it. One of them. You can find the desktop giant data. Cut the new folder. Are we?
Sorry, let's help with this.
Yeah? Yes. Let me pause in my computer. Yeah? Yes, please. Just anyone you call me, I'll answer. Just yes, please.
You're not facing the, you're not facing the regulation, you're facing on that. You're facing on that. You're not facing the anymore.
Where's the other mic, please?
You just face up. You don't need to face.
Where's the other mic? The other mic.
The second one is that.
Good evening, everybody.
That's the comment.
Hello.
Where's the mic?
Why did you present that? The man that just presented.
Okay.
Is there nobody? Let's just go to the other.
Just stand in the middle.
This one.
Just and the mic is not one out. Don't break your screen.
You're supposed to know next.
Good evening.
You just start.
Conducting a memorial for so presenting a close announcement on payment conditions of innovation shipping and Presenting a group analysis actually went to a workshop, it's a group analysis.
We all be silent. We'll listen to you. Okay.
Okay, I'll recap. I'm conducting a SWOT analysis. It's a payment condition analysis of using GIS techniques. My case study is evidence in Kenya. Okay. Okay, so it's actually a SWOT analysis, and because of that, I just want to show the abstract so that we get the overview. What I'm talking about is a pavement condition analysis. And what is pavement condition analysis? Pavement condition analysis is critical. It's critical. No. Okay, I'll try to be audible. Okay. So pavement condition analysis is critical for maintaining road infrastructure and ensuring public safety. This research introduces a geospatial approach to assessing pavement conditions using GIS. Actually, we have different ways of conducting pavement condition analysis. We have the traditional methods of observations and other stuff like that. I'm going to talk about the use of ArcGIS to conduct this analysis. So this pavement condition analysis incorporates edge detection data, flow accumulation data, and coverage data. Now, traditional pavement assessment methods overlook the impact of environmental factors like water drainages and then surface geometry, how this affects how it affects the lifespan of our roads. Like pavement condition actually is we are talking about roads, how our roads suffer deteriorations due to flow. The weather has a way of affecting the roads, and then leading to inefficient maintenance plan. Now, to address this gap, we are addressing the gap of traditional methods, right? So addressing this gap, this study integrates curvature and flow accumulation analysis with edge detection to identify surface anomalies and areas prone to water-induced damages. Now, the resulting pavement condition map that we are to provide provides a data-driven visualization of road infrastructure, allowing transportation agencies to prioritize maintenance efforts and predict potential failures. We've seen cases where bridges break out and then roads tear apart. We've had one in the past few months in Enugu State, actually, in Enugu, where the roads and the bridge are just eventually broken into two, and it caused an accident and it almost claimed life. So if we are to implement this analysis now, it will help us to detect when this fallout is supposed to happen, and then it will not only aid us to maintain the roads, it will also help to save lives. Okay, so this applied research demonstrates the value of GIS in delivering accurate, scalable, and cost-effective solutions for infrastructural management, offering a significant improvement over traditional methods. The methodology can be further expanded for larger transportation networks, contributing to more resilient urban and rural road systems. Okay, this is the table of contents. Introduction. This report presents the pavement condition analysis of Technology Street and Innovation Street in Kenya, Kenyatta University of Agriculture, Juja, Kenya. That's actually my case study. And the road is analyzed by normalizing the distress classification data, edge detection data, flow accumulation, and curvature data to find the correlation between these data, and then using the results for the normalization to determine the pavement condition according to these factors that I'm talking about. Okay, so the methodology, data analysis and exploration was carried out using QGIS 3.32 software. And now the coordinate reference system that we made use of was WGS 84, UTM zone 37 South. The workflow combined data preparations, data exploration, the merging the data, and then joining, we did this data joining and normalization and visualization to give a comprehensive pavement view. Like I said, this is the next thing. Like I said, this is a float analysis. It's actually a project in session. And then since it's a float analysis, we don't have the end result, but I'm going to give you what's like an expected outcome of what is supposed to come out from, conducting this analysis. Now the methodology here is data preparation. We creating a pavement condition index requires 9 data sets, which are the left and the right road boundary files, flow accumulation data showing the flow of water, that drainages. When rain falls, how does water flow down through these roads and into the drainages? That's the flow accumulation data. Conventional raster data, left and right road class raster data. This data was added to the GIS. Now the next step is the merge. We use the merge tool to combine the left and right road boundaries into a single road network. And then we conducted joining. Okay, yes, this is a screenshot while I was conducting the merge, trying to merge the left road, the technology street, and then the innovation streets together. Okay, raster point joining. We joined converting raster to points, and then this is the screenshots, not that clear for well, so it's spatial join. Using the spatial join tool, the vector files were joined into the road boundary network. This was done to attach relevant data from raster to the road network to perform a comprehensive condition analysis. The steps for the spatial join are as follows. So we join points to merge the road network. We select the join 1-to-1 and we apply the merge tool. Normalization of the data. Now we normalize the data to ensure each variable from the curvature, the distress, the flow, shape length, and its scale similarly to allow meaningful combination when calculating for the pavement condition index, that's PCI. This prevents this proportionality in the scale, thereby influencing the PCI. Okay. This is what you include in the field calculator. And then creating pavement condition index. The PCI provides an overall pavement condition score, allowing for easy comparison of road segments using the calculate field tool to create a new field PCI in the road area network. The normalized value will be combined for this analysis to run the analysis, the Python code. So this is Python code that we will have to run to get this analysis. Now at this point, if I experience a lot of issue here, and this has been one of the causes of my delay in completing the project. So depending on if your system is not very functional, you might experience the same issue. So please, the next one. Visualization of data. Now for the visualization of data, the polygon we are converted to points, and the points were used to create heat maps for the visualization of the data. So the end product of this, the expected results is actually supposed to be a pavement condition index analysis. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is supposed to be the expected result. So we are supposed to produce a heat map. And they are supposed, that's a thematic map showing the areas where the roads, like the pavement, where the roads are very damaged, the ones that are lightly damaged, and the ones that are not so damaged. Okay. So the key aspect of pavement analysis, the PCI, the structural analysis, then we have the surface distress evaluation study, key aspects, and then methods of pavement analysis. This is what I talked about, the visual inspection, identify visible signs of damage, like cracks, potholes, and deformation. And this is roughness measurement. We have the non-destructive testing, and then the core sampling. These are the methods that I'm supposed to use to get the actual visualization of this data. Like I said, it's a float analysis, it's an analysis, like a research in progress. And outcomes, we have technical outcomes. Now the pavement condition map, a detailed visual represented map showing the condition of pavement based on the analysis of the edge detection, the flow accumulation and coverage of data. And then the data analysis reports, detailing the methodology used, findings, and then the interpretation of the data collected. Okay. And the practical outcomes is improved maintenance strategies, resource allocation, long-term monitoring framework. So these are the outcomes, the result of what's like, for example, now establishing a framework for continuous monitoring of pavement condition within GIS allows for timely interventions to avoid cracks, accidents, then just abrupt breakage of roads and the rest. After academic outcome, you can also contribute to literature by adding to the body of knowledge in the field of geoinformatics, civil engineering, and infrastructural management by presenting findings and methodologies that can be referenced. Okay. And then, yeah. And then the conclusion, the purpose of this research is on the pavement condition analysis to produce a thematic map that will help authorities to prioritize road maintenance and then to ensure safer transportation. And then my references. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Even though sound system is down, I really appreciate it for being able to come out to speak, but yet without put your voice.
Hi.
Hi. Somebody who is contributing. It looks like a lion. A tiger. So please, you are growing up.
Okay.
See, you are a father, and you have a father care. They are yet to help you. So that is training I'm giving to you. So the keys to train at home, you know, to speak out. The last trials that happened in Lagos, some students were killed. They called it, so okay, speak out. Huh? So that is one thing we should do for this conversation. To go to anywhere you find yourself. Okay. Speak out. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
A round of applause for our everybody. So I thought part of your training. Someone just give me now they have a question. I'm not doing my father you have 1 or 2 months before it down. So somebody is having a question based on what you are going to perceive you presented. Yes, yeah. So before that, let me give my okay, yes, the question. For what you observe, please, can you? Yeah. I thought of so okay.
How you work the data.
How I got the data, like the flow accumulation data and the rest. Okay, yeah, it's got it from online sources actually.
I'm still standing on the existing protocol of so it's okay.
Okay. Right. There's a raster data that was gotten from a flip of aerial image. Mostly the data is Kenya, so there's no on-ground data gotten. So all the data were gotten from online sources, then from softwares. But all of them are online sources. Actually. There's no ground.
All of these are online
Yes.
source data. Okay, another question. Okay, somebody is.
So how do we get here? And how
The relationship between I didn't believe it. The relationship
That you did work pigments analysis that as you get data from the pigments, as we talk about that, it's supposed to present for data and the map. So there was no presentation of data whether the map as you get this data.
Okay. The data data is actually gotten from on online source.
Online source.
Yes. But I didn't come with the data here like in a tabular form like you said.
You have the map.
No, I don't have the
Okay. To address that, take care of that information. So take a look at that. Okay, that. Okay, no problem.
I want to update you the NCR has done for you to actually have that mind figures. I want to get some information about this. Is it an ongoing project? Is it for an academic exercise?
Yes, sir, academic.
For your master's or PhD?
No, not master's. It's a personal research. It's not master's.
Not for academics.
No. It's a personal research. I picked interest in the research.
Okay. I it's from Kenya. And you get your information from Kenya. You don't even think of, since you want to get information online, you don't even think of the one that will benefit us in Nigeria. Are you not in Nigeria?
I'm in Nigeria.
Since you have that knowledge to bring out something for us, that be better for something that is closer to us, to our immediate environment, such that people will be able to benefit more. That is one. Two, it's not an academic exercise, okay? There are sometimes some things you are bringing in here that we are not that used to. Talking of academic outcome, this outcome, that outcome, you want to hear results. Because some of us, the way we are trained is that you follow one way like this. And I remember the year I wanted to write my software. I was with so we are doing what this thing. What you are talking of the computer upgrade, I saw them using double latitude and the virtual and with this. If I just put everything on my on AutoCAD, you bring me this thing, and then I'm talking of 2001. And you know, then we used to have the old one, let me just put it like that. So he said, if you ever make that mistake with that Baba, just say, pray. Because they are not used to it. When you are bringing in something, I just like the way you have brought it here, not
not at that particular level. So when you are bringing new things, it's better in a situation like this. But when people are controlling you, please try and follow the norms. So I don't say it's not good for you to propose something. The way when I saw it, I like it. But some people will be adamant to say when we start talking of academic level, when we start talking of outcome research, what we used to talk about is results. Then it's only when you are doing your proposal you can say expected outcome. So like that. So since it's not for academic exercise, I don't think we need to talk more. But if you want to go further into that line, think of how to follow the structure. Most of the time, like I used to say, sometimes a lot of degrees, another certificate may be conspiracy. Sorry, thank you very much.
One out, then one is the learn and what is when you are student
Yes, sir. I've graduated, yes, I've graduated. Yes, no, first.
It's not I did not want to. Well, I started to go 42% like that year. Very good action. You know, actually, but after relation, like when I look at the presentation, the abstract was keyword, and what I feel like the people something that you can do because at your level, when I was at the level, I don't feel that. So I think you are better than me.
Thank you very much. And you can see the contribution that has been made to your work. And that's the essence of making sure that we can bring that here. Bring that actually the conference has an activity. Went through all the paper and the tradition of this conference is that when papers are told you, we look at papers as general class. The ones that are general, the talk about and we look at the ones that the start phase. So we also look at the ones that are more likely to, so that with the participants. So for her, when we review the paper, thought we are discover that there was no study area. And we say, no, this thing you are writing, does it not have a study? That was when we say that it is in theory. I said, why would we talk about theory and talking about state of the map, Nigeria, conference? And then for them 53 years, we are involved in the work that has to do with this project, probably with an organization and so on, and still with that one. Probably the country also in Kenya feel that we want to give something different
to this conference. I don't think that is the reason. Please do well to do this presentation. And I want to let you know that for the purpose of this presentation, the conference sponsored that to complete. We don't do it. They arrived yesterday night, I think around 10 times from Enugu, the University of Nigeria, and I'm sure you are excited. You are meeting great lions from your departments, surveying and informatics, University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. And here you have 3 great lions. Can we go give them So, thank you for that presentation. The essence of this conference is to see what people are doing. As you all know, in conferences, you can also allow ongoing work. So now you see the difference when you are writing, you don't say outcome, academic outcome, rather you say expected result. And so that is what we expected you to put and part of your contribution, methodology and everything. And I'm sure you have learned of this. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Nico, I want to appreciate about you.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Why? This closing section is important. Yeah? Yeah? I'm looking for something. Why are people not going online? We are online. We did not go offline. So okay, you're online. There's no audio. No audio. Yes. Please set up. We are online. We are online. I'm looking for something. I don't remember what I'm looking for. Hajas. Yeah. Where's the camera? The codes you brought, the capture card. That's what I've been looking for since. My system is not playing. My system is not playing out for me. Hi. Are you seeing the code? Are you seeing the? You're still in the. Okay. You're still in the room. Where are you going to? Okay, just send it. Send the one you're done with now. Yes. No, please. Okay, please. I just pick up your code. So my system is only for my system. Very fine. It dash me calculators. Thank God we both understand what I mean. Now, but good. Battery. Òfin ń jáde o. Fún sound.
Subscription, most important favorite artists. Hang out.
You have to find a replacement. I know you feel like so I cannot be mistaken. Girl, I know you messy when I'm driving you crazy. Wrapping you naked, riding and shaking. But the yama yama you are saying all night. Until laba laba for my belly don't die. I will never ever let it survive. Almost like you they make me want fly. Oh now you want me back. Take me through that. So tell me why you want that. Oh now you want that. Since your case, for your case, I pull up in the Lambo. You do me why, oh baby, why, oh so, they popping and we do what you like. Leave me alone if you really wanna try. Give me a sign if your feelings ever die. I know to lie, I've been waiting for the time. I'm really mad. So when I get you up my mind,
Sounds, the money sound. I want the precise, I want the precise. Military, match up my head. Vigilant, vigilant, give me Lord, I stay on your place. Cemetery, people, we don't die, people cemetery. Life is not easy, I know it's not easy, you got to do the practice. Funny, funny.
One, two. Check one, two. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
to this conference, and I thank you so much for your patience so far. We are the last run of this conference. So what we have now, to cap up this conference, quickly we want to go into the panel discussion. In that panel discussion, we call out some of the participants from different schools, and they will just give us 1 minute take-home talk, what they have achieved from this conference. So the first person I would like to invite, as we'll be expecting the EDC coming around to conduct the closing ceremony. So the first panelist that will be coming on stage is in the person of Taiwo Awosile Ayo. Oh, thank you for that correction. So Taiwo Ayosile Moyolowa from Federal University of Technology, Akure. A round of applause for her. Come around, just come to this extreme. Then the second person is in the person of Anoluwapo Kuye, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Come around. Then the next panelist I'm inviting up stage is from Afrigist. He is in the person of Aluko. John, where are you? Come around. Come on stage. From the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, I invite on stage our wonderful Stella Umerian. Where are you? Come around. A round of applause for her, please, as they come on stage. Then from Federal School of Survey, Oyo, I invite Chibueze. Where are you? Wonderful. A round of applause for him. Yeah, you're welcome. So, Justice from Uniport, where are you? Justice, come on board. You're still coming. I also call on Amzat Dokas from Afrigist. Let's have you on stage. A round of applause for her. Then Calvin Mentor from Ghana. Where are you? Yeah, you're welcome. A round of applause. Where is that Calvin? Calvin. Oh, from Ghana. Come around. A round of applause for him. A hand for you. Welcome on stage. So from we just want you to do something simple. Your view on the theme of this conference, and what your take home is from this conference. What have you gained? A minute. Just give us what your own view is on this, particularly the theme of this conference, AI-assisted mapping, drone and opens to special for SDGs. All that you have, the academics papers taken, the lightning talks, the keynotes. What have you taken home from this conference? So starting from the very first person I call, Ayoshile, so you'll be coming on board. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Tara Ayoshile Muyolua from Federal University of Technology. The main take home I learned here and that will be taken home is from what the founder of She Flies, what she talks about, and that females should not be left out in this industry, like in the industries of technology and GIS. So So, and also that men should give space for females, for ladies to explore the industries. Thank you.
A round of applause for her. I won't take that there should be a gender balance in the issue of the spatial science. Thank you very much for that beautiful take. Let's invite to the podium Anoluako Kuye. Your take. Your take.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. As earlier said, my name is Anoluwa Kokuye from Obafemi Awolowo University. And my take home from the conference so far, which is AI-assisted mapping, drone, and open geospatial for SDGs. AI is very, very important for us to know, because artificial intelligence is more like you are training, should we say, you are training computer to like behave or have this human intelligence basically. So it's very important when it comes to mapping. And I think I really enjoyed the sessions on drone where Mrs. Adiola was emphasizing the need for using drone to map areas like smaller areas of interest, because they give us more details about the area compared to satellite imageries. And also those an area that is mapped with drone will obviously have a better resolution compared to satellite imagery. Satellite imagery is best used for a larger area of interest. And open geospatial for SDGs is actually very, very important. And we should encourage it. And I think that's basically all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. She got out. That is what she got. That drone better than the satellite image, and that's our take home from this conference. So the next participant I would like to call on board to give his own view concerning his take home on this conference is in the person of Aluko John from Afrigist. You can come on board. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Aluko Ayobami from African Regional Institute for Geospatial and Information Science and Technology. From this conference, I have learned so many things, and I will not be able to recover from so many things I've learned from our amiable professors, especially the one on artificial intelligence, how we have actually moved from desktop to using artificial intelligence in assisting us in doing our works every day. And also on the practical aspect, I have learned a lot from OpenStreetMapping, even up to how to download or stream data from Digital Africa. This will actually help me in my daily work and GIS work per se. What else did I learn? I learned so many things, especially from Professor Alim when he was talking about sustainable development goals. Most of the things that he spoke about, I was able to grab so many things from it. And I just want to admonish the conveners that they should keep up with this type of conference, as it will help the undergraduates and even the postgraduates to be better their activities. Thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause for him. That is on take home. So Professor Alim has imparted somebody there. You have a disciple. All right, the next person I will call on board now is from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in the person of Umerem Sterling. Your own take home from this conference. A round of applause for her as she walks to take the mic.
Thank you, sir. Okay, my take home, Umerem Sterling from University of Nigeria. So my take home will be, I've learned a lot from the what we've learned on the AI and then drone management. But I want to just talk about the environment. The speaker that gave us a workshop on land data, land use, and talk. I have actually learned what he used and the way he used the QGIS to monitor the monitoring that he did, and I'm actually very interested in that. So I would say it's something that I want to implement as a just specialist in my other researches and all. Thank you.
Yes, please clap for her. So she has gotten something from that presenter who made some presentation on I think land. And there's this would I think when we just came from the Kufuni. When was that workshop taken today? Yeah, that's great. Kufuni. So thank you very much. So you need to contact that person since you are interested. You will get more and you learn more from him. So we call on stage Justice from Uniport. Not around? Okay. I call the next participants to give his take home on this conference in the person of Adegboyega BF, not here. Then from Afigist, Amzat Dokas, your take home.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Please, my name is Hamza. There is no T. Hamza Dokas Dabo. So first of all, I want to say a very big thank you to the management of Afrigist for the opportunity, because truth of the matter is the notice for the conference came late, but then I, alongside a classmate of mine, had the opportunity to be nominated to be here. It's really been impactful, and looking at the topic, AI assisted mapping, drone and open geospatial for SDGs. Now, when we look at the SDGs, especially Goal 11, I was telling a friend earlier that it's one of my favorite goals among the SDGs, that's sustainable cities and communities. So what we have learned from here, that's the use of AI and drone will go a long way in assisting, especially those in the geospatial field. From the first keynote address we had yesterday that captured very well on AI, and from Prof was able to show us where we're coming from in the world of mapping to where we are currently, to Professor Alim today. You gave a very wonderful session, and also Professor Obafemi. I was telling my friend that Prof is literally teaching us. He's not just presenting. So it's been a wonderful 2 days of learning, relearning, and unlearning. And again, I want to say special thanks to Mr. Peter for the session he took. So last year I had the opportunity to carry out a project, land use, land cover. I tried to look at ecosystem services using land use, land cover. And then when he came, the topic was interesting, and he said, oh, there is a plugin. Like, it literally makes the whole work easier. So rather than having to start from the beginning to the point of prediction, you have a plugin wherein you just feed in your data. I say a very big kudos to the organizers. Honestly, this is wonderful. Thank you, and thank you.
A round of applause for the organizers. That's a wonderful take home. She has really learned a lot from this conference, and they wish that you continue this way. Now, we called on them earlier on Justice from Uniport. It wasn't on seat, but now Justice has come to do justice to what is taken up.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I'll love to say a very big thank you to Unique Mappers for this great opportunity, because
as a computer science student, I've been asking this question, like, what role do computer science plays in mapping right from time, and I don't get answers. Like, it doesn't relate in a sense. So I have this idea right from secondary school that there's no relation, but I still studied geography because I just love this aspect of maps and the rest. So when I go into university, my year one, I was just okay. Then year two, I met Dr. Victor, and he linked me in, and I started seeing relationship between the two, and it was really amazing. Then I met Mr. Kingsley Amakwe, and he told me about Google Engine and the rest, and trust me, it's awesome. And coming here, I learned a lot, like QGIS, IGIS, and the rest. This platform is really great, and I want to say a very big thank you for this great opportunity.
A round of applause for him. From the computer science background, he has gotten to new knowledge on how to use his knowledge base for mapping. So the last person I'm calling on board is all the way from Ghana. Is in the person of Calvin Mentor. A resounding round of applause for him.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, so I'm much grateful. Today being the third day, and appreciations to Unique Mappers Network. I will try to be more concise. Now, I would say, one, let's not underrate the spirit of collaboration. It seemed everyone is talking about I've learned. But what have we, or has someone also built a network here? Trust me, out of 100 participants here, have you connected with someone, taking the person's contact? You know about what the person is doing? I'm safe to say yes. Yes. Now, talking about the theme AI assisted mapping drone and geospatial, open geospatial information for SDGs. Ask yourself, why would UNs bring this initiative of solving or dealing with sustainable development goals? Like my sister said, when I was a student, I worked on a project under UN, and I selected SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. Although honestly, I wasn't able to finish the project, but it has built me, expanded my network, connected with a whole lot of students globally. Now, I'm also much interested in sustainable cities. Yes. That is where OpenStreetMap comes in. Not to talk much about that. We all know much about OpenStreetMap, what it does, how you can use it. Now, I've been saying that when you want to use Google Map data, you would have to pay for it. I don't know if someone has tried that before. If you want to use their data, not when I'm going to probably our hostel and I search from here to there. No, not that kind of data. You would have to pay for it. Here comes OpenStreetMap. Whatever you do, however you want to use it, just say, oh, OpenStreetMap, I'm grateful for using your data for this and that and that and that. And you're off you go. You see, so I am much grateful networking with a couple of students here. And I believe strongly, and I'm safe to say that this experience, you might take it for granted. After the conference, you know the essence of it. If only you've built network, expanded network or connection with someone, you will truly know the essence of it. Yes. All right, so I'll just end it again. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Victor Sunday. I'm much grateful and I highly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for him. I got something from him, said from this conference, he asked how many of us have really made connections, collaboration. And I posed the question now. I won't forget you. I won't forget you. So I want to know how many of you have really made connection, not from your institution, because you came here from between your institution and that. Can I see your hand up? Sincerely, If you have not made connection, you just came here for sightseeing. Now, you scored 1/10. That is not good. Before you leave, make inter-campus connectivity. Now, thank you. From Federal School of Survey, I invite to the podium Chibuzo to take the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ale Chibueze from Federal School of Surveying, Oyo. Honestly, I'm very grateful for this very program. Sincerely, this program has brought my knowledge. Next time when I get back to school, I will share my experience to my fellow students out there. I say kudos to the organizers of this very program. Secondly, my benefit. I benefited that, okay, initially I have it that map making or cartography work is something one can just do like that, but this very program has now made me to understand that it's not something you can do alone. It needs a collective effort. Unlike what Ms. Adeola Akiwanle said, she made mention of someone that is cooking. You need to put more firewood to enable the pot or to enable the water there to hot very well. So what am I saying in this is that map work is something that needs collective effort for you to achieve a accurate result. Secondly, to the speaker, Professor Ogbonna Joshua, he made mention of the key element that you needed to see in a map. These things I've recorded it somewhere. On my project, I will need to highlight them seriously. Thank you, everyone. For
a round of applause for him. That is a great take home. So for our panelists, they have heard their views concerning their take home from this conference, and I believe many of us, one way or the other, have been impacted very positively in this program. So I want to appreciate all of you. Thank you for giving us your view. As they step down from the podium, let's give them a round of applause as they go down. Go and utilize what you have learned for the good of mankind. So we move on closely in this. We move on in this closing ceremony by inviting Mr. Emmanuel Peter J. to give us the communique of this conference.
Good evening, all. My name is Peter Emanje Adaviruku. It has been a wonderful moment for this, being in this conference. Just to run through what we've done so far, on the first day, which was on the 8th of October, 2024, it involves arrival of participants from different parts of the country for this conference. And there was a receptions meeting at Kumuluyi Reception Hall, provision of accommodation for participants and registrations. Then that very first day, we had the opening mapping party to introduce, properly welcome the participants. And in that opening mapping party, activities accomplished were OSM account opening, downloading and installation of JOSM, linking of your JOSM with your OSM accounts, the setup of the plugin, building mapping, and upload of map layer to OSM server. And on the second day, it was so fantastic. Most especially the lead keynote speaker, Professor Lazarus Mustafa. In fact, when he was presenting, I was like, please don't stop, please don't stop. It was so captivating that what you think you know, you begin to see it from another perception, another angle. So it was such a wonderful presentation by our prof, and I consider it as an opportunity for me to be under your presentation, sir. Thank you, sir. And then there was presentation by Salim Badom on community and TomTom OpenStreetMap program, community and partnership. Then there was also a presentation by Captain Tobis Sowole on the UAVs, geospatial intelligence, surveillance, and data analysis for SDGs in Nigeria. Then on that very day, the AfriGIS led by Professor Joseph Olukoyi, sorry for that, took us on open geospatial data in Africa. Then there was capacity building, space science and technology then thereafter, there were paper presentations that were looked at and were contribution was made on those papers to improve them. Then there was citizen science and community engagement toward achieving SDGs, perspective from Science Data Unique Mapper collaboration by Dr. Caroline Nickerson. Then the transformative power of youth-led data collection in improving health care facilities through electricity planning by Anolu Akpo. On that very day, we consider unlocking geospatial insights with open source tools using QGIS and OSM by Ezekiel Ogungbemi. These were activities for the second day. And today, which is the last day, we want to appreciate our prof. It's a privilege for me to be under your presentation in person of Professor Kamarudin Folonusho Alim. He made the presentation on open geospatial AI technologies and geospatial data policy in Nigeria, implication for SDGs. My own personal take home on that is on the area of policy. I never see it in that way. We have the policy. It's just a matter of implementation. I never see it that way. Thank you, sir, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. And personally, I'm saying it is a privilege for me to be under that presentation. Thank you, sir. Then another keynote speaker by Adeola Akinwale, Empowering Communities Through Drone-Assisted Mapping, a pathway to women inclusivity and sustainable development. It was a wonderful one as well. Then we have Professor Andrew Obafemi. One of the things he presented on the availability, quality, concurrency of maps and its implication for achieving SDGs in Nigeria. My take home on that is on the issue of quality of maps. Maps, it's not just about maps, mapping, producing maps, but the quality of the maps. And then thereafter, we had a section, and AfriGIS took us practical section on downloading and streaming data from DE Africa Sandbox to QGIS. It was a wonderful one. Then after that, we had a section on mapping with MapRoulette by Hajara. Then Dr. Caroline Nixon also took us another section on science data. Then another one section by Peter Emanji Adaviruku on land use, land cover, change detection, modeling, and prediction. Then academic paper was presented on pavement condition analysis by Stalin Omoren. Then lastly, this evening we had a panel discussion where people share their view and their take home on the conference. It has been a wonderful conference. Personally, I enjoy it. And I also want to thank our fathers for sitting down since morning. Not that they don't have any other thing doing, but I want to appreciate you for being part of us. For your presence has actually encouraged the younger ones. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Mr. Emmanuel PJ for that wonderful communique. And we move on quickly. I know the time is gone, but we need to still do some things. I would like to invite to the podium, because we are going into this next part, which is a certificate presentation, the Executive Director of AfriGIS, in the person of Professor Ojigi, to please come up on stage. Let's have you on stage. Thank you very much. I also like to invite our esteemed professor, from Abubakar Tafa University, Bauchi, in the person of Professor Alim. Please just welcome to the podium. Thank you very much. And Professor Joseph Olukoye, okay. Yeah, he said that the senior elephant will not be blowing trumpet and the junior one will come up to be blowing trumpet. So so also I will call the HOD from Geospatial Survey and Geoinformatics to also please join us on the high table. Thank you very much. Then Ms. Mary too, Mrs. Mary from FSS Oyo also come on board. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. For this conference, we'll be giving certificates to the participants. We'll also give certificate to the volunteers, especially the LOC. And then we also have certificates to the institutions. So for the participants, we have we've just picked out the participants that are here present, and we'll call our distinguished men and lady on the high table to help us to present the certificates to them. So what you do is that as we call your name, you just run this way so that you can take the certificate with a handshake.
So I invite the executive director in the person of Professor Ojigi to come around. So I call the first participants here, Anu Oluwapo Kuye. So quickly, Anu Oluwapo Kuye. They say you should run, don't fall. Okay. So the next person is Ansisat Olamide Tijani. Then Chibuzo Ali. Chibuzo Okpaga Ali. Then Joshua Oluwatobi Okay. Joshua. Titilayo Temitope Kayode. Titilayo Temitope Kayode. Is she available? Then Ayob. Is Titilayo around? Please be around quickly. We have Ayobami John Aluko. Ayobami John Aluko. Joshua Glory Ọlọ́run kò ṣe bí. Agnes Ibiam Agu. Ezekiel Tobiloba Ogungbemi. Justice Fejiro Eriwayi. Adefiyin Loluwa Augusta. Ademuleya. Peter Emanje Ada Biruku. Adefabi Gafari Mokolade. Sterling Imekwe Umere. At this point in time, I want my executive secretary as a director to step aside to take his rest. Thank you very much. And I invite Professor Ali to do this great job of honor in honoring our young stars coming up. So I invite Abiodun Faith Adedewe. Abiodun. Okpeyemi Matthew Afolabi. Okpeyemi. Okay. Ayomide Samson Oladapo. Ayomide. Ayomide. Abibullah Olaoluwa Adam. Ayosile Moyin Oluwa Taiwo. Olamilekan Vincent Ibitoye. Elias Akinola Adebayo. Jethro Ìgbàgbọ́gbèmí Adépọ̀jù. Jethro Ìgbàgbọ́gbèmí Adépọ̀jù. Gladys Damilola Adewemimo. Marvelous Adeleke Ayomide. Marvelous. Blessing Esther Kadri. Blessing Esther Kadri. Your name? So I will thank you very much, my prof. You can take a seat. Let me invite the HOD Geoinformatics, Dr. Oluwadare, to assist us in this certificate presentation. Okay. 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 Miriam Abosede Kazim. Olasukomi Daniel Oladejo. Olasukomi Daniel Oladejo. Ọpẹ́olúwa Samuel Adéjùmọ̀. Ọpẹ́olúwa Samuel Adéjùmọ̀. Ọpẹ́olúwa Samuel Adéjùmọ̀, yes. Oyèwọlé Adéṣẹwà Ẹnìtàn. Oyèwọlé Adéṣẹwà Ẹnìtàn. Ìròyìn ayọ̀ Nathaniel Adéwálé Adélẹ́yẹ. Ìròyìn ayọ̀. Are you? Good news. Then Kingsley Chukwemeka Amankwe. This man is an anchor. So thank you, my HOD. I want to invite us. Thank you. I so much appreciated. Mrs. Mary from FSS Oyo, Federal School of Survey. Zainab Oluwabusoya, Oluwabusayo, Oladele, come on board. Zainab Oluwabusayo, Oladele. Ayoluwa Peter Timileyin. Ayoluwa Peter Timileyin. Ọlákúnlé Ayọ̀mídé Ìbítóyè. Ayọ̀mídé Samson Ọládàpọ̀. Samson Ọládàpọ̀. Professor Allen, please come. We call somebody to give somebody certificate. Fortunately or fortunately, she's the one that is presenting. So, so we invite Mrs. Mary Leeway Marcelinus. Mrs. Mary. Hello. This candidate said he was looking downcasted while taking the photograph. Want to look upcasted now. You're welcome.
Now we go over to the local organizing committee. We sincerely appreciate all the members of the local organizing committee or the local organizing team that have worked assiduously to ensure that this conference come to pass successfully. In fact, we started meeting, I think about 5 or 3 months ago, and we meet virtually on monthly basis and subsequently on weekly basis. So we want to appreciate all the volunteers that have worked for this conference, and we have the certificates for them. Some of them, we just give them a call. Please take this poster, go and paste somewhere. Some we ask them to do one thing or the other, and they have been able to do that. And even here at the conference, they've been working very, very hard. So we have the certificate for them, and we want to invite the executive director of AfriGist to help us to deliver, to present this to them.
Okay. I invite to the podium to come on stage Ago Agnes Ibiam. Ago, where are you? Also invited on stage is Justice Fejiro Eriwaye. Ayomide John Aluko. Ọlọ́run kò ṣe bí Joshua. Àánú Olúwapọ̀ Kúyẹ̀. Àánú Olúwapọ̀ Kúyẹ̀. Owólabí Abdul Oyota. Wow. I know that name very well. Abdul Owólabí, is he around? Is he there? Are you? Mercy Bano. Mercy Bano. Mrs. Mary Marcelinus. Okay, Joshua. Joshua, okay. Mercy Bano. Okay. Please come on board. Ola Jumoke Mary Pasoro. Then Delia Patricia Morris. Okay. Adegboye Babajide Femi. Prof, sir, you can take your seat just a minute. Professor Alim, we need your service again. Sterling Morin, Sterling Omoren. Dr. Felix Buba. Yes, sir. Kisley. Kisley.
So we continue with the certificates to the volunteers for the conference, and we have our own amiable Dr. Toyin Femi, our MC for the conference. So can we just clap for him? Can you just clap now? Clap now. That's great. We also have another person here. Can you please start clapping before I call the person? Start clapping, start clapping. So we have Professor Joseph Olukoye. Start clapping, start clapping. Start clapping, start clapping. Keep clapping. Finally, we want to also recognize the institutions that have worked with us to ensure that this conference was successfully, carried out. And on the first on the list is AfriGist Ile-Ife. We want to appreciate African Regional Institute for Geospatial Science and Technology for hosting this conference and making sure that this conference is for successfully hosting this conference. Afrigis provided 10 rooms free of charge for all the participants. And Afrigis has been here, heavily supported by the executive director, and he has been here as the lead keynote speaker. He has been here all this while with all the staff, so working to ensure that this conference was successful. So we want to invite him to pick this, to take over the certificate. Thank you.
Both from different universities. Our BSc same year from different universities. Wow.
Okay. Okay, we invite to the stage the UNRCT Ile-Ife, the Space Center. I saw Dr. Ojo around the other time. Okay. So the UNRCT Ile-Ife. So to collect their certificate, thank you. Okay, do that. Yeah. Then the Youth Mappers Chapter, OAU. Great Ife, Articulate Ife, Ever Conscious Ife. Then we call the Youth Chapter UN from FUTA to collect their certificates. We also invite us to collect their certificates, the Oyo Mappers Federal School of Survey. Come around. Then we invite on stage the Unique Mappers team, Port Harcourt, PH, River State. Now, no feeding down ourselves. What is that now?
Yes, thank you, everyone. We have other certificates here to give to those who are not here. And we also have 15 participants to this conference that were sponsored and registered by Afrigist. Can we clap for Afrigist? So their certificates are on the way. And before we leave these premises, we must give them their certificate. Otherwise, they won't open the gate for us to go. Even OAU, we will not go out. So it's not intentional. We will make sure that the certificates are given to them. It's on the way. So we just looked at it. They are not here, but it's already in the process and it to be given to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairperson, Unique Mappers. In fact, these certificates came out. He has to come and appeal to me because I want to rush the program that we had it. So it's like while we're still here, they sent to SUB to get this thing printed. So I didn't want this program to go this long because they had to appeal to me. You time is of the essence here. So I think perhaps that is where the mix-up also came up from. So we get that settled adequately. We move on as we just a step to end this program. I want to invite the chairperson, Unique Mappers Nigeria, the person of Dr. Sunday, to give his vote of thanks before the chairman gives the final and closing remark. Please, a round of applause for him as he takes the podium.
Having come to the close of this conference, State of the Map Nigeria 2024, we sincerely want to appreciate everyone that has been here from the first day. We started on 8th evening with a mapping party, a welcome mapping party. And we had lots of you here, and we were provided with a very nice technical section space at the Kufuniyi Hall, where we had everyone, on hands-on mapping, contributing to the flood in Bono. So this conference has actually mapped the flood in Bono using OpenStreetMap. So we want to thank every participants that have done that, have mapped that Bono tax on hot taxing manager, and want to also encourage everyone that you continue to map that tax until we get it completed. We want to appreciate all the participants, those who came in from University of Nigeria and Nsukka or Enugu campus. I think that was the last participant that came in here last night. She came in at about 10 p.m. All the way from Enugu. And we want to thank you for being the delegate from that university. We want to also thank the participants from Federal School of Survey for coming to this conference. The delegates from Federal School of Survey that came along with Mrs. Mary, the coordinator for the team over there. Thank you very much. Can we just clap for them? We want to also thank the participants that came from FUTA. The team from FUTA, can we just clap for them? FUTA Youth Mappers, thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. We want to also appreciate our team that came in from OAU, especially Surveying and Geoinformatics departments, and OAU Youth Mappers. Can we just clap for them? Thank you so much. Thank you, the great Ife. Thank you so much for making this conference a successful one. We want to also thank all our delegates from AfriGIS, the students and the staffs that have been here. And we want to also appreciate the students from University of Port Harcourt that came in here also, Justice, and so on. I want to thank the participant from Zaria, ABU Zaria. Thank you so much for being here, all the way from Zaria. And we come back to the LOC members. Thank you very much for all the work you have done. We want to also thank our workshop trainers, Zena Adimu. He did a very, very wonderful work with his colleague there. Very, very wonderful work, contributing to this conference through the workshop on digital health and Sandbox and QGIS. We want to also thank Calvin Mentor, who also came in from Ghana. Thank you so much for being here. And Peter Imaje for his wonderful workshop on QGIS also. Want to appreciate our technical team. You can see that this conference was live and people joined globally. We have our technical team, Joshua, Justice, Amankwe, Kinsley. Thank you so much. And all our ushers, we can see her smiling there. And our local also, he did very, very wonderful contributing to this conference. Joshua also was there from AfriGist. The other day, we had to rush down to the central market at night to make sure that we print more banner for this conference. Thank you so much. And who else again? So I thank every one of you. And then we come finally to our host, the chief host of this conference. Let me not forget our head of department, Dr. Prophetically, he is a professor. Thank you. So, Dr. Oluwadare, during our courtesy visit, we went to his department and invited him for this conference, and he honored this conference. He has been here throughout today, and we want to appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you so much. And to our chief host, we sincerely appreciate you and the management team. You've really done very, very well. And you've amazed us with the AfriGist team. When we planned, coming down or bringing this conference to AfriGist, there were certain things that we want to make sure that we, get right. Number one was the issue of facility. We wanted a place where we could have, a very nice facility. And you actually gave this conference the required global best practice facility. And we can see that from all over in the world where people were keen in, this conference facility was the best, and it actually fitted into what we had in mind. Then number two was accommodation. At first, we were asking for just hostel accommodation so that our student participants could, go in and then have a rest and so on and come in. And to our amazement, instead of the hostel accommodation where they will come with their, whatever and then sleep, the management, the executive director of AfriGist and the management now surprised us with, a hotel accommodation, a guest house accommodation. And you know what that means? For participants to be lodged in a hotel accommodation. So we want to appreciate the management for doing that for us. Thank you, sir, for that. And thank you also for the support in releasing the management team, most of the staff working with us along with the LOC. Want to appreciate you so much for all that you have done. And may the Lord bless AfriGist in Jesus' name. Amen.
A wonderful round of applause for our national coordinator on that. Yes, we want to quickly invite the executive director, the person of Professor Ojigi, for the closing remark and drawing this
So please, before he comes up, we want to also appreciate our sponsors. Our sponsors, Tom, Science Starter, Professor A.A. Obafemi of University of Port Harcourt joined the supporter sponsor. And then, surprisingly to us, we also have the executive director of AfriGist joining the supporter sponsors. Thank you for supporting this conference. God bless you.
So we invite on board Professor Lazarus Odigi. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a round of applause for the MC and for Dr. Sunday, the national coordinator. Well, I want to, because I knew him as Dr. Sunday Victor before even the unique mappers. Sincerely, I must appreciate every one of us. He has already gone around, he has given the vote of thanks. But there's something I want to say in conclusion as you live here. Please, whatever you have learned from this place, share it and also develop it. I have a belief, and in anything I write, I put it there, that knowledge not shared is knowledge lost. When you see you eat alone, you die alone, it's very real. If you eat alone, you die alone. When you have idea today, share that idea with your neighbor, your colleagues. As you are sharing that idea, what you have gotten from here, you will be expanding on that skill and knowledge. Number two, I deliberately loaded my presentation because I know it will not be only presentation, it will be both teaching and lecturing. So on your own, when you lay your hand on those materials, look at the platforms. I wanted to spend like 5 minutes on the platforms for using AI to actualize geospatial information management or mapping or whichever way we call it. Number one, you need to go there. There are open source, open AI, MATLAB, Python. Learn how to do scripting by yourself. Learn also how to develop an API. You know what they call API? Application Program Interface. You can develop a GUI, graphic user interface, from your script, which will become like the plugin that Peter was talking about. So you can give it very, very easy because you have the time now. And I want to encourage you with this because I was in a meeting somewhere in the UK and in a particular university, and I met some students working on they call it FOIA, it's a FOIA student area. And I met all of them doing scripting in MATLAB. And because that is something I do very well, and I had to start to interact with them. Now, the easiest way for you as a mapper to command your computer to work is to know how to do those coding. That's number one. Number two, also go and learn how to apply. I'm happy. I like what Peter presented. You have a plugin. You can develop the change detection. In our own time, when we are mapping, we use an image calculator. When you have done one, you done two, you bring the other one minus this one to give you another map and give it a name. That's the image calculator we do under using PCI Geomatica or Idrisi Selva or any of those software. But now you have a simple. So what you have learned from here, I want you to put your hands together for Unique Mappers team. And I want to also emphasize the commitment that Dr. Victor has shown. He has shown to you and to all of us that, look, when you are committed to any cause,
you can deliver. He's committed. He's going by all the skill that's required. And I also want to thank you for being part of the support. And you are mapping unit in your own organization, wherever you are a those coming from Oyo, those coming from Akure, those coming from. So you have formed this nucleus now. Make it a kind of a nationwide evangelism that you will do. So I want to encourage you as you leave Afrigis with all you have learned in this workshop, on this conference. Don't leave the training behind. Go with the training. Continue with the network as our brother from Ghana has encouraged, so that at the end of the day, Sunday will be happier and those that have connected worldwide will be happier. I want to wish you, Johnny Mercy, back to your station. Anytime you hear any good news in Afrigis, please come. But I want to make one correction before I sit down. The correction is this. When you are talking about this workshop, tell everybody that you did this workshop in Afrigis. Don't just generalize and say it is Obafemi Awolowo University. This is an embassy. This place is an embassy. You understand? So that is what I want you to know, because, and finally, I want you also to know that Sunday, Dr. Sunday Victor Dennis, I think I'm right. Victor Sunday. There's no other name apart from Victor Sunday. You have another one, I know. Only Victor Sunday. He's an alumnus of this institute. Put your hands together for him. So he's one of us. And we also have alumni network. So of course, I know he's going to bring a unique mapper on board. When those your network from all across Africa join you, it will be greater. And if you introduce it when you meet with them, I think it will be a great idea. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Sunday, for the good work he has done, for the good organization, for the coordination, for you coming. So please, whenever you hear any good news about Afrigis, please come back, because we're going to do a lot of international workshop and meetings here by the grace of God from 2025 onward. Thank you and God bless.
A round of applause for our Edie. That was a brilliant one. You can see the door is open for you. And I know I'm also welcome. My Edie, I'm also welcome to Abi. No, so I will look. Okay, also, so look out after this conference is ended 2024, State of the Map Nigeria 2024. By the grace of God, next year, 2025, we will take a flight from the great Ife citadel of Nene Afrigis and will land in another region. So watch out. Be on the lookout for the next location. As we round up now, I would like to invite Dr. Joseph Olukoyi. I don't say, you know what, Professor. You say you don't become professor already. You don't prophesy. Just give us a closing prayer. Round up and that's it.
Okay, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We bless your holy name because everything you do is good. Thank you because right from the preparation of this conference and even the starting yesterday, you have been with us. And here we are today at the closing. Thank you because everything was successful. We return all the glory to you, Lord, in Jesus' name. Father, we are departing from this place now. As we go, your mercy, your faithfulness will go with each one of us in Jesus' name. Those that will travel, Father, watch over them and keep them. Lord, we look forward for another glorious conference next year. Let your glorious hand be upon each one of us. Keep us and protect us, Lord. Your name be glorified forevermore, Father. In Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir. I'll do that. Thank you. The conference is over. I wish all of you good night rest. Wake up well. Safe trip tomorrow to your various destination. Thank you, and God bless every one of you.